Damon gave a small nod. "We can start right here, if you please." Artemius pointed to the terrace in front of him. "Just like that?" "Yes, the water is calming, and I am in my best state at the moment. There is no reason to delay it. Just sit cross-legged right in front of me." Damon didn't hesitate. He walked a few steps forward and sat down on the cold stone, cross-legged, facing Artemius. The pain in his body flared as he moved, his soul reacting violently to even the smallest shift in mana, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. If there was even a chance to stop the splintering, he would take it. Artemius knelt in front of him, placing his soul sword to the side. He extended both hands, palms facing Damon. "Close your eyes," he instructed. "Focus only on your breathing. Let the sound of the sea guide you." Damon obeyed. The world faded around him as he concentrated on the rhythm of the sea. Inhale, exhale, over and over. Gradually, the buzz of mana began to hum more steadily in the background. Soon the temperature around them dropped slightly, and a pale silver light began to glow between them, forming an intricate rune circle on the floor. Faint motes of light rose into the air like fireflies, spinning slowly, orbiting around them both. "I'm going to reach into the cracks," Artemius said softly. "You'll feel pressure. You'll feel pain. Don't resist it. Let it pass through you." And then it began. Damon felt something delicate brush against his soul, gentle at first, like the tip of a feather touching a wound. Then it pressed deeper, and the pain hit. Not physical, it was the kind that made your heart lurch, your memories flicker, your very identity scream. The kind that made you question what was real. He grunted, jaw clenched. "I can take this," Damon panted, his determination firm. Artemius smiled faintly, eyes still closed. "It's only the beginning." The ocean roared around them, wind swirling. The silver light between them pulsed, growing brighter. Threads of mana stretched out from Artemius's hands, weaving into Damon's chest, not into his body, but into the shattered lattice of his soul. Each thread sought a fracture, a splinter, a crack, and gently wrapped around it like stitching a torn cloth. Damon's breath hitched as pain flooded his mind. More pain, and then more pain. There was nothing else except for the pain. He was gasping now, sweat beading on his brow despite the cold, but he didn't pull away. Couldn't. Wouldn't. But on the other side, Artemius's condition was worse than his. The old man was shivering and trembling uncontrollably. Blood was seeping out of all of his orifices, and he was drenched in sweat and blood from top to bottom. It looked like he had also vastly underestimated what he had set out to do. Damon's soul was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Artemius only suggested this technique with confidence because he had used it many times on his clan members when they had destroyed theirs in an accident or by drawing out too much soul energy. But this was something else entirely. Damon's soul wasn't just cracked or splintered. It was warped. There was no natural symmetry, no gentle flow to follow. It was a battlefield, an incomprehensible soul, an ever-shifting storm of soul shards. Every thread of mana that Artemius sent out was met with resistance. These were not soul fragments he could casually touch. Artemius gritted his teeth, forcing another thread into a spiraling fracture. His vision blurred, the runes swimming in his sight. He coughed hard, blood splattering against the glowing rune circle. Damon was still holding firm in the heart of that storm, silently screaming through the agony, refusing to fall apart. "Not yet," Artemius grit. He did not want to fail him. Even though he was going to face a severe backlash for this, he wanted to give it one more try, one more shot. Artemius pressed his trembling hands together, forcing a deeper surge of mana through his veins and squeezing every bit of soul energy that he could. His soul sword vibrated faintly from where it lay beside him, reacting instinctively to his pain. But he ignored it. He bit down hard enough to draw blood, channeling everything he had left into one last stabilizing weave. This time, Artemius didn't try to mend the soul. He simply focused on binding the chaos, restraining the cyclone of fragmented will and warped essence, anchoring it just enough to stop the bleeding. Damon suddenly tensed. His body jerked, and a growl tore from deep in his throat, half pain, half raw fury. Then suddenly the pain stopped, not completely, but enough for him to regain his sanity. Artemius collapsed forward, barely able to catch himself with one arm. His face was pale, his lips blood-stained, his body shaking uncontrollably. Damon opened his eyes slowly, breath ragged. The pain hadn't vanished, but it was no longer breaking him apart. For the first time since the worm's attack, the pressure inside his chest had steadied. It was like being balanced on the edge of a blade, but it was balanced nonetheless. He looked at the old man slumped before him. He let out a sigh and gently lifted him up before he teleported to one of the rooms inside the castle and placed the old man on the bed to allow him to rest. "Thank you for doing this for me," Damon said with sincerity. "This old man is once again out of commission for a while. Can you keep an eye on my Silvara?" Artemius collapsed completely after that. Damon nodded and then left the room. After letting the old man rest, Damon once again teleported back to the same terrace and sat down cross-legged to examine himself thoroughly. He sat still on the cold terrace stone, the moonlight casting a pale glow over his form as the ocean murmured far below. He closed his eyes and sank inward, drawing his awareness into his body. The difference was immediate. The first big noticeable change was that the pain that tormented him had significantly reduced. He had no idea what the old man did, but this alone was a great help. At least now he was able to think better. Perhaps it was because of this. He was now also able to focus and use his mana and blood energy again to activate skills. To understand the changes further, he would have to log back into the game. His body outside the game was still different from his body inside the game. Damon was not sure if it was a clone or some other sort of concept, but it was something he did not understand. For example, he couldn't sense his mana core at all from here. He would have panicked about this more, but this was the same situation before his injury, so he wanted to believe that nothing much had changed. Anyways, it was time to log back in and see how he was doing. The lack of pain was encouraging by itself, but there was still a weakness, a lingering weight on his shoulders that was bothersome. It was as if he were underwater, and he could lose his ability to breathe at any given moment. He would only be able to completely understand his condition once he was inside the game, even if his condition had stabilized a little bit. Damon was about to teleport when suddenly Lauroch's voice rang out. "I did not mean you any harm when I gave you the soul cultivation technique. It is a superior technique, and there is a 30% chance that you would have succeeded. Since you are so exceptional, I believe you had a higher chance." Sure you didn't, and sure you didn't see this as an opportunity to get out of your soul contract. Damon rolled his eyes at the item spirit's half-hearted apology, but he did not care. He was not an idiot to mistake this bastard even for a moment. He knew who to trust and who not to trust. Right now, he did not have time to entertain this guy. So he ignored him and activated his tattoo to log back into the game. He almost expected an error message, but thankfully nothing like that popped up. He was able to log in without any issues. Damon found himself in the same dark cave and a surprised ghost staring back at him. "Dude, you could have told me and left." Damon smiled bitterly. "I got kicked out. I didn't leave." Ghost raised a brow but did not ask for any further details. "Okay, Do you need any more help, or—" Damon laughed slightly and patted him. "You have already done more than enough. Go deal with your problems. Give me a few days and then we can meet again to discuss your condition, if you want. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to help, but I can try my best." Ghost nodded and extended his hand forward. "Take care, brother." Damon smiled and shook his hand. "You too." The two did not need any more exchange of words, and Ghost silently disappeared into the darkness of the cave. Normally, Damon would have checked if the sneaky fellow had actually left the cave or was still hanging around in the darkness to peep on him, but he couldn't care less about that right now. He still felt extremely weak, and he did not like it. There was something very wrong with his body. Damon once again sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, sinking his senses inward. His face immediately darkened. His body was a complete mess. All his mana channels were messed up, and his core. Damn it! Damon anxiously tried to reach his core when he noticed that he couldn't sense his damn core at all. Was this because all of his mana channels and his entire body were wrecked? He pulled up his status screen to take a look. Blood God. Class: Primordial Awakening. Class path unavailable. Species: Bloodborne. Race: Blood Acolyte. Variant: Bloodline: Fragmented Ancestral Bloodline ? Status effect: Bloodline instability 300 days. Soul instability 10 days. Soul weapon: Blood Rain. Locked. Titles: Killer Rabbit Killer, Banana Reaper, First Awakener, Bromund Slayer, Solo Reaper, Founding Pillar of Blood, Bound by Fire and Blood, Slaughtermaster. Level 65. Faction: Dark. Health 5. Mana 5. Vitality 3. Stamina 2. Strength 1. Intelligence 5. Agility 3. Constitution 2. Luck 15. Available stat points NA. Damon stared at his status screen in utter disbelief. "You have got to be kidding me! What sort of a dastardly nerf is this? All this because I fought and drank blood from that damned worm?" Damon sat frozen, staring at the numbers like they had personally betrayed him. Level 65, and stats lower than a level 1 newbie. If it weren't for the ridiculous list of titles, anyone seeing this would think he was some half-baked joke account. Even his faction alignment, bloodline, and class screamed power, but his health bar looked like it would sneeze and disappear. 5 health. What am I, a mosquito with ego issues? He muttered, face twitching. Damon rubbed his face hard, trying to calm his rising panic. Think. The status effect lines were the key. Soul instability, 10 days. This meant that he had 10 days to take care of his soul instability, otherwise his soul would probably explode or something and he would die. Damon did not care in the least. Fuck 10 days. He was going to fix this damn thing right now. He took out a health potion once again and tried to heal the injuries that plagued every part of his body, but the health potion did not do shit. It might as well have been water. Yep, he was truly and deeply fucked. Damon let out a deep breath to calm himself down. He then slowly opened up all of his system notifications, one after the other, to see what the hell actually went wrong. First, there were several blood extraction notifications that he quickly cleared away. He would take a look at these later, when he could actually use them. Wait, then how was he able to use the Shadow Step skill to move Artemius from the terrace into the bedroom? Damon tried to conjure a ball of blood in his palm, and he immediately got the answer. A blood sphere indeed formed in his hand, and it instantly drained all parts of him, but at the same time his blood archive was on overdrive. The simplest skill cost him tremendous mana now, and his blood archive was overworking to bridge that gap. Because of this small loophole, he was pretty much directly using his blood archive to activate a skill. But just a single skill drained him 5% of his entire resources. Clearly, this was not a solution for anything. His body and his mana circuit were blown to bits, and he might as well be crippled right now. Damon let out a sigh and then opened the next set of notifications. Instantly, a bunch of titles rolled out. Ding! The vampires have survived. The purification raid has failed. The city of Niera has temporarily fallen. Ding! You have been awarded a new title. Purification Raid Winner. You stood alone where armies fell. You turned a holy cleansing into a slaughter. The world remembers. Effect: reputation with dark-aligned NPCs plus 10,000. Fame plus 10,000. Ding! You have been awarded a new title. Divine Slayer. You struck down many blessed by divinity. Whether god or man, none are safe. Effect: damage against divine entities plus 10%. Intimidation plus 20%. Notoriety plus 1,000. Ding! You have been awarded a new title. Holy Slayer. You have killed many under the protection of a holy sanctuary. You will not be forgiven. Effect: increases resistance to holy element attacks. You are now marked by holy aligned forces. Notoriety plus 1,000. Damon paused and closed his eyes. So they won the purification raid after all. At least his fuck-up was not of total waste. In the end, they had somehow survived the purification raid and came out on the other side. Despite his current condition, Damon couldn't help but become excited. He continued to go through the notifications. He needed to know what happened to that damned beast who had brought him to this level. If he was suffering like this, that thing better be fucking dead. He quickly looked at the next notifications. Ding! You have slayed a beast with a draconic bloodline. Ding! You have been awarded a new title. Draconic Slayer. You killed a mutated wyvern. Enough said. Effect: all stats plus 50 when facing dragonkin. Draconic enemies remember your scent. Damon's eyes widened as he started panting. So he killed that wyvern after all. No wonder he had leveled up all the way to 65. Then what about the purification raid results and his reward? If I actually became the MVP of the purification raid, then as a player, he quickly moved on to the next notification. Ding! You have been awarded a new title. One-man army. You faced an army and walked away. The ground still echoes your footsteps. Effect: increases combat effectiveness when outnumbered. All stats are increased by 5%. Ding! You have been awarded a new title. Vampiric Lord. You are no longer just a vampire. You command. You dominate. Effect: vampire followers gain plus 10% to all stats. Enables Lord's Command. Cooldown 3 days. Ding! You have been awarded a new title. Noble. You have risen through blood, power, and influence. Your name carries weight. Effect: grants access to noble-only areas and quests. Fame bonus with all factions. Ding! You have been awarded a new title. Lord of the Blood Hall. You hold dominion over the castle carved from blood. Your throne is real. You are now the lord of the fallen Niera City Blood Hall. Effect: grants you ownership rights. Blood Hall Management Panel unlocked. Vampires receive buffs when in your domain. Damon's heart raced as he went through more and more notifications. Damon stared at the last notification, his hands trembling slightly, not from weakness this time, but from sheer disbelief. He had done it! Somehow, through a whirlwind of pain, soul damage, and near-death insanity, he hadn't just survived, he'd come out of it sitting on a throne of blood and ash. His throne! Niera City had fallen, the purification raid had failed, and the entire blood hall now belonged to him, not symbolically, not as a guest, but as its lord. His lips curled into a slow, crooked grin. He had expected a lord title, all right, but he never thought he would become the lord of the whole fricking thing. This was bloody beautiful. Even in his near-crippled condition, with a shattered core and burning soul, he couldn't help but enjoy this win. He had fought like a maniac for this. I need to see the hall. My hall! I had dreamed of something like this in my past life many times, but now it had actually come true. Damon grinned from ear to ear as he casually looked at the last notification. He instantly froze, even momentarily forgetting the wyvern and his personal blood hole. Ding! You have been awarded a new title. Primordial Mana Core. Passive title effect. Weaker foes will instinctively sense mana suppression from your presence. Damon's grin froze on his face as the final notification sank in. His pupils dilated slightly. The words blinked back at him like a quiet explosion in his brain. Primordial Mana Core. Passive title effect. Weaker foes will instinctively sense mana suppression from your presence. What the? Damon muttered. He read it again and again, but the words didn't change. Primordial Mana Core? This was completely insane. A legendary mana core was one thing, but how could he have possibly received a boost directly to a primordial mana core? What did this thing even look like? Just how powerful should something labeled as primordial be? There was no way killing that measly worm gave him an update like this. Sure, it was a draconic beast, but it was not even a true dragon or something even crazier, like a primordial beast. How could such an upgrade be possible? His bloodline was also fragmented and unstable. It might have had some influence, but it couldn't have possibly influenced the whole thing. Otherwise, he could have formed a primordial mana core on his first try. No matter how much Damon thought about it, the whole thing simply did not make sense. A pseudo-mana core was not a true mana core, but still a pseudo-mana core was the foundation of everything, mana, skills, everything. And now his core had been recognized as primordial. He instinctively reached inward, trying to feel it, but his senses still couldn't detect any stable mana flow. His circuits were still a disaster, his body barely hanging together. Did he have it and lose it, or was his body's current condition due to the fact that it simply couldn't handle such a core? Damon went through the system notifications once again, and had only talked about soul injury and not about any mana core destruction. For now, this was all the confirmation he had. Even though everything looked completely unbelievable, the system's notifications couldn't be an error. Maybe the last time around, his core was very close to reaching a primordial core level, and because of some shortage, it became a legendary core. And now, since the worm's blood was added to the mix, his body pushed the core back to the primordial level. This was the best explanation Damon could think of. Actually, there was also something else. The worm was definitely not a simple draconic beast. It was a mutated beast. Now that he thought about it Istiwiwe, this was the first time he had seen a worm with wings. Maybe there was something in its mutation that reacted with its bloodline and somehow transmutated his core into becoming a primordial core. Damon was out of explanations and answers. Fuck it. Who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? Maybe I'll figure out what happened down the line. For now, I'll just focus on healing my damned soul." This time he had really gained a lot. But after everything said and done, he had also paid an equal price for it. Now he had to find a way to make up for that loss. Normally, this shouldn't have happened. He should have peacefully won the purification raid and reaped big rewards from it. But now everything happened in a rush, and his soul was fucked up. Fucking bitches, I'll pay back for this. Damon gritted his teeth as he started walking out of the cave. And then he realized that it would take an entire day just to get to the nearest teleportation point with his current power level, and that is if he survived the trip. He couldn't really blame Ghost. The guy had after all done it for his own safety, and now it was biting him in the ass. The problem was how he was going to get out of this jam. And there was also another thing he needed to do, for which time was of the essence. Damon took out the item which he had honestly not thought about in a while, the Elven Princess Lyray's Token of Vow. Without hesitation he activated the token, and the next second, many light specks started coalescing together until they formed an elegant and beautiful figure. They slowly resolved to become the graceful figure of Lyrae Silvaris, the Elven Princess, a.k.a. Damon's betrothed. She was wearing her usual light elven armor, her long silver hair tied back, eyes sharp as ever. "I missed you," she spoke softly. But the moment she saw Damon, her gaze shifted. She scanned him from head to toe, and her calm expression cracked slightly. "You look terrible," she said, frowning. "What happened?" "Long story," Damon muttered, steadying himself against the cave wall. "I got cooked, fried, stabbed, and soul ripped. Pretty sure I died 3 times and just didn't get the memo." Lyrae blinked but didn't smile. Her expression only grew more serious. "I can feel it through the token. Your mana is unstable. That shouldn't be possible unless—" "My soul took a hit, a big one. Everything in my body is messed up." She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she took a step forward and placed her right hand on his chest. Then she leaned closer and unexpectedly placed her lips on Damon's lips. The kiss caught Damon off guard. For a second, the world around him went silent. Just her warmth, her lips, and the faint scent of moonflowers clinging to her. And that was not all. A wave of nourishing, healing warmth spread across his body. It started in his chest, right where her hand touched him, and slowly spread outward. It wasn't just warmth, it was like something inside him had been untied, a tight knot that had been choking his energy flow now loosening ever so slightly. His head cleared, his breathing eased. But then the next second, everything went right back to the way it was. His injuries were simply resistant to healing, no matter what. "This is," Lyrae gasped, as she finally pulled back. Damon could only smile in response. "Don't worry and don't look at me like that. Just give me a few days and I will take care of this." In a force of habit, he raised his hand and patted her head. He realized what he had done and was about to take his hand back when he saw the shy smile on the elf's face. Clearly, she enjoyed it. "Thank you for trying to heal me, and thank you for that cough." Damon ruffled his hair awkwardly and added, "kiss." Lyrae's cheeks started turning pink. Damon did not know what to do. She was standing so close to him, and her reactions, coupled with the smell of her sweet blood, were making him slightly lose control. However, he immediately clenched his fists and controlled himself, stopping with a small kiss on her cheeks. "Thank you," he said again. "I will handle this soul injury on my own. I do need your help for something else, if you don't mind." Lyrae looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Damon quickly explained how his family had been accused and arrested unjustly and were now behind bars. Lyrae's eyes sharpened the moment she heard that. "Your family has been imprisoned?" Her voice dropped to a dangerously calm tone. "That's not something I can ignore." Damon nodded. The people who did it were probably trying to provoke me, thinking I'd come charging in and make things worse. But I'm not that stupid. I need someone they can't touch, someone with status. That's you. The elven princess didn't hesitate. Give me the names and location. He smiled. They're being held at the East District Hold in Garth City. They could have been moved. Could you look around for me? Lorraine's silver eyes glowed faintly as she shook her head and stepped back. No, I'll make sure they're free by tonight. If anyone dares to stop me, they'll answer to my magic. Damon blinked. Remind me never to piss you off. A faint smirk tugged at her lips. Too late. You already did. Several times when I missed you and you repeatedly failed to contact me, but I've decided to forgive you. For now. Damon chuckled, the pain in his body briefly forgotten. I owe you one. You owe me more than that, she said softly, then added, Rest, my love. I'll handle this. Seeing the sincerity and love in her eyes, Damon couldn't help but want to hug her tightly and hold her again. Everything with her was so simple, but he could only smile as the elf left immediately in a hurry. The light surrounding her shimmered again and she vanished like mist in the morning sun. Left alone in the cave, Damon leaned back against the wall, letting his body sag with exhaustion. The pain was only slightly there, but the weakness he felt was not a joke. However, everything was fine now. The purification raid was taken care of, Mark and Kate were safe, and now his family's issue was well on its way to being resolved. As well, Silvara and the Blackpool trial, he was not too keen on going back to it right now. He had already checked with Silvara again, and she said that the mysterious group proceeded all the way to Breakpoint 9 with exploding speed. But once they got to the last but one level, they were continuously experiencing failures and were stuck. This gave him some time. Fuck it, even otherwise he did not care. He had other important things to worry about at the moment. He needed to get his soul fixed. One of the Super 10 guilds had thrown a challenge at him, and he had nearly come out on top, clearing the threat from every direction. Now the last one left was his injury. If he could just resolve that, he would truly be back for good. And Damon had a very good idea where he needed to start for that. In fact, he had a very good lead on how to cure his soul injury. The same lead he had to follow to improve his family's soul strength. Earlier, he had neglected that quest because there was no more need for improving his family's soul strength urgently. But now it looked like he himself needed that quest. He needed to search for the alchemy lab in the dungeon and go see that idiot alchemist again. Who knew? Perhaps that man could even directly make an elixir to treat his soul injury. He would only know if he met with him and talked with him a bit. Damon let out a sigh. There was a lot of work to be done. But before that, there was something else he needed to do. Damon hurriedly opened up his Blood Hall panel and grinned as he looked at the new notification. Ding! You may now recruit 3 elite NPCs as personal followers. Followers will be bound to you as long as you serve as the Lord of the Blood Hall, or until their bond level reaches disfavorable. Finally, he said, something I actually have full control over. The system interface shifted, showing the recruitment menu tied to the Blood Hall. Dozens of names flickered across it, some familiar, others flagged as unknown but powerful. After everything that had happened, he knew exactly the kind of people he wanted by his side now. 2 names stood out immediately. One was Alora, the old hag. She was extremely talented and powerful, and she had a big, versatile skill set. He would be a fool not to recruit her. This was a complete no-brainer. For his next pick, he would have selected Varnix, but there was a problem with that. Varnix was needed in the Blood Hall to run things smoothly. It would be a mistake to take him away from that position. Also, he had no side benefits aside from his power level. There was actually another name he thought of, but that person was extremely problematic. That person was Cawthorn, a former blood general who had betrayed the previous lord. He was powerful, experienced, and worst of all, cunning. The kind of man you wanted on your side but could never turn your back on. Damon stared at Cawthorn's profile for a long time. His crimes were clearly listed: treason, unauthorized blood rituals, mass massacres, and suspected attempts at creating a false bloodline hierarchy. And yet, the man was still alive, which meant Veranex had purposely kept him locked away instead of executing him. That alone told Damon one thing: Cawthorn might still be useful. "Should I really do this?" Damon murmured, tapping the screen. He also wanted to recruit him because in his last life he had heard a rumor about this vampire. Among all sorts of vile and disturbing rumors that spread about the guy, there was one more rumor about how he had loved a human girl. Of course, it could very well be false. There were also rumors about him breaking the minds of many human women and keeping a slave pen full of human women just for his pleasure. Then again, many of the vampire lords did the same thing. They were extremely ruthless when it came to human beings, and especially ones associated with divinity and the holy light. Damon let out a sigh as he thought more about it. Recruiting Cawthorn was a gamble, but the man was a peak C-rank monster, something he would be right now if this fucking soul injury were not there. Elora was also in the C rank, but if the information he had was correct, then this man should be several times more powerful than her. He currently needed this power. Damon thought about it for a couple more seconds and finally made the decision. Get the bastard as a follower for the next 10 days and then ditch him for someone more reliable. As long as he could use him in the next 10 days to fix his soul injury, then everything would be worth it. Probably. He made the call. Deng, you have successfully recruited 2 followers: Elora of the Red Veins, LV 123, Grand Blood Alchemist and Rune Witch; Cawthorn the Oathbreaker, LV 145, Blood Knight. Ding, you are still able to recruit 1 more follower. Damon smiled at the third choice. He already knew whom he was going to recruit as his third. In fact, this was going to be his secret weapon in the game now that he was able to recruit a follower. Damon's gaze quickly went through the list and selected a name at the very bottom, an F-rank vampire with no class and no achievements to his name. Ding, you have successfully recruited Riven, LV 12. The system accepted the command without protest. Damon sat still for a moment, watching the words settle on the screen like dust on stone. Riven. A nobody. A failure. A weakling vampire tossed into the Blood Hall's dungeon long ago and forgotten. Even among F ranks, Riven was a joke. He had no class, no records of skill use, no bloodline awakening, and no noteworthy combat experience. But that was exactly why Damon had chosen him. Because in his last life, Riven hadn't stayed that way. Hidden beneath the surface, buried under ridicule and years of neglect, was something twisted and broken in the man. And when the right opportunity came, when the right trigger was given, Riven didn't just rise, he exploded into power. Damon still remember his nickname in the second year of the game: the Mad Swordsman, the Living Plague, the Death Whisperer. No one ever figured out what had triggered Riven's change, only that it had come suddenly and left a trail of corpses behind. This time, Damon was going to be the trigger. Even he did not know how to get this vampire's potential out, but there was plenty of time for him to find out. This was a long game he had to take. With all 3 recruits selected, the Blood Hall interface demmed and updated his command roster. He now had a loyal master alchemist, a dangerous traitor with a violent past, and a sleeping beast just waiting to be awoken. And all of them were right now bound by the system to serve him. "Now," Damon muttered, stretching slightly, "let's fix this damn soul before someone else tries to break it again." Damon quickly selected Elora's name, and the summon option blinked next to her. He could summon any of them to him, and the cooldown for this function was 1 day. He decided to just summon the old hag for now. There was no point in summoning the other two to him when he could just personally pick them up from the blood hall. Ding! Summoning Elora of the Red Veins. Estimated arrival 00006. Damon stood up from the ground and dusted himself off. 6 seconds wasn't long, but it was long enough for him to mentally prepare for the old hag's arrival. A shimmering of crimson light rippled in front of him as the air twisted. A small blood circle formed mid-air, and from within it stepped a seductive figure with her assets barely covered as usual. Her inky black hair fluttered wildly, and she revealed a wicked grin as her gaze met Damon's. "My lord, I am so happy that you thought of me. I am here to serve you in all different ways," she winked, pushing her assets together a little more. Damon stared at her for a second and sighed. "Elora, for once, can you act your age?" She smirked, clearly enjoying herself. "What? I'm just showing my enthusiasm. You summoned me after all. And now I am your follower too, my master. It is my duty to satisfy all your needs. Shall we tend to some of them right here?" With a flick of her wrist, her robe suddenly disappeared, and now she stood in front of Damon wearing just a two-piece and an extremely sexy one at that. Damon gulped as he took a good look at the black, lacy outfit Elora was now casually flaunting. It was bold, clingy in all the wrong ways, and definitely not the kind of thing one would expect a follower to wear while on duty. Damon groaned and looked away, trying to ignore the damned woman. While he enjoyed a good show, currently there were plenty of women in his life whom he actually cared for. He really did not have the mental space right now for this. "Get dressed and stop this nonsense. I won't tell you this twice." Elora pouted and turned away. For a second, Damon worried if he had screwed and lost her favorability, but the next second, the woman only revealed an even more cunning grin. "Can't say that I do not love a strict master. Yes, my lord, I am here to obey all your whims and wishes." Her attire changed to her old revealing one, which only had a little more clothing than the lingerie she was wearing. Not to mention, her attitude was still the same. Damon decided to give up on this for now. It was not like he hated looking at beautiful women. Well, whatever worked for her. "First, teleport us both to the blood hall," he gave the first order. Elora gave a theatrical bow, the shimmering red veins glowing faintly along her arms as she activated her magic. "As you command, my stern lord." She snapped her fingers with a smirk, and a swirling crimson vortex opened at their feet. The magic pulsed with the familiar scent of aged blood and runes, the unique signature of the blood hall. Damon didn't bother replying. He stepped into the portal, forcing himself to stay focused on his real objective, his soul. His body was still a mess. His mana circuits felt like tangled thorns, and every breath reminded him he was running on fumes. Now wasn't the time to get distracted by flirtatious witches. The portal whisked them away, and within seconds they emerged into the core chamber of the blood hall. Elora emerged beside him, stretching dramatically like she had just done something extremely difficult. Damon didn't give her the chance to open her mouth or start any drama. "Lead me to the prison cells." She gave a mock salute and spun on her heels, her voice lilting. "To the prison cells it is. Why, my lord,
Are you going to give me a good spanking for being such a naughty, naughty follower?" She made a really cute face as opposed to her usual seductive face, and it made Damon laugh a little. "Yeah, I just might spank you until you beg for mercy." She gasped in mock horror, putting her hand to her chest like he'd just offended her delicate sensibilities. "Oh no, how terrifying! Please punish me, master. Punish me hard," she whispered dramatically, with the same mischievous glint in her eyes. Damon decided to give up on this for now. It was not like he hated looking at beautiful women. Well, whatever worked for her. "First, teleport us both to the blood hall." He gave the first order. Elora gave a theatrical bow, the shimmering red veins glowing faintly along her arms as she activated her magic. "As you command, my stern lord." She snapped her fingers with a smirk, and a swirling crimson vortex opened at their feet. The magic pulsed with the familiar scent of aged blood and runes, the unique signature of the blood hall. Damon didn't bother replying. He stepped into the portal, forcing himself to stay focused on his real objective, his soul. His body was still a mess. His mana circuits felt like tangled thorns, and every breath reminded him he was running on fumes. Now wasn't the time to get distracted by flirtatious witches. The portal whisked them away, and within seconds they emerged into the core chamber of the blood hall. Elora emerged beside him, stretching dramatically like she had just done something extremely difficult. Damon didn't give her the chance to open her mouth or start any drama. "Lead me to the prison cells." She gave a mock salute and spun on her heels, her voice lilting. "To the prison cells it is. Why, my lord, are you going to give me a good spanking for being such a naughty, naughty follower?" She made a really cute face as opposed to her usual seductive face, and it made Damon laugh a little. "Yeah, I just might spank you until you beg for mercy." She gasped in mock horror, putting her hand to her chest like he'd just offended her delicate sensibilities. "Oh no, how terrifying! Please punish me, master. Punish me hard," she whispered dramatically with the same mischievous glint in her eyes. Damon rolled his eyes and waved his hand. "Enough! Walk!" She obeyed, hips swaying far more than necessary as she led the way down a side corridor lined with red torches. Damon followed behind, keeping his mind anchored to what mattered. Calethorn. He was going to meet the man face to face now, and no amount of Elora's playful teasing was going to change how serious this visit was. As they walked deeper into the blood hall's underground levels, the air grew colder and heavier. The enchantments changed. Runes of suppression and control were inscribed on the walls. These weren't decorative. These were meant to keep monsters locked down. Elora finally stopped in front of a dark iron gate covered in crimson runes. She looked over her shoulder with an oddly thoughtful expression. "You really sure about this, my lord? He's, not exactly the friendly type." Damon stepped forward, eyes sharp. "Neither am I." Elora gave a small smile at that, but said nothing more. With a wave of her hand, the crimson runes on the gate pulsed and receded, unlocking the heavy iron door with a deep, metallic groan. The scent of old blood and stale air drifted out like a warning. Damon stepped through without hesitation. The cell inside was simple, but reinforced with enough enchantments to imprison a dozen monsters. In the center sat a man chained to a stone chair, his long silver hair dull and unkempt, his bare chest covered in faded tattoos and scars. His eyes were closed, as if asleep, but Damon knew better. The moment he entered, Calethorn's lips twitched into a slow, crooked smile. "So, the blood hall finally found someone stupid enough to let me out," he rasped. Damon stared at him for a moment, letting the silence stretch. "Yes," he said flatly. "I'm the one crazy enough to put you to use." Cale Thorne opened his eyes, deep red, sharp as blades, and looked at Damon for a minute. Then he grinned. "You are an interesting one. If I had sacrificed someone like you, I wouldn't be in this condition in the first place." His eyes roamed over Damon, not with fear or respect, but with curiosity, the way a predator might eye something unfamiliar just before deciding if it's worth attacking. "And what makes you think you can control me, little lord? Do you think these chains mean anything? That the system's little leash will hold me forever?" "I don't need to control you," Damon said calmly. "I just need you pointed in the right direction. You are a mad, crazy bloodhound, aren't you? Don't you want to come out and play?" Cale Thorne laughed. It was dry and humorless, echoing off the stone walls. "Ha ha, you sound just like the last one. Thought he could use me. Thought he was clever." He leaned forward, and for the first time, Damon felt the sheer pressure behind those crimson eyes. And now his bones are dust. "I'm not him," Damon said simply. For a second, the room went quiet. Then Cale Thorne leaned back with a low chuckle, something dark flickering in his gaze. "Fine, I'll play your little game, Lord Blood God. Just don't cry when you realize what you've unleashed." Damon met his gaze without flinching, the edge of his mouth twitching into a faint smirk. He did not bother saying anything else to the guy. Cale Thorne's chains rattled as he slowly stood up, the crimson system mark glowing on his chest, now that he'd accepted the recruitment. "So, what now, little lord? Do I get a leash and collar, or are we skipping straight to the carnage?" "You'll get both," Damon said, "but only when I say so." Cale Thorne's grin widened. "Delightful! It's been too long since I've heard someone scream properly." Damon turned, motioning toward the door. "Then let's begin. You're not here for your amusement, Cale Thorne. You're here to help me, and if you're lucky, maybe earn your freedom." Cale Thorne followed without argument, the sound of his bare feet dragging against stone. As they exited the cell, Elora gave Damon a subtle look. "You really are insane," she whispered, amused. Damon did not deny it. "That's why I'll win. Come, we still have one more follower to recruit." Elora looked genuinely curious. The second follower of the new lord was enough to get her excited, and now she was extremely intrigued. "Don't tell me you found another ancient war criminal buried in the dungeons," she teased, falling in step beside him. "Or maybe a dragon in disguise like that worm we fought outside?" Damon didn't respond right away. Instead, he opened the interface mid-stride and scrolled all the way to the bottom of the recruitable list where the weakest, most forgotten entry rested. "Riven," he muttered, tapping the name. Elora blinked. "Who?" "You'll see." "Riven? I know that name." Cale Thorne raised an eyebrow behind him, clearly unimpressed. "You just recruited a level 12 no-name, a petty criminal who was always in and out of the prison system." He wasn't exaggerating. Riven was weak now, weak and broken and utterly overlooked. But somewhere inside that beaten shell was a monster. All he needed was the right spark, the right push. Damon was betting everything on being that spark. "Do you know him?" Damon asked the guy. Cale Thorne simply snorted. "What's there to know?" The three of them reached another section of the prison cells where more petty offenders were kept. "My lord, please wait here. I can go in and retrieve him for you." Elora bowed and moved toward the rows of lesser cells, heels tapping lightly on the stone floor. Damon nodded, letting her go. Cale Thorne rooed against the wall nearby, arms crossed, watching with a skeptical look. "Are you seriously planning to mold that garbage into something useful?" he asked, voice low. "I don't need him to be useful right away," Damon replied. I think you do. I can smell your rotten soul from a mile away." Damon was slightly surprised, but he remained indifferent, not giving away anything, neither confirming nor denying his words. Moments later, Elora returned dragging a thin, pale figure behind her. The vampire she held by the arm looked barely alive. His hair was tangled, eyes dull, and his robes were ragged. There was a hollow, haunted look in his gaze, like someone who had stopped expecting anything from the world a long time ago. "This is him?" Elora said, eyeing Riven with mild disbelief. Riven didn't resist. He didn't speak. He didn't even seem to register them properly. Damon walked over and crouched slightly so he could look the man in the eye. "Serve me for some time, and I will pardon all your crimes." Riven was not even bold enough to meet his gaze. The man simply nodded in a daze. Damon stood and gave a small nod. Even if Riven looked like a ghost of a man now, that small spark of obedience was all he needed. "Elora," Damon said, tapping aside. "Clean him up, feed him, and give him a basic gear set. Nothing fancy, just enough to keep him from falling apart. Oh, and give him a sword." Elora gave a disappointed sigh but didn't argue. "Yes, yes, my lord. I'll make sure your stray dog doesn't starve. Give something to Calthorn as well. All three of you can meet me upstairs after you are ready. We are headed out, and I need you to be in your best possible condition." Then, without another word, Damon walked away. As the Lord of the Blood Hall, he already had the system map for the whole place, and for the next order of business, he needed to meet Warnix. The old vampire came out to greet him as soon as he reached the main area of the Blood Hall, and from the looks of it, he was swamped, ordering around several vampires. Varnix didn't miss a beat. Even while directing a half-dozen different squads, his sharp eyes immediately locked onto Damon. He barked a few last orders, something about reinforcing the eastern wing and rerouting fresh blood stock to the lower floors, before turning his full attention to the young lord. "My lord, you are back. There are many things that we need to discuss. After the glorious war and our complete domination of the corrupted forces, many humans have shown interest in turning into a bloodling. Our blood hall severely lacks freshly initiated bloodlings to take care of simple chores. If you approve, then I can start actively recruiting more and more bloodlings." Damon's eyes widened. What was this turn of events? He did not know that a blood hall lord held such a position, so now he could decide whether other players became vampires or not? He chuckled in amusement and then went ahead to approve everything. It was all out in the open now, and there was no point in trying to restrict other players from becoming vampires. In fact, the more the merrier. The more quests these people completed and the more resources they poured into the blood hall, the more his strength and position would grow. Who was he to say no?
Varnix gave a firm nod. "Then I will begin the selection process right away. We'll prioritize those with combat experience, but even the weak can serve in other ways." Damon smirked. "Good. Turn as many as you need." Varnix then opened up another system interface in front of Damon. "As for the second matter, my lord, this is—" The guy hesitated. Damon could already guess what it was about. "Are you getting reports of the Holy Faction and Divine Faction preparing for another war?" Varnix's expression darkened, the red in his eyes flaring faintly. "Yes, our scouts intercepted communication between the Divine Church and the Radiant Hand. They formed a temporary alliance. Their goal is to cleanse the dark tide before it spreads any further." He scoffed. Typical zealots. Damon stepped closer and stared at the interface, which now displayed several war reports and alliance updates. A new timer had appeared in bold gold script. Holy Crusade Countdown. 6 days, 13 hours. Damon let out a low breath. Of course, he already knew something like this was going to happen. It was not going to be easy to maintain a vampire base on a continent surrounded by kingdoms and empires that absolutely loathed the race. Especially not after the siege he just won almost single-handedly. The humans had been humiliated, and their pride was bleeding.
A retaliation was inevitable. This Holy Crusade was just a fancy way of declaring another war. It was simply a system-sanctioned event that was going to keep on coming back again and again. At least he had 1 week to prepare for the first war. It must be because of that mutated worm's actions. Damon's gaze hardened as he stared at the timer. 6 days. He wasn't worried, not really, but this time the scale was different. They weren't sending a raid party or a few elite teams. This would be a full-blown assault. It would be as if he were fighting against an entire kingdom. After all, what he was doing right now was nothing short of kingdom building. It was an impossible task for any player, and the quest was designed for failure. This is why even if he failed, there would be extremely generous rewards. But Damon had no plans of failing. Ultimately, everything boiled down to resources, and he knew of many ways to quickly fill up those war coffers. Tell me, Varnix, how much do you need to get help from the main clan? I need backup that ensures complete victory in this battle. Varnix paused for a moment, then his fingers danced across the interface, pulling up a new screen. Several lines of text, symbols, and currency requirements appeared before Damon's eyes, each line representing a different tier of reinforcement from the main vampire clan. For basic support, reinforcement troops, some supplies, and low-tier mages will need around 500 million gold coins. But if you want elites, high-ranking nobles, warlocks, flying units, siege beasts, that'll cost you at least 2,500 million. And that's just the upfront fee. They'll expect tribute after the war too. Blood, territory, or something of equal value. Damon studied the screen, his expression unreadable. 2,500 million wasn't a small number, not in this game, but it was still far less than what he had imagined. If he pushed hard, he could definitely make it, especially if he cracked that territory. Fine, Damon said. I'll get it done. Prepare a contract with the main clan for the elite backup. I'll transfer the funds once I hit the number. Are you sure, my lord? Once the contract is signed, you will be accountable for that number. Damon bitterly smiled. He knew that much already. If he was not careful, this single action could possibly end his life and future. But at the same time, if he did not take this risk and see how far he could go in this kingdom-building quest, then he would be missing a golden opportunity that had fallen right in his lap. The number is fine with me. Don't worry about that. Just get the contract done. Damon's voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Varnix gave a slow nod, respect filling his crimson eyes. As you command, my lord. I will personally oversee the terms and ensure there are no hidden claws in the deal. The main clan doesn't always play fair. I'm counting on you, Damon smiled. I'll do my part and get the gold. You handle the rest. Varnix bowed and was about to leave when the old vampire suddenly stopped on seeing 3 figures walk towards Damon. The man's face immediately changed. My lord, these 3... Damon looked at the 3 from top to bottom and nodded with satisfaction. It looked like Elora did not hold back and took out the best stuff for all 3 of them. They are my new followers, Damon introduced them, which made Varnix's frown deepen. The old vampire's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight before him. The traitor, a seductress, and a fool? My lord. He opened and closed his mouth many times before shaking his head and dismissing himself. He did not say anything, but the look on his face said it all. The new lord was batshit crazy. Damon just chuckled at Varnix's reaction. He could feel the old vampire's doubt, practically hear the words he didn't dare speak aloud. But Damon wasn't interested in approval, not from Varnix, not from anyone. Elora came to stand beside him, looking smug and satisfied, her new armor hugging her curves like a second skin. Calethorn was a walking wall of menace now, dressed in blood-forged plate that radiated killing intent with every step. And Riven, well, Riven looked cleaner, sharper, slightly more awake. He still looked very out of his depth, but that was fine. Elora walked forward and hooked her arm into Damon's with a lazy confidence, smirking up at him and flashing her assets. "So, my lord," she purred, "what is this I'm hearing about elite backup? Do you really have 2.5 billion gold coins with you?
Damon snorted. "Do I look like I'm made of gold?" He glanced down at her arm wrapped around his and added, "Don't answer that." Elora laughed softly, the sound sultry and dangerous all at once. I wasn't going to say gold, but you definitely shine in all the right places." Caelthorn, standing behind them, let out a faint grunt of disapproval. "This isn't the time for flirting." "Oh, hush, wall boy," Elora shot back without looking. "If our dear blood lord is going to wage a war that could topple kingdoms, I think he deserves a little affection." Riven raised a hesitant hand like a schoolboy. Just to clarify, we don't have that much money, right? Because I've got like 4 copper and a button shaped like a chicken." Damon exhaled through his nose in amusement. "We don't have the gold. Yet." He looked at all 3 of them, his gaze turning sharper, colder. "But we will. In 6 days the crusade hits, and before that timer hits 0, I intend to make everyone who owes me pay." Damon closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Everything he did was tiring, and every breath he took was an effort, but he was okay. Things were going according to his plan, at least so far. While the 3 continued discussing the gold coins and the last time an elite army force like this had been summoned, Damon opened his system messages. 2 new messages flashed, and before he could read them, the person who sent the message was already here. Kate almost knocked him down as she ran straight into him and hugged him tightly. "What happened to you? Are you okay? You just disappeared after that battle." Damon blinked in surprise as Kate clung to him, her voice trembling, her breath warm against his neck. Her arms wrapped around him so tightly it felt like she was trying to pull his very soul back into her chest. He slowly lifted one hand and placed it gently on his back. "I'm fine," he said quietly. "Just busy." "Busy?" Kate pulled back, just enough to look up at him. Her eyes were wet and furious. "You nearly died. Then you vanished. Do you have any idea how scared I was?" "I'm sorry," Damon said, voice low but steady. "There were things I had to handle." Kate didn't say anything for a long moment. Her gaze searched his face, then flicked to the others standing nearby, Elora watching curiously, Caelthorn standing still like a statue, and Riven trying to pretend he wasn't eavesdropping. Her gaze darted between the 3 of them and landed on Elora one more time before she finally looked at Damon again. "Damon, what is she doing here?" she asked, with a weird smile that sent a fucking chill down Damon's spine. "Why is she here, and why is she with you?" Elora was the type to flaunt it if she had it, and this was not the first time Kate was meeting her, so she was obviously aware of the woman's antics. Damon bitterly smiled. He wanted to leave before this happened, but guess he was not fast enough. "These 3 are my followers. I will fill you guys in on everything later, but for now I need some help." He quickly changed the subject and looked at Mark. "Buddy, can you please take a look at the various missions that Varnix posts and finish all the important ones? We need to get shit done around here so that the territory doesn't collapse within a single day. These quests will be worth your time. Also, talk to the guy and form a mana corps. You too, Kate," Damon added. "With your status in the clan, you'll be able to get some sweet mana formation quests. Use that. I need you both powered up. We have a big fight coming in a week, and something might be coming up even sooner than that. Why don't you both open up the Blood Hall panel and check it out?" "All right, I'll take care of it," Mark nodded and opened the panel. Immediately his eyes widened in shock. Standing next to him, Kate did the same thing, and her mouth opened wide too. What the hell was this ridiculous amount staring back at them? How in the hell was one supposed to get this many gold coins? While the 2 were still shocked, Damon decided to quickly leave the spot before more questions about Elora arose.
He took one last look at the blood hall panel and let out a sigh. They had a long day ahead, but it was all going to be worth it. Let's go. We have a lot to do, and there is one last important matter that I need to take care of. Damon grinned and opened up the system interface. He then pointed to one of the dungeons in a city 2 kingdoms away. Can you get us all there, Elora? The woman curiously looked at the place and nodded. She immediately got to work as a teleportation circle appeared beneath them. No more running around trying to get to the city center's teleport portals and no more traveling on foot. It was awesome to have personal teleportation circles. Having a high-level follower was turning out to be pretty sweet, but this was just the beginning. A crimson teleportation circle bloomed in front of them, complicated runes etched around the circle. The circle pulsed with blood magic. All 4 of them stepped into the teleportation circle, and just like that, they disappeared from the blood hall. The next moment, they appeared right outside a graveyard. There weren't any players in the vicinity, and the entire place was kind of deserted. The dungeon portal itself was hidden, and it was inside one of the ruined tombs in the graveyard. Damon naturally knew which tomb he had to go to exactly. He might have forgotten a lot of details from his first life, but this was a major event that changed many lives in the game, especially the lives of his recent best friends. There was no way he would forget this. Damon walked over to the specific tomb in a remote corner of the graveyard, and immediately a system screen popped in front of him. Ding! You have discovered a new dungeon. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! All your gains inside the dungeon are increased by 50% for the first hour. There is a higher chance for more valuable loot to drop and rare events to trigger. Damon swiftly ignored the notifications and instead started looking around the tomb. The tomb itself was unremarkable, with cracked stone slabs, moss creeping through the joints, and half-eroded inscriptions barely legible under the flickering light of Elora's conjured flame. The statue of a forgotten noble loomed over the entrance, its face so worn by time that it looked more like a faceless wraith than a resting knight. Damon placed his palm on the statue's base. This is definitely the spot, but where exactly did they find it? "My lord, are we going to train in this dungeon?" Elora slowly asked. The dungeon portal was giving a strong aura, but to her, a top-tier geared-up sea-wanker, this was pretty much a walk in the park. Damon didn't respond immediately. His eyes narrowed as he crouched near the statue's base and brushed away a layer of dirt and broken stone, revealing a faint rune, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. "Not exactly," he murmured. "We're not here to train. We're here to awaken something." Hearing him, even Calthorn was curious. "Elora, can you activate this rune or something? What does this mean?" The woman leaned forward, not missing the chance to flash her assets on Damon's face, and then observed the rune carefully. She then placed her finger on it and sent a pulse of mana into it. The next second, a tile on the floor of the tomb moved, grinding stone against stone as a hidden staircase revealed itself, spiraling downward into pitch-black darkness. A gust of stale, ancient air whooshed up from below. Damon grinned. There it was. "All right, guys, go down and take care of any small fry that comes your way. Bring back the treasure chest from the tomb without opening it." Damon gave very specific instructions that the trio could not disobey from being bound to the system contract. This was because the treasure chest was no ordinary treasure chest. It was a sealed relic. Not any ordinary one, a legendary relic. A few minutes ticked by, and Damon could already hear the sounds of fighting from above. Sparks of mana flickered through the cracks in the stone floor, and the entire tomb seemed to hum with tension. Damon leaned against a statue, arms crossed, eyes closed as he thought about the events in his previous life. The last time around when this chest had surfaced, it had created a huge commotion in the game. This was because the player who found it actually auctioned it off. Every top guild in the game fought tooth and nail to obtain this treasure chest, and finally one of the Super 10s managed to grab it. That too, not just any Super 10, the most powerful one at that, the American Super Guild. However, what happened after that was a different story. Damon's thoughts were interrupted when Alora called out to him, "My lord, we found it. Shall we just bring it to you?" "Sure," Damon answered. The next moment, a shimmering red glyph appeared mid-air as Alora activated a short-range summon. With a low hum, the heavy blackwood chest materialized beside Damon, bound in layered runes and metal latches that pulsed faintly with dark energy. And naturally, it had the trademark legendary glow around it, which did not leave any doubts as to what grade the treasure chest could be. Damon stepped closer, eyes narrowing. The chest looked the same as he remembered. Jet black wood streaked with mana veins, 6 rotating sigil locks that looked more like seals than any real mechanism. Just standing near it made the hairs on his arms rise. Of course, this was because he knew what exactly this thing was. All three, Alora, Calethorn, and Riven, looked at him and the chest curiously, waiting for him to open it. There was also the unmistakable glint of greed in all of their eyes. However, after examining it for a couple of seconds, Damon immediately threw it into his spatial ring. "My lord, are you not going to see what there's inside?" Alora said, almost panting. Even though she was in C rank, the allure of the chest was simply too much for her to ignore. Damon shot her a sidelong glance, a smirk twitching at the corner of his lips. "No." Alora blinked, caught off guard. "But it's glowing. That kind of glow doesn't just happen. It's legendary." "I know, which is exactly why I'm not opening it." Calethorn snorted softly, folding his arms. "Don't you see? Our lord doesn't trust us. He thinks that we will murder him in his sleep and take the legendary item from him." Damon chuckled. "Then that would be the most foolish thing you ever did in your life." This shiny thing here, a legendary grade treasure chest, is not a treasure chest at all," Damon laughed. "It is a gateway to hell." Riven visibly took a step back. "Wait, what? Hell? Like actual hell, or just a hard fight kind of hell?" "It's both," Damon replied, his voice calm but firm. "This thing doesn't just contain a treasure, it's a lockbox for something alive, something that was sealed away for a reason. In his last life, the Super 10 that opened it suffered catastrophic losses. The ones who fought for it, bled for it, spent a fortune to get it, half of them were wiped off the leaderboard within an hour. And this was well into the game after everyone had powered up a lot. Right now, it was still the first innings, so the aftermath was going to be even worse." Damon grinned as he imagined the faces of those who would eventually end up facing the thing. This was going to be a blow they wouldn't recover from, at least for the next few months. If he was out for the count with a soul injury that delayed him for the next few days, it was only fair that the other party paid for it in the same way. The payback always has to be 10 times bigger. All three looked at Damon curiously, but Damon did not explain to them any further. "Alora, take us all to a nearby city. And can you disguise yourself as a simpler woman?" Alora looked mildly offended, one perfectly arched brow lifting. "A simpler woman? My lord, do you have any idea how much mana I spend maintaining this perfection?" Damon gave her a flat look, just enough to make every male in a 5-mile radius forget how to breathe. "Tone it down. I need a simple woman, not a temptress." Alora sighed dramatically, but her form shimmered as illusion magic took over. In moments, Her luxurious cloak was replaced with a plain brown robe, her high heels gone, her curves muted, her hair pulled into a modest braid. She even gave herself a small scar over her left brow and dulled her eyes. A humble, traveling woman. Damon nodded, satisfied. Calethorn, now donning a bulky traveler's cloak, adjusted his hood. Riven did not need any adjustment. He was as plain as they came anyways. As for Damon, he covered himself and lowered his hood, taking the most common leave-me-alone look that many players used in the game. All four of them together looked extremely harmless, poor, and boring. There was nothing on them to turn any heads towards their direction. Elora then activated the teleportation circle, and the group took the short ride to arrive at the borders of the city. From there, they walked right into the city gates after paying the guard a couple of silver coins. The city they entered was called Valemire, a bustling mid-tier hub that was not really famous for anything in particular. The group moved with practiced ease, blending into the crowd. They soon reached the auction house, which was their target from the beginning. The Valemire auction house wasn't as grand as the ones in capital cities, but it was still buzzing with activity. Tall, arched doors opened into a polished hall filled with private booths, eager bidders, and sly-eyed brokers whispering into enchanted scrolls. On one side, a massive notice board displayed items scheduled for upcoming listings. Rare ores, enchanted daggers, unique mounts, and even dungeon fragments were all listed. It was a feeding ground for information. And now, Damon was going to use it for his own manipulation. Damon's eyes scanned the room until he found what he wanted: the consignment clerk's corner. An NPC behind a high desk, surrounded by floating interface screens, input fields, and a constantly shifting queue of sellers. Without saying a word, Damon walked over, opened his spatial ring briefly, and flashed the unmistakable glow of the legendary chest for less than a second before closing it again. The clerk's eyes widened. His mouth moved, but no sound came. Then he swallowed hard and leaned forward. "Sir, would you like to register this item for private or public auction?" "Public," Damon said without hesitation. "I want the listing visible and promoted. Start the bid at 5 million gold. You heard me right. 5 million. Open to everyone. Highest bid wins." Calethorn choked beside him. Riven dropped a coin he was fidgeting with. Elora, despite her dulled illusion, gave him a look like he had just declared war on the entire human race. The clerk hesitated. "May I ask where you obtained it?" Damon shook his head. "It was obtained in a tomb, and that's as specific as I would like to be." The clerk nodded nervously, fingers already flying across the interface, as he began logging the item. "Understood, sir. Category: treasure grade. Tier: the system is flagging it as legendary. Sir, are you sure that you would like to auction this item? Once the auction is set, then the cancellation would be—" "It's fine," Damon waved to him. "Then please come with me. I will personally escort you to this special—" "That's fine. No need for any pomp and show. You're taking a 20% cut, right?" The clerk dumbly nodded. "I'm fine with that. Just set up the auction fast and give only 1 day's notice before the event starts." Damon gave specific details because he really did not want to give the super guilds any time to sniff something out. Even though he knew he had the upper hand here, he did not want to underestimate the opponent. The clerk nodded again, now fully serious, his fingers dancing across the interface. "Understood. A 1-day timer, promotion across regional hubs, starting bid locked at 5 million gold. Item hidden in vault until reveal." A system chime echoed, and just like that, the wheels were in motion. Across the continent, players would soon start receiving notifications. Every single person inside the game world would see the new listing. Legendary treasure chest. Auction opens in 24 hours.
As Damon left the auction house, two women walked over and asked the clerk curiously, "What happened, Hyla? Why are you so nervous?" The clerk, Hyla, looked up, visibly pale beneath the magical glow of the auction hall's interface panels. His usually smooth, merchant-trained smile was nowhere to be found. He glanced toward the retreating figure of Damon and then back at the two women, both dressed in fine robes marked with the emblem of the auction house. "That guy who just left," he whispered, leaning forward, "he put up a legendary-grade treasure chest for auction." "What?" the two women gasped in unison. "What? Are you serious? Bad guy? Impossible. He looks like a beggar. How could someone like that come across a legendary treasure chest? Don't be stupid." Hyla swallowed hard, his fingers still trembling as they hovered over the glowing console. "Fine, whatever. I don't have time to talk to you both now. You can see for yourself when the auction is set up." The two women frowned, not saying a word as they silently observed Hyla. After a while, he took out the treasure chest again to transfer it to the main auction inventory. It was only for a second, but the two women's eyes went wide as they noticed the glow of the treasure chest. Their chests rose up and down as they started panting. It was really a legendary-grade item. A legendary-grade item? How could something like that have suddenly shown up in their auction house? Their mouth became dry as they stared dumbfoundedly at Hyla. "What, you both believe me now?" The clerk sneered and left the two gawking at him. He quickly stood up and walked away to take care of the other procedures. The two women could only stare at him enviously. A single commission from a sale like this could set someone up for life. Even though the auction house took 15% of the sale proceeds, Hyla would still get 5% as a reward. The older woman finally broke the silence, muttering under her breath, "That bastard's going to be swimming in gold." Her eyes were still glued to the spot where the chest had been for a mere heartbeat. Why does someone like him get this lucky? The younger one nodded and silently walked away. She was also extremely envious of Hyla, but she had other connections that mattered more. She quickly opened up her system interface and started messaging. Promptly, another reply came back. "What, honey? Are you missing me already? 10 hours was not enough to satisfy your appetite?" The woman's face turned beet red, but she continued messaging. "Someone just auctioned a legendary-grade treasure chest." The reply didn't come immediately. A few tense seconds passed before the tone in the messages changed completely. "Where? Which city? Who listed it? What kind of chest? Give me all the details." The woman gulped and filled him in on everything except for the player's name. The system's anonymous listing feature made sure Damon's identity remained hidden even from insiders. Then came another flurry of messages. "Don't tell anyone else. I'm coming myself. Keep your eyes on that auction board. If the bid rises or anything weird happens, you report it to me first. I'll make sure you're rewarded." The woman smirked slightly and closed her interface, her mind already running through possibilities. With this man personally interested, she'd just vaulted from a low-level Stafford to someone who mattered. And all it took was eavesdropping at the right time. Meanwhile, across the city, word began to spread. Like fire catching dry grass, whispers flew from one player to another, from one shabby clerk to a guild informant. Rumors of a legendary chest on public auction in a minor city were too crazy to ignore and too tempting not to chase. Damon had only barely walked out of the auction house when he could already see a lot of movement. He chuckled under his breath as he had already expected something like this. Let the chaos begin. Elora was still pouting behind him, displeased about such an awesome treasure being simply auctioned off. Kelthorn couldn't seem to care less, while Riven simply looked around the city and walked nervously. Just as the entire city started becoming more and more chaotic, the four of them slipped out of the city. Right after they left, Elora gasped a little. "My lord, I can already sense several powerful figures coming into the city. Peak C rank experts and some even B rank."
Damon didn't stop walking. He gave a small nod, his hood still covering most of his face. Good. Let them come. The more greedy fools show up, the better. They'll waste their gold, their spies, and their strength trying to claim something that should never have been unsealed. Damon still vividly remembered the death and destruction this simple-looking thing had unleashed. The game had barely opened, and there were C-rank and D-rank experts who could even hide themselves from the leaderboard rankings. This told him many things. These super guilds were full of mystery. They had several trump cards like that mutated worm hidden in their arsenal. He should never underestimate them. Damon knew one thing for sure. They were still not serious about him, which is why he was able to survive and even come out on top in the previous exchange. But even that, he only managed to get out with a soul injury. If they actually knew what he was capable of, then they wouldn't simply let him off. This move from him was not just for revenge to knock them all down a peg, it was also to turn their attention to something else. He needed some time to repair his soul, and this gave him that opportunity. And most importantly, it would drag these hidden monsters from the shadows and bring them all front and center for all to see. It was easy to hide and fight from the darkness. What would happen once they were all forcibly dragged to the spotlight? Damon wanted to see for once and for all just how powerful these damned super guilds were. He might as well see it while eating popcorn and watching them all burn down to crisp. He couldn't help but feel a little excited for the days to come. But all that was only after his soul was fixed. He let out a deep breath and adjusted his focus. It was time to do some good old quest grinding. A soul fix was surely lying at the end of it all. He just needed to get on with the long quest and figure things out now. Alora, here are the new coordinates. Can you make a teleportation circle to the spot? Alora nodded and quickly got to work. The next second, a crimson teleportation circle bloomed in front of them. Damon pulled up the quest from the alchemist again to take a look. He hadn't made any progress in the quest at all and wanted to grasp all its details first before attempting the main quest chain. He willed for the quest chain to open up, and immediately a system interface popped in front of him. Ding! Legacy of the Lost Alchemist. You have discovered the hidden legacy of the forgotten master alchemist known as Ouroboros. Thought mad and long erased from public records, he once tried to break the limits of alchemy, body, and soul. Buried across the continent are 3 volumes of his lost journals. Each contains experimental notes, forbidden formulas, and unfinished breakthroughs. They detail a world-shaking theory. Through alchemy, a vessel may surpass mortality. Through soul brew, immortality itself may be brewed. Those who can uncover and comprehend all 3 volumes will not only inherit Ouroboros' techniques, they will inherit his unfinished legacy. Volume 1. Discovered in Kilaris City, Alchemy District, Old Shack. Volume 2. Location unknown. Rumored to be hidden beneath a corrupted alchemy lab lost in a forest dungeon. Volume 3. Location unknown. Possibly sealed in a royal archive or noble vault. Ding! Quest rewards upon completion. Legacy skill. Soul brew alchemy. Craft potions that affect soul attributes, class awakenings, or affinities. Title: Heir of Ouroboros. Unlocks unique alchemy subclass options. Artifact reward unknown. Rumored to be a Philosopher's Stone variant. Damon reread the quest many times, and yet again he was perplexed about the generous rewards of the quest. While the Earth Online game in general gave rewards for quests, it was seldom this lavish, especially not in the early to mid stages of the game. For a quest to dangle a legacy skill, a subclass title, and possibly an artifact on par with the Philosopher's Stone, it was rather suspicious, or its difficulty level was secretly off the charts. This was one of the reasons why Damon hadn't gotten to the quest just yet, but now he kind of had to see this through no matter what. This soul brew thing could directly just heal him up from top to bottom, which would be the best case scenario. Healing a small percentage would also be acceptable, as it would help him regain some of his strength and give him more time. A lot was riding on this quest. Wait, he still had that worn-out book he had obtained from the alchemist. He took the book out and tried to read it to see if it already had some sort of solution to his problem. Journal of Ouroboros, Volume 1. The book was handwritten in some sort of shorthand mixed in with the language of this world. At first glance it seemed he could understand something, but as he flipped through the pages, nothing was really getting into his brain. Damon could tell that it was a personal research journal. Experiments, failures, forbidden recipes. There was even a half-torn page titled Soul Brew Theory, Vessels of Immortality. But once again, there was nothing concrete. He simply couldn't understand what was in it. I should try asking my girl about this. He made a mental note. Lyrea was a princess, and she should have knowledge of many languages. There was a possibility she might be able to understand this. Damon tossed the book back inside, wondering how the elf was doing. He still hadn't heard about his family. Not that he could blame her. It had barely been a couple of hours since he had last seen her. Maybe things were taking more time than he had expected, even with someone of her status handling the situation. "My lord, is this not the correct place? Have I made an error?" Elora made the cute face again and pouted. Damon cringed. Such a face did not suit her at all. This woman was trying too hard. He sighed and shook his head. "The spot is fine. You are doing good." The vampire's face bloomed at the compliment. He chuckled and continued. "We basically have to run a few dungeons in this area to find an underground corrupted alchemy lab." Elora nodded eagerly, her eyes lighting up like she'd just been handed candy. "I love a good crawling, both the dungeon type and the role-playing type." Calethorn sighed from the side and started walking towards the dungeon portal. "I am assuming you want us to handle everything that is inside?" Damon nodded, not in the least bothered by either of their attitudes. "You can leave the blood-sucking to me." He shamelessly added and walked in the same direction. "There are 3 mid-tier dungeons nearby. Let's start with those ones." As he was getting 2 C ranks to do his dirty job for him, he knew that this was going to be extremely fast, which is what he needed at the moment. He would barely get any experience points and the loot would be less, but it was fine. Those things did not matter at the moment. "There, my lord, up ahead is the first dungeon portal." Elora pointed. The group walked briskly towards the dungeon portal. Well, Riven and Damon were the slowest, and the other 2 walked according to their speed. Damon could see Calethorn giving him disdainful looks for this, but he was completely unaffected. One needed to have a thick skin when milking higher ranks. Naturally, he planned to milk his 3 followers for everything they had. The group quickly arrived near the dungeon, when suddenly Damon stopped in his tracks. Seeing his reaction, all 3 immediately became alert, especially Elora. But Damon stopped her from taking action. This was because the person sitting cluelessly in front of the dungeon portal was none other than the muddle-headed old alchemist he had met back in the city, the one who had given him this quest in the first place. The old man was cross-legged on a jagged slab of stone, muttering to himself as he traced invisible runes in the air with a crooked finger. His robes were more frayed than Damon remembered, and his beard looked like a bird's nest that had survived a hurricane.
Elora blinked. "Is that thing sentient? Should we kill it before it multiplies?" "No," Damon muttered. "That's the quest giver." Calethorn made a noise of disbelief. "That's an alchemist?" Riven squinted. "I'm pretty sure I saw that guy licking a mushroom in the alleyway last week." Damon ignored them all and stepped forward cautiously. "Old man." The alchemist didn't react. Damon cleared his throat and tried again. "Master, it's been a while. How are you doing?" The old alchemist blinked slowly, as if rousing from some trance.
His gaze dragged upward until it landed, barely, on Damon. His mouth opened, then closed, then opened again like a rusty hinge remembering its purpose. "Master," he echoed, almost reverently. "Yes, yes, I was one once. Or perhaps I was 3. The details are alchemical." His gaze narrowed slightly, as if threading its way through the fog of fragmented memory. I know you. You're the blood-soaked one, the boy with a mouthful of questions." Calethorn muttered. "Yup, definitely licked a mushroom." The alchemist ignored them all and suddenly sprang to his feet with surprising agility, sending a cloud of dust, feathers, and something that might have been a bat wing flying from his robes. "Did the first one speak to you? The book? Did it whisper, bite? Did it bleed?" "It was mostly unreadable," Damon awkwardly responded. "But I've got it, and I'm here for the second volume." The alchemist grinned, revealing teeth stained with something suspiciously violet. "Good, good, then the journal hasn't rejected you, yet. That's promising, or terrible. Could go either way." He reached into his tattered sleeve and pulled out a bone key wrapped in dried roots. "Below this dungeon," he whispered. "A place that used to breathe, the corrupted lab. You'll know it when you hear the soul's wail." Damon accepted the key, a little puzzled. He thought he would have to comb through a lot of dungeons to get here, but this old man simply handed over the key to him. What was going on? "But be warned," the alchemist added, suddenly grave. "You'll need to prove yourself to the lab. It remembers Ouroboros. It remembers failure, and it does not suffer pretenders." "Sounds lovely," Damon muttered, pocketing the key. The alchemist turned away, already lost in a new conversation with a beetle on his shoulder. Damon stepped back to the group. "Well, Elora," asked, brows arched. "He gave us a key and an ominous warning." He then turned towards the dungeon entrance. "Let's go and check out this place." Calethorn didn't move immediately. He stood there staring at the alchemist, who was now whispering secrets into the beetle's ear like it was a long-lost lover. "What happened?" Damon asked. Calethorn simply shook his head, nothing. However, Damon did not miss the faint smile that lingered on his lips for a fraction of a second more than it should have before disappearing. The group quickly entered the dungeon, and to Damon's surprise, the old man also tagged along with them, mumbling something about this and that. Damon did not care. The dungeon itself was a level 50 dungeon, and it shouldn't be difficult at all, especially with 2 C-rankers by his side. This guy tagging along with them added a little bit of complexity, but it should still be more than easy to get through the dungeon. The dungeon was essentially a cave, and as soon as they walked a few feet, a group of spider monsters skittered towards them. Elora didn't hesitate. Her eyes gleamed crimson, and a rush of blood sigils spiraled up from her hands. She snapped her fingers, and a glowing rune circle flared to life beneath her feet, intricate lines of ancient blood script weaving themselves into the air. "Crimson net," she murmured. Red chains made of liquid blood erupted from the rune circle, snaring 3 of the spiders mid-leap. They shrieked as the runes pulsed violently, injecting corrosive blood magic that began melting their carapaces with sizzling hisses. Seeing her kill half the mob, Calethorn scoffed in annoyance. "Don't take what is mine." With a low grunt, he stepped forward and cleaved a larger spider in half with a brutal swing of his great axe, not even bothering to activate skills. "I hate bugs," he simply said, kicking aside a twitching limb. But that was not the only spider that got killed. Everything behind it was decimated by the shockwave from the single axe swing. However, the madman did not seem pleased with the result at all. "I am rusty from being shut in that damn prison for so long," he grumbled, walking forward. The 2 no longer waited for instructions. They simply walked forward and started clearing the dungeons left and right. Damon watched the chaos unfold with a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. This was exactly what he'd planned. Let the heavy hitters do the work, clear a path, and if anything truly interesting appeared, he'd swoop in for the prize. Riven stayed beside Damon, flicking the occasional arrow to act like he was doing something. They're like murder-happy children in a candy store. You're sure you don't want to join in the bloodbath? Damon shook his head. But how about you try to fight a little? This seemed like a good opportunity to put some pressure on Riven and see if the coal turns into a diamond. Riven groaned, flipping his dagger in one hand and his bow in the other. Then louder, with exaggerated reluctance, he said, "Fine, fine, I'll shoot something that bites back. Your wish is my command, my lord." He scratched his head and tried shooting arrows at something in the distance, but all of his arrows missed, some even hitting Elora and Kalethorn. Riven winced as the two of them turned and gave him a death glare. He picked up the bow again, pointing it in the opposite direction, and this time he ended up firing an arrow at the muddle-headed old man. Fuck! Damon quickly moved to block the stupid arrow from accidentally killing his key quest character.
The arrow thunked harmlessly into Damon's chest. Damon didn't flinch, but the glare he turned on Riven could have peeled paint off a fortress wall. The old alchemist, for his part, didn't even seem to notice. He was crouched by a crack in the cave wall, cooing softly to a glowing centipede and feeding it something that looked disturbingly like a human molar. "Do you have a death wish?" Damon hissed, yanking the bow from his arm and tossing it back at Riven's feet. "Just use something else to fight, okay?" How could someone be so bad at this? Fuck! This bastard better be good at some other weapon. He curiously observed Riven once again, standing in front of the old guy, just to make sure he doesn't end up dead. Riven rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly and gave a thumbs up. "Right, no more arrows near the crazy guy. Got it, boss?" Damon didn't respond. He just stared. Under the intensity of that gaze, Riven sighed and muttered, "Fine, melee it is." He drew his dagger and jogged forward with the expression of a man heading into tax season without half his bills. One spider that was left behind, half dead, lay on the ground with barely a sliver of its health left. Riven spotted it and grinned like he had just found a jackpot. "Perfect," he muttered, and charged. The spider twitched once. Riven screamed like it was a fire-breathing demon. He leapt over it, stabbed wildly, once, twice, 3 times, only managing to hit the floor, the wall, and possibly his own foot. The dagger finally connected on the 4th strike, but by then the poor thing had probably died of embarrassment. "Victory!" Riven declared, striking a pose. "Did you see that precision? My lord, I have killed for you!" Damon pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled slowly. This was going to be a long fucking day. He might just end up killing this bastard before he ever awakens his true form. If there was anything hiding inside at all, it was deep down, way, way deep down. Not knowing his thoughts, Riven was over the moon. "Thank you, my lord, for giving me this opportunity. I suddenly feel like I can do anything." Damon raised a brow, momentarily doubting if he had jumped to conclusions too soon. He watched keenly with growing interest as Riven spotted another spider in the distance and charged towards it. There was determination in his eyes, a fire. He could almost see the demonic madman he knew in his last life. His pulse raced as he watched Riven. There was no fear in his steps as he boldly faced the level 50 monster. Damon watched without blinking. Riven raised his dagger and slashed down with conviction. The way his hand moved was smooth and without hesitation. Riven's strength was no match for the spider, but it did not matter. The madman could beat foes way above his power level. And this guy might just pull it off. He watched with his anticipation building as the dagger was about to connect with the beast. Was it going to be a critical strike? Was it going to contain some sort of dagger aura he inherently unleashed? However, the next moment Damon froze in shock, staring at the unbelievable scene in front of him. The dagger never connected, and the man was missing in action. Damon's gaze moved downward as he watched the spider look at him in disdain.
Riven lay on his stomach, his limbs twitching uncontrollably before ending up completely still and silent like a statue. Elora was the first to speak, her voice dry. Did he just knock himself out? Calethorn walked over and gave Riven's foot a nudge with the end of his great axe. No response. Yep, he's out cold, paralyzed. Face planted so hard, I think the floor took more damage than the spider. The spider, for its part, didn't even bother finishing the job. It just turned and skittered away like it had accidentally stumbled into a tavern brawl it wanted no part of. Calethorn simply used his leg to squish it like it was nothing. Damon stared at the crumpled body on the ground, trying to process what the hell just happened. I really thought for a second. He let out a sigh. The old alchemist tottered over, peered at Riven thoughtfully, then patted his head. Still fermenting, he muttered. Needs more chaos, perhaps some trauma, or a stronger cheese. Damon sighed and rubbed his temples. Elora, trying not to laugh, flicked her wrist and summoned a blood rune to gently float Riven's unconscious body behind them like luggage. Do we leave him like this, or... No, Damon grumbled, already regretting every life decision that had led him here. He's my responsibility, sort of. Let's just get to the corrupted lab before something else implodes. As the group began moving again, the alchemist suddenly gasped, "Wait! Don't step on that rock! It's a hallucination trap!" Everyone froze. The alchemist chuckled to himself. No, my mistake. That was a hallucination of a hallucination trap. Continue. Calethorn growled, "I am going to kill him before the dungeon does." Damon didn't reply. He understood the sentiment way too well. The descent into the dungeon continued with the faint echo of Elora's blood magic still lingering in the walls and Calethorn's axe swinging through the air like punctuation marks on a war hymn. Behind them, Riven floated like a deflated parade balloon, blood rune tugging him gently along. His mouth twitched once as if dreaming of spiders and glorious victory. Damon sighed once again. More and more spiders poured into their path, which were swiftly taken care of by Elora and Calethorn. Damon didn't even have to raise a finger. Soon the entire first floor of the dungeon was wiped clean. Naturally, in record time. They had just walked from the dungeon entrance to the end of the lair, and the first floor of the cave network was cleared.
The group came to a halt before a spiraling staircase made of stone descended to the next floor. "Let's go." Damon nodded, and everyone took the stairs. The group made their way to the next part of the dungeon. The second floor was surprisingly empty, with nothing coming running at them. Calethorn took a step forward to explore further, when suddenly Elora pulled him back with a whip made of blood magic. The next second, an arrow whooshed past the space where Calethorn was standing. If Elora had been even a second slower, the arrow would have definitely hit him. Elora's whip retracted into her hand, still shimmering with bloodlight. "You're welcome," she said dryly, her crimson eyes scanning the shadowy edges of the corridor ahead. "If I am not wrong, then the entire place is filled with traps." Calethorn blinked, looking at the spot where the arrow had just sliced through the air. That would have pissed me off. It would have done more than that." Damon pointed to the arrow where some sort of poisonous liquid was oozing from the tip. Calethorn's eyes narrowed as he crouched beside the arrow and gave it a cautious sniff. "Yeah, that's not just poison. Paralyzing poison. Would have made me just like that idiot." The alchemist wandered up behind them, humming, "Mildly necrotic. Faint hints of basil. Oh, that's my recipe." Damon ignored the old fool and stepped forward, scanning the hall with narrowed eyes. Paralyzing poison again? He looked around, wondering what was going on. Normally, dungeons would have more lethal poisons. He thought about it for a moment, and then looked ahead. We need to assume every step is a trigger. Let's be careful.
There might be more lethal poison traps ahead. Elora gave a small nod, fingers already weaving subtle runes into the air around her. Blood magic flowed smoothly from her fingertips. "Go, baby! Make your mama and Dandy proud!" She blew it a kiss, but not before winking at Damon seductively. Damon arched an eyebrow, unimpressed. "That thing better be more useful than your flirting." The blood bat chirped indignantly, as if personally offended, and took off down the corridor in a flutter of red mist. It flitted just above the ground, triggering trap after trap, bolts, blades, darts, and even a brief gout of fire, all sprung in vain, chasing the nimble creation. Elora quickly followed it up with power-packed blood balls, completely demolishing all the trap mechanisms. Calethorn let out a low whistle. "Okay, I take back half the things I said about witches." Elora smirked, not even looking his way. "You should take back more. My bloodlings have feelings, you know." Riven, finally awake, and now trailing behind like a disgraced intern, watched the traps erupt ahead with a pale face. "Are we sure this dungeon wasn't designed by someone with a deep hatred for adventurers? Why can't it be simple fighting?" Elora shot him a glare, as if you are any good at simple fighting. "Hey, it's easy for a C-ranker like you to talk." Riven sulked, kicking a stone on the dungeon floor, which, coincidentally, triggered yet another mechanism. Sorry, I will just keep my mouth shut." He nervously backed away. Elora took the lead on the floor as she soon destroyed every single trap. The corridor grew quieter as the final trap mechanisms lay in ruins, gears still twitching in their final moments. Damon followed behind Elora, eyes scanning the scorched walls and scattered rubble. The traps were nasty, yes, but the ease with which Elora tore through them was even more telling. She wasn't just powerful, she was efficient. "Good work," Damon praised her. She didn't reply, but her lips curled into a smug smile as she walked ahead, crimson light still flickering around her fingertips. Calethorn stretched his arms and cracked his knuckles. "Now that the hallway of death is behind us, can we please fight something? My axe is starting to feel unused and sad." At the end of the corridor, the path split in two, one side veiled in a thick green fog, the other pulsing with faint mana runes etched into the walls. Damon paused, studying both. Fog or mana runes? One's probably poison, the other's probably monsters. The old alchemist stepped forward, sniffing the air like a hound. "You should take the fog." Calethorn looked at the man, once again a small smile appearing and disappearing on his face. Damon was about to ask him about that, when suddenly he had an odd feeling. "Wait, Elora!" He hurriedly tried to stop the woman from stepping forward into the rune path, but it was too late. She was already there, and the last trap of the floor had activated. Damon used whatever blood energy he had in his command to quickly form a shield around her, but it was too late. An arrow appeared out of nowhere at top speed, a speed even a C-ranker would find difficult to dodge. Damon's shield was not enough to block it, but it was enough to warn Elora. She hastily tried to dodge it, but the arrow grazed her arm. Elora hissed in pain, stumbling back as the arrow's tip tore through the edge of her armor and cut a thin line across her upper arm. Blood welled immediately, but more concerning than the wound itself was the green shimmer trailing the arrow's path. Nasty poison spilled out of the arrow, and the green aura was not helping. It was strong enough to cut through her armor and directly enter her skin. Damon immediately took out a healing potion and a poison antidote from his spatial ring, coincidentally, the same ones he had looted from the old man. "Ah!" She gave a painful wink and tried to maintain her usual seductive eyes. "I will be fine, my lord. No need to waste these potions on me." She barely finished speaking when she swayed on her feet and collapsed forward into Damon's arms. He caught her effortlessly, but his jaw clenched as he felt the heat radiating from her skin. Her blood was reacting violently, boiling beneath the surface, her crimson aura flickering with unstable arcs of magic. Whatever was in that arrow was an extremely strong poison, one strong enough to have such an effect on a sea ranker. "What the hell is this dungeon?" Damon thought out loud. As he looked around, it was a quest dungeon all right, but it seemed extremely unique, especially the varying difficulty levels. "I should put these arrows in my inventory. Might come in useful sometime later." "I got it, boss. Let me get them for you." Damon snapped out of his thoughts and turned around, about to warn Riven, but it was already too late. The damned idiot once again got himself knocked out by touching a poison arrow with his bare hands. Damon sighed. That's now 2 out for the count. Kilthorne raised an eyebrow, looking at the 2 unconscious bodies sprawled dramatically on the floor. "Let's just leave them here and come back to pick them up later. Both of their healths are stable, and they're only paralyzed." But Damon firmly shook his head. "Elora will recover soon. It's better to wait." Next to him, the old man sat down comfortably on the floor, not caring about anything. Kilthorne, on the other hand, cracked his neck and walked forward confidently into the path on the right, the one with the runes. "Suit yourself. I don't want to sit still, so I'm going ahead to find something worth hitting." Damon didn't stop him. He knew Kilthorne was more than strong enough to handle anything in this dungeon, and the man was far too cunning to fall for more poison traps. It was no coincidence that he hadn't stepped into a single trap ever since he stepped inside the dungeon. Kilthorne vanished into the corridor etched with mana runes, his axe resting casually on his shoulder, humming some offbeat tune. He heard sounds of loud hissing, snake monsters, no doubt. However, a steady series of notifications told him that Kilthorne was rampaging through them. Soon minutes passed, and 20 minutes later Kilthorne returned with a smug grin on his face. "All done. You don't have to wait here like a princess, my lord." "You are very eager to prove yourself, my good follower," Damon chuckled. He glanced at Elora, but unexpectedly he stood up. "All right, let's go." Kilthorne shrugged and led the way. The old alchemist followed them. The 3 of them descended deeper into the dungeon, passing through the now cleared rune corridor. Snake monster corpses were littered everywhere. Their blood essence was still very fresh. Damon helped himself to the blood essence, and coincidentally he received a couple of boosts on his poison resistance skill. The poison here was also pretty strong. A single hit could take out even a pretty strong player.
"Nice haul," Damon muttered, licking the last drop of blood from his finger. Once again there was another staircase, and they went deeper down into the next layer of the dungeon. This time no traps or tricks were waiting for them. It was just straight-up monster mash. Numerous scorpions with glistening black carapaces scuttled out from every crevice, their stingers twitching with unnatural speed. Each one was the size of a large dog, but that wasn't the worst part. Their bodies shimmered with a faint greenish-purple glow, indicating their poisonous nature. However, these things were no match for the Blade Master. Kilthorne was already in the middle of the swarm, cleaving through scorpions like a farmer harvesting wheat. After the scorpions, the next were the wasps. And then there were centipedes, ants, but with a twist of poison. All sorts of venomous creatures slithered one after another as the 3 of them continued to go through several floors of the dungeon. I have never seen a dungeon like this. Even Kilthorne was impressed. "This has to be the longest dungeon I have come across in my life," the guy chuckled. Damon did not say anything. He remained silent with a small smile on his face. He still did not bother fighting and just collected all the blood he could get his hands on. Though every single creature in the dungeon was seemingly ordinary, their venoms were frighteningly powerful. Even a casual touch of a dead creature's exploded insides could be extremely fatal. The 3 of them continued to go through the dungeon and eventually reached the 25th floor of the dungeon. On this floor, a horde of beasts waited for them, basically a mix of everything they had come across on the upper floors. Kilthorne still didn't have any problem dealing with the bugs and monsters, but occasionally 1 or 2 slipped past him, which Damon was more than capable of handling himself. "Oops, that's my bad, little lord," Damon chuckled lightly.
"It's okay. You are doing a great job. Continue working hard like this." Calethorn smirked, and slowly more and more beasts started slipping through the cracks. At a certain point, Damon was panting and wheezing as his current weak condition made him extremely exhausted, and his blood supply was also being overused. "Little Lord, hold on, I am coming to you soon." Calethorn let out a loud, maniacal laughter in the midst of the slaughter, clearly not concerned about anything. He was well aware of Damon's critical condition, and yet he continued to allow more and more beasts slip past him. "I am really impressed with your fighting abilities, my lord, even in your pitiful state." He laughed again, enjoying how Damon was torturing himself to barely keep up. An inexplicable smirk appeared on the man's face as he finally let a dozen spiders charge at Damon at once, all of them level 60 and mutated. "Let's see how you handle this, little lord. Or can you? I guess you need my help. The thing is, I am slightly busy at the moment. Otherwise, of course, I would have come running to you." Calethorn barely finished his words when a huge burst of fire almost exploded right on his face. He had to hastily retreat several steps back in order to avoid getting roasted. The heat singed his eyebrows and the tips of his cloak caught fire before he slapped them out. His amused expression faltered, replaced by a look of shocked confusion. Out of the dust and debris rose a huge snake, its cruel, slitted eyes locked onto Calethorn. From behind it, Damon chuckled lightly and stepped forward. "Oops, my bad. Did I forget to tell you that I have a giant pet snake?" Calethorn's face twitched. He did not expect his weak blood-haul lord to have tamed something so powerful. Alina seethed as she quickly cleared the floor out without a single issue. "Let me guess," Damon said, brushing ash off his shoulder without looking at Calethorn. "I thought you were letting me lead because I was weak?" He gave a quiet chuckle. "Sometimes I like to see what people do when they think no one's watching." Calethorn lowered his head slightly, masking the irritation on his face with a smirk. "Of course not, my lord. I was truly swamped. Otherwise, I would have—" "Alina's already cleared the rest," Damon cut him off, gesturing behind him without turning. "We can go to the next floor." The hallway fell into silence, broken only by the crackle of scorched stone and the hissing breath of the giant serpent. Damon walked forward without another glance at Calethorn. "Next time, if you want to test me, make sure you're ready for the result." A vicious glint appeared on Calethorn's face, which quickly disappeared. He silently followed after Damon and the old man, the snake leading the charge this time around. However, even though he was outrightly bitch-slapped on the face, Calethorn did not seem to mind at all. There was only viciousness and anticipation in his eyes as he licked his lips, walking on to the last layer of the dungeon. Alina and Damon stopped in their tracks, completely shocked by what lay ahead of them. This one was completely different from all the other floors. In front of them there was bubbling and sizzling lava-like liquid, except it was green in color and clearly poisonous. The liquid was sloshing about and it was everywhere. Pillars of stone jutted from the toxic lake like skeletal fingers, each one covered in runes that pulsed faintly with sickly green light. Suspended above the poison were narrow pathways, some broken, some swaying, forming a maze that snaked towards a wide platform at the heart of the cavern. On the central platform there was a temple of sorts, a jagged structure forged from dark obsidian and laced with veins of glowing viridian poison. The green liquid around it never touched its stone foundations. Instead, it parted at the base like worshippers bowing before their god.
The temple stood atop a pedestal carved with images of serpents, venom-blooming flowers, and scenes of sacrifice too detailed to be symbolic. The obsidian walls rose at crooked angles, covered in grotesque carvings of writhing beasts, skeletal priests, and fanged idols drooling venom.
At the very top, a single massive serpent skull had been fused into the architecture, its fangs dripping with emerald ichor that vanished before touching the ground, absorbed into the sloshing, poisonous liquid all around. Massive stone doors stood closed at the front of the temple, etched with rotating rune circles that flickered between green, black, and violet. And above those doors, a chilling inscription in an ancient script shimmered into visibility for just a moment. All poisons are truth. All truth is death. Damon narrowed his eyes, studying everything around him. There was no sign of a final boss or anything like that. In fact, this entire dungeon was more like a trial rather than a regular dungeon, and the final floor only confirmed this. If he was not wrong, then this final floor should probably have one or more rewards listed in the quest and awarded for a partial completion. Snapping him out of his thoughts, suddenly the shrill voice of the old man sounded. The old guy actually managed to trip over and fall into the acid pool. Damon reacted as fast as he could, but he was caught off guard and also in a weakened state. There was only so much he could do. In the span of a second, the acidic poison had already reached the old man's robes. The fabric hissed and sizzled, dissolving into steam as the liquid crept higher with terrifying speed. His screams grew distorted, gurgling until a whip-like strand of venom shot up from the pool and coiled around his waist like a living tentacle, yanking him deeper into the glowing sludge. "Eliana!" Damon barked, already lunging forward, blood flashing around his palms as he tried to draw on every ounce of his power. But he was already too late, and a huge quest failure notification popped in front of him. Damon did not even have the chance to see if he could do anything else about the quest, or if he could somehow revive the old man, when the quest completely disappeared from his logs like it never existed. Any detail he tried to look up about it only ended with a big, "Not available." Damon frowned. He quickly searched for the old book he had found and found it in the inventory. Thankfully, the book was still there. He let out a sigh of relief. In the end, he was already here, and he might as well obtain the second part of the book. At least that way he wouldn't leave empty-handed after all of this. And even end up finding some rare soul elixir recipes in the books. Putting the book back into the inventory, he looked around, trying to figure out how to actually get to the shrine at the center. The more he looked at it, the more audacious the whole thing looked. Damon couldn't quite place his hands on it, but the shrine somewhat gave him a feeling similar to the one he had faced when he had faced the demon. A powerful, oppressive, intimidating feeling. He had to go there and see what that really was. Perhaps there was more than just the second part of the book inside this place. But for that, he needed to cross this sea of death first. Damon's gaze shifted to Calethorn, who comfortably leaned on a wall behind and whistled something inaudible. "I'm right here, little lord, if you need me, that is," he smirked. He clearly did not plan to move even an inch without Damon's say-so. And from the looks of it, he was pretty sure Damon was not going to ask him to do it. However, this was where he was wrong. Damon smiled at him and simply asked, "Cross this, or figure out how to do it. Get it done in the next 2 minutes." Calethron's gaze turned cold for a moment, and then he chuckled. "If you say so, my little lord." He hummed and casually created a barrier around him and Damon as he started crossing the twisting stone pathway above the poison. Damon hadn't seen before. Clearly, Calethorn wasn't just a mindless blade. He knew his way around magic, too. The serpentine path was narrow and slick, parts of it crumbling with each step. Below them, the green poison gurgled and hissed louder, the tendrils of venom occasionally lashing upward, like they sensed fresh prey. Calethorn's steps were light, deliberate, almost playful, as he guided us forward. "I hope the great shrine of death doesn't mind visitors," he muttered with a grin. But Damon could tell that his eyes were sharp, calculating every inch. Halfway through, he stopped and turned to wave at Damon. "Everything is fine, little lord. Feel free to come on over." Damon looked at him pensively, with many thoughts running in his mind. "Come on, little lord. I need you in this distance if I'm going to protect you at all. Anything more or less than that, then I wouldn't be able to intervene in time." He let out a maniacal laughter, almost as if he was saying that was what was bound to happen. "Are you coming or are you running away? Get on with it." Damon did not say anything. He looked around, glanced at the temple once, and then the exit. Then he made a decision. He took a step forward. Calethorn grinned. As if he was messing with Damon, the barrier around Damon flickered a little, only to stabilize a second later. Damon remained indifferent, without responding to his antics. He continued taking the same path that Calethorn took. For every step that Damon took, Calethorn took one more step forward. However, the journey was anything but simple. Several times the poisonous liquid tried to gurgle, hiss, and claim him, but the barrier stopped it every single time. There was also a time when the rocks crumbled right underneath Damon's feet, but Calethorn was right there, creating a phantom stone for him from his blood magic. It was very crude, but it was effective. Finally, Damon reached the halfway point. On the other side, Calethorn landed on the central platform, once again without a single injury on his body and with the same smug smile on his face. "I am safe and sound here, little lord. Come and join me fast," he laughed. Damon's frown only deepened as he took the next step. And suddenly everything changed. The liquid around him started sloshing wildly as if sensing something it didn't like. Tendrils of venom lashed higher, no longer sluggish or curious, but hostile and agitated. The path beneath Damon trembled, veins of green light pulsing along its cracks. The barrier surrounding him wavered again, this time violently, the edges sizzling where they brushed against the poison mist. Calethorn's laughter rang louder, no longer restrained. "I am sorry, little lord. I think it's some kind of barrier from the shrine. I am no longer able to cast my barrier. Oops!" He particularly enunciated the last word as he continued to laugh wildly. "This time, little lord, even if you beg me, there's nothing I can do for you." In the blink of an eye, the barrier completely disappeared and the rocks crumbled as well, leaving behind nothing for Damon to even get a grasp on. He tried to reach for the rocks in the front, but the poison lava claimed that as well. There was nowhere for him to go except down. Calethorn eagerly watched the scene he had been waiting for so long as he licked his lips viciously. "You should have known better, little lord. Haven't you heard? I am a traitorous snake. Why would you trust a traitorous snake like me and cross a damn poison lake?" He laughed loudly, seeing the poisonous liquid splash around and roil wildly. There was simply no way for Damon to survive something like this. The sweet, sweet moment he was waiting for was finally. However, the next instant his face froze. "No. Impossible." He gritted his teeth and muttered in disbelief. After everything crumbled and fell, a blood barrier shone brightly amidst the poison splashes. Inside it, Damon floated midair, and right next to him, in another barrier, appeared a familiar figure. "You traitorous bastard! How dare you plot against the Lord of the Blood Hall?" Elora's voice rang in fury as she sent a blood beam hurtling at Calethorn. Calethorn's eyes widened in shock. "What? Did you not expect to see me here?" Elora shouted with her killing intent raging wildly. The Lord has always known who you were, you filthy trash. Under His command, I was following you all along, waiting for you to finally show your true colors. You sealed your fate when you decided to go against the oath you took. She sent a dozen powerful slices of bloodbeam towards the spot where Calethorn was standing. Calethorn might be powerful, a peak C-rank expert, but Alora was also a C-rank expert with many tricks up her sleeve. Perhaps in a one-on-one fight, Calethorn might even be slightly stronger than Alora. However, things changed when there was Damon and Alina were by her side. Calethorn cursed and flicked his blade up, barely deflecting the first blood beam. The second tore a chunk out of his shoulder, blood splattering across the temple floor, but he managed to dodge the remaining. Both Damon's and Alora's gaze was locked onto the vampire as he lifted his head back up. Surprisingly, he once again started laughing like a maniac. "You planned all this? Little Lord, I have really underestimated you." He laughed even louder. "I can't believe you planned everything so perfectly." His laughter filled the cave, yet there was no panic or desperation in it. Something felt off. Alora strengthened the barrier around Damon, urging him, "My lord, let's first get to the shrine." Even though fighting Calethorn in close quarters was going to be troublesome, her intuition told her that it was the best thing to do right now. However, Damon shook his head. "It's already too late. It's here." Calethorn's laughter became even more maniacal. "Once again, you are one step ahead, little lord. I can't believe it. How can a rotten, dumb bloodling like you possess such a wonderful brain? I might have to eat your brain after you die just to see how you became so smart." "What the hell are you talking about?" Alora was about to unleash another attack when the poisonous liquid around them started churning wildly. From within, a pair of serrated legs popped up, followed by another, and then another. From the venomous depths, a grotesque form began to rise. Dozens of serrated limbs emerged first, long, jagged, and segmented like an insect's, but dripping with a slime that hissed on contact with the air. The poison lake boiled, bubbling with green foam as more of the creature's monstrous form slithered out, revealing a bloated, armor-plated torso fused with pulsating sacs that glowed with putrid light. Its many eyes blinked out of sync, all trained directly on Damon. A low, gurgling screech echoed through the cavern, reverberating in their bones. The next second, it clicked its mandibles, and a familiar voice rang out. "You damned little insect, why do you have to be so resilient? You had to show up in my dungeon with 2 C-rank experts? When I met you, weren't you just a fucking beggar salivating after my potions? How the hell did you become a lord? You even dared to destroy my vessel. What gall you have! It doesn't matter. I will heal your glorious vessel to the way it was supposed to be. Now kneel and submit to the great Ouroboros." The monster fully emerged now, its towering form a horrifying blend of mutated insect, slithering serpent, and sentient rot. Bulbous tumors pulsed across its chitinous body, leaking trails of acidic vapor. Dozens of sickly tendrils waved behind it like a fan of rotten feathers. And at the center of its chest, bound in fleshy tendrils, was a half-melted humanoid face, his original body, grotesquely fused into the core of the beast. This face was none other than the old man who had accompanied them until now. "What, little lord? You didn't expect this, did you?" Calethorn let out a malicious laughter. "What are you going to do now? Your little slut here won't be enough to save you now." Damon looked completely shocked and stunned, absolutely horrified. "What? How? But did you not die?" He stammered and choked. But the very next second he couldn't control himself. He buckled over, clutched his stomach, and started to laugh wildly. "What the hell are you talking about, idiots? How could you have been more obvious than this? Who would possibly be surprised by something like this?" Damon's laughter echoed across the venom-laced chamber, sharp and unhinged. Standing next to him, Elora, who was actually surprised, quickly changed her reaction after hearing Damon's words, slightly lowering her head in embarrassment. Damon wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and straightened, his crimson gaze turning cold. "I think all the years in the prison have completely rotted your brain, Calethorn. But it's fine. I will deal with you later. I guess I have to deal with the bigger idiot in the room first." Damon shifted his gaze to the horrendous creature in front of him. "Let me guess. You're a poison master, and you went wrong somewhere and ended up like this? Now you want my handsome body?" Ouroboros, or at least the half-face, immediately looked offended. "What are you blathering about, you fool? This is the perfect poison vessel I carefully sculpted after years and years of experimenting. What would an ignorant little bloodsucker like you understand? This is perfection standing in front of you. Why would I want another body? Yours would merely be an addition to my existing perfection." The creature cackled loudly, spreading out its limbs and spewing poison out everywhere. Elora hurriedly strengthened the blood barriers around herself and Damon. However, Damon tilted his head, completely unimpressed as green mist hissed around the edges of his barrier. "Right, you've definitely been sniffing your own fumes for too long." He narrowed his eyes. "You call that perfection? That's a sewage accident with legs." The monstrosity let out a screech, venom geysering from its pulsating sacs. "You dare mock me? You stand before the eternal mind of Ouroboros, herald of the Everwrought, the grand alchemist of decay." Damon interrupted dryly. "Herald of the Everwrought? That's the edgiest name I've heard all week. You're basically a fungal infection with delusions of grandeur." Elora stifled a laugh behind her palm, quickly converting it into a cough. Even Calethorn found himself glancing sideways at the creature, lips twitching. Ouroboros hissed furiously, "Enough! You bloodsuckers are a blight on the purity of poison. I will dissolve you, digest your vessel, and excrete you as alchemical waste." The creature reared its head and let out a big belch of green air. The air immediately turned to a haze of corrosive mist, thick and buzzing with acidic mana. The stones beneath it hissed and bubbled, melting into slush, and even the temple walls groaned in protest as runes flickered under the toxic onslaught. Elora hurriedly tried to strengthen the barriers again, but the creature cackled wildly. "It's no use. The moment you stepped inside this dungeon, your fate was already sealed. You have already been exposed to my poison for a long time now. What is a little blood going to do about it?" The next second, waves of green sludge started rising up from the poisonous lava lake, arrows shooting out of it towards the blood barriers. Even Calethorn was not left out, as several arrows honed in on him, sizzling and screeching as they tore through the mist. He cursed and conjured a jagged blood wall to deflect the incoming wave, barely managing to divert the sludge with a snap of his fingers. "What the hell? I thought you were on my side." "You were," the twisted voice of Ouroboros gurgled through the haze. "But now you are simply another test subject." The malformed old man's face twisted in a sickly grin. "Be grateful. Your blood will make a lovely reagent for my next evolution." Calethorn's expression turned murderous, his blade igniting in a crimson glow. "You backstabbing filth! You dare—" The huge stinger behind the creature did not let him finish as it shot forward like a bolt of lightning, attacking him repeatedly with a speed and agility that a creature like this should not possess. Calethorn had to use everything he had just to dodge the attacks. "How are you so fast?" His eyes went wide as his abilities were pushed to the maximum. "Am I fast or have you become slow?" the creature cackled as it released another belch of putrid poisonous air, and at the same time dove towards Damon. Elora and Alina both immediately jumped into action. The snake hissed as she sent blasts of pure firepower towards the huge monstrosity, while Elora took the defensive stance, not letting a single attack reach Damon. Parlor tricks won't work against me. Ouroboros cackled and screeched as he used the waters of the poisonous lake to block all of Alina's attacks. Fire sizzled the poisonous waters, and it only ended up producing more toxic fumes. "You only help me accelerate the process," he howled as he absorbed the ambient heat into his bloated sacs. "You think you can burn rot? I am a poison master. You humiliate me by using such cheap tricks. Give it up. Your soul is mine. Your body is mine. Your everything is mine already. Come and become part of me." Ouroboros cackled even louder. The poison lake surged, creating mayhem. Everything in here was his to command. The entire area was his domain, and it was clear that he held the advantage right now. Alina continued attacking him with everything she had, but the snake was completely overpowered. The poison fumes were slowly starting to get to her. Elora was in no better state. She blocked every single attack from the vicious, monstrous creature, but the poisonous atmosphere was wearing her out as well. Calethorn did not even bother to stand and fight anymore. Before his energy completely ran out, he decided to get the hell out of there. He overcharged himself and burst with speed as he hurriedly used 2 of the crumbling rocks to make it back to the other side. "Little Lord, I hope to see you back on the outside," he smirked before he disappeared from the floor, quickly climbing back up the dungeon layers to get the hell out of here. Ouroboros tried his best to stop him by lashing out at him, but it was of no use. Calethorn's skill level was simply superior. Perhaps if he had used that to actually put up a fight and worked as a team with Elora, they wouldn't be in this position in the first place. Ouroboros screeched in rage at this. "Coward!" the monster bellowed, his voice thick with venom and wrath. His tendrils lashed wildly, slamming into the walls and floor, sending chunks of corrupted stone flying. "You dare flee in the middle of my ascension? I will find you and dissolve you, even if you run to the ends of this world." But Calethorn was already long gone. The fury of Ouroboros turned blistering. His bloated form pulsed with erratic energy, the tumors along his spine throbbing violently, leaking more of that glowing sludge into the poison lake. The entire chamber shook. While the mad, hideous creature was still distracted, Damon made a decision and sent a message to Elora. "Get out now." Elora stared at him in shock. "My lord, we cannot teleport in here. He will not let the both of us." "You don't have to worry about me. I am only talking about you. Get out of here right now," Damon urged her once again. Elora froze. Her blood barrier flickered as her concentration wavered, but her eyes never left Damon's. "But," he tried again, "you'll die if I leave you now. I can still fight. I can—" "Elora," Damon commanded this time. "Leave. Right now. This is an order." The Blood Witch's heart clenched. She looked around, the walls collapsing, Alina barely standing, the lake rising higher with every breath the monster took. Elora's jaw trembled. For a moment she looked like she might disobey, but then she bit her lip, hard enough to draw blood, and closed her eyes. Her hand moved in a sharp rune, faster than thought, and her form began to glow with a deep crimson light. The next second, her speed exploded, and she became a streak of blood energy that shot forward through the narrow crevices of the exit, which was now almost completely blocked. Ouroboros snarled, his eyes narrowing. "Running again? Do all of you leeches lack spine?" He once again tried to grab her with his tendrils, lashing a cluster of them toward the streaking trail of blood magic, but they slashed through empty air, too slow by a fraction of a heartbeat. The corridor echoed with a shriek of frustration as Elora vanished into the crevice, her form slipping through the poisonous cracks just before they collapsed entirely. At the same time, the snake's form also disappeared as Damon dismissed Alina. Ouroboros turned toward him, venom gleaming from his fangs and sacks. "You arrogant worm! You think you have a chance now that your little toys are gone? Why did you send them all away? They were nice little bodies I could have experimented with. What a waste!" Damon's bare legs lightly hissed against the sizzling stone as he stepped forward, completely unaffected by the toxic haze. The flames from Alina had long since dissipated, and Alora's blood barrier was gone. But Damon stood tall, unprotected, unbothered, and unmistakably amused. The huge monstrosity only now noticed it as its many eyes widened in shock and confusion. Ouroboros's massive form twitched, his bloated tumors bubbled with anticipation and suspicion. "Why are my poisons not working? How are you able to stand? You should have already dissolved by now," he growled, his voice a burbling gurgle of rot and malice. Damon continued walking, and when there was no more rock under him, a pair of blood wings appeared on his back. The next second, his speed exploded. Ouroboros hurried to block his path to the exit, but once again, to his shock, Damon's figure was bolting in the other direction. The creature wailed in anger as it started raining all sorts of attacks toward Damon, but he erected one barrier after another, blowing through his blood supply. Soon he reached the central area where the shrine was located. Damon paused after taking a few steps onto the platform and looked back at Ouroboros. "Say, how about you try attacking me now?" The creature let out a horrendous screech that ricocheted through the ruined chamber like a chorus of agony and bile. The sludge lake surged violently, pillars of poisonous muck erupting around the shrine, but they fell short, slamming into an invisible dome that shimmered faintly with ancient runes. Ouroboros skidded to a halt at the shrine's edge, tendrils flailing, his hulking frame writhing in outrage. "What have you done? That platform belongs to me!" he bellowed. "You cannot enter my temple and disgrace my god! This is blasphemy! Get back here, you pathetic insect! Get back here right this second, you wretched blood tick! You don't even understand what you're standing on!" Ouroboros roared, his entire form shaking as he slammed against the invisible barrier. The sickly green sludge hissed and crackled on contact, but the ancient ward held firm, repelling him like an immune system rejecting a foreign body. Damon grinned, standing right behind the green barrier. "You lack maturity and good strategy," he calmly explained to the enraged creature. "You also have very bad luck and chose a very bad target. Better luck next time." Without wasting any time with the grotesque thing, he turned slowly and walked inward to the shrine to explore it properly. After all, right from the beginning, this was the only reason he had been so patient until now. In fact, the moment Damon saw the old man sitting outside the dungeon, he had already figured out that something was off. Everything about him might be in tatters right now, but that did not mean his primordial senses were switched off. Right from the beginning, he had observed every little exchange between this guy and Kyle Thorne, and every little smug, malicious smile that appeared on that guy's face. As if that was not telling enough, this old man somehow managed to completely walk down to the last and final floor of the dungeon without a single scratch on his body. Unlike Riven, who managed to get knocked out multiple times. Now that was a real idiot, not this guy who merely acting as one. The elaborate dungeon layers, the special horde of poisonous beasts, and the slight glint of anger that flashed past the old man's eyes every time his followers massacred his horde were all more than enough telltale signs. To top it all, the guy even acted as if he was stumbling and falling into the poisonous liquid without any rhyme or reason. But Damon had to give it to him. Despite all the shoddy planning and the poor acting, he did manage to poison 2 C-rank experts right under their noses. That alone spoke volumes about his skills as a poison master. If Damon were like anyone else, he might have fallen for it too. But unfortunately for Ouroboros, Damon was not like anyone else. His bloodline made him a freak who became stronger with everything he consumed, and very generously this old dude had provided him with all the materials starting from the first floor of the dungeon. From the very first mutated toad to the venomous vine walkers, every poisonous creature that had crossed his path had unknowingly become fuel for his evolution. Damon's poison resistance had shot through the roof in this single dungeon alone. His poison resistance was now at a freaking A rank, and then some more. Something that should have been impossible for someone at level 60 from a world like Earth. It was only thanks to the genius of this man that his body was able to slowly adjust, synthesize, and adapt. The longer he stayed in this dungeon, the less the poison affected him. And now, here, on the final floor, standing at the heart of the Poison Master's domain, it was as if the waters welcomed him to take a nice warm bath. Damon chuckled as he continued walking into the shrine. When he had first suspected the intentions of this old guy, he did plan on getting the hell out of here, as he did not need another problem right at this moment. This was back when the team had faced the spiders on the very first floor, but before he could turn to leave, he saw the notifications pop in, one after the other, as he absorbed more and more blood essence. Even though his body was wrecked, his poison resistance still improved. How did this work? Wasn't his body completely destroyed? Damon had been puzzled, but in the end he did not care. Maybe since it was changing things at the core level, it continued to work. Or maybe it worked like how he had been steadily gaining stats and skills, even though none of it reflected on his status panel and in his body's attributes. Throughout the floors, he even tested things a couple of times to make sure the upgraded poison resistance was indeed real and not just another notification which did not translate into anything, thanks to the fucked up condition of his body. Only after this he dared to step deeper into the trap. Why? This was because Damon had already seen something like this in his last life. Well, he had not personally experienced it, but it was the experience of another player who was tricked by an NPC. The man had a rare beast egg, which was swindled by the NPC. The player raged about it on the internet, on every forum he could find. In the end, someone decided to look it up for him and researched the whole thing, only to find out that the quest was only partly a trick and it was partly true. In the end, the guy managed to get his beast egg back. For the life of him, Damon could not remember what the guy's egg finally hatched into, but he did remember one thing that stuck with him for a long time. The NPC bitches could never be trusted completely. But at the same time, the quest they give had to be at least partly true. Even though this old dude had tried to lure him into his trap and Damon had sniffed everything out completely, a part of him couldn't simply let it go and turn away. He kept wondering which part of the quest was true. Could there really be a way to heal his soul here? He couldn't deny the small possibility, and hence took the bait willingly to come down and play with the old man. Thanks to this, now he found something very interesting and unique. This place definitely smells like some sort of legacy or heritage, Damon pondered as he walked around the shrine, observing everything keenly. Damon's footsteps echoed lightly across the obsidian tiles as he moved deeper into the shrine. Faint green glowing runes shimmered under his feet, flaring as he passed, but they did not resist his presence. He grinned and continued walking. The walls were covered in murals depicting coiling serpents, plague-stricken cities, and a lone hooded figure ascending a throne of bones beneath a sky of swirling green fog. Damon's gaze shifted from the etchings to the more substantial stuff. Ancient urns lined the walls, each filled with preserved venom sacs, dried serpent scales, and brittle roots that reeked of alchemy. Clearly, Ouroboros hadn't touched these for some reason, but Damon did not care. He took everything that could be lifted off and tossed them into his spatial ring. Inheritance sites like this were extremely valuable. Every little thing here could potentially go for a fortune. He even tried removed stone slabs from the shrine, as they seemed to have some sort of power, but they proved extremely difficult to uproot. So he left them and casually continued strolling. In the background, Ouroboros' screeching became louder and louder. His many eyes saw what was happening and bleated in rage. "You miscreant! You dare defile my god's sanctum!" His massive form thrashed against the barrier, sending shock waves through the already weakened dungeon. Poison fountained from his gaping maws, hissing as it splattered harmlessly against the invisible dome encasing the shrine. "Don't mind me," Damon called lazily over his shoulder, brushing dust off a jade vial capped in bone and slotting it neatly into his ring. "Just taking what's owed. You know, payment for the welcome party and all." He moved calmly, running his hand over the altar's edge once more before stooping to retrieve a curved ritual dagger embedded at its base, its hilt wrapped in dried sinew, its blade green with crusted venom. The weapon thrummed faintly as he lifted it. Damon grinned wider. Outside the shrine, Ouroboros was losing what little mind he had left. His voice was now just a mangled roar, no longer words, just raw hatred and desperation. "Thief! Defiled! Cursed blood! I'll devour you!" Damon tapped the dagger lightly against his shoulder, casually turning toward the heart of the shrine. "Relax. I haven't even started the main business yet." Ignoring the screeching monstrosity, he entered the main hall of the small shrine. Outside the barrier, Ouroboros howled in disbelief. "Liar! Filth! The sanctum will reject you! It's mine! It's mine! You will not be able to step in! You will rot and die! You will perish! You will be erased into the oblivion!" Damon smiled and took a step inside. Runes glowed faintly under his feet, but nothing really happened. "I seem to be doing fine." He laughed and continued inside. The entire place wasn't all that big, and there was only a single altar at the center of the hall. "Oh!" He stepped closer to the altar. "What do we have here?" Right next to the altar there was a body on the ground that was missing a head. Damon crouched and cautiously examined the body first. He already had a feeling whom this might belong to, but the screeching outside quickly confirmed his doubts. You dare lay eyes on my former self?" Ouroboros shrieked. "Let me guess," Damon muttered. "This was before the whole giant eldritch worm phase?" He gently lifted a worn medallion still hanging around the corpse's neck. The symbol etched into it was identical to the one pulsing under his feet, an Ouroboros serpent devouring its own tail, but with an eye in the center of the loop. Ouroboros raged, but his voice was beginning to fray, growing more feral by the second. "Put it down! Put it down now! You are unworthy! You cannot wield my god's legacy!" "Oh!" Damon rose slowly, slipping the medallion into his pocket like loose change. "You mean this legacy?" He turned toward the altar, eyes glinting with interest. It was made of some dark green stone and looked like a serpent coiled onto itself. Above it floated a vial, sealed, suspended mid-air. Black and green liquid shimmered within, twisting like a living serpent in glass. A prompt finally bloomed before Damon's eyes. "Would you like to participate in the legacy trial of the Venom King?" Outside, Ouroboros slammed into the barrier again. A tidal wave of putrid sludge erupted from his back. "No! You will die in agony! Your blood will curdle, and your bones will splinter!" He howled as his voice cracked like a dying storm. But Damon barely heard him. His mind was already ticking, calculating. A trial. An especially powerful one at that. Given what he'd seen of Ouroboros, the man clearly failed and devolved into a bloated monstrosity. That made him think for a moment. Was he prepared to attempt this? Was he in his best condition to attempt this? But then again, if he failed, he should be able to attempt it again. After all, this guy was trying to do the same thing. His finger reached forward, tapping the prompt without hesitation. Yes. The next second, the vial exploded, becoming a spiral of toxic mist that coiled around him. The shrine trembled. The runes beneath his feet ignited in sickly green fire. Legacy trial initiated. Trial objective: survive. Outside, Ouroboros screamed in horror and rage. "How dare you! A lowly bloodsucker cannot even step into my god's sanctum, and yet you dare to attempt it! No! No! Stop it! Stop it this very second!" However, the monster's horrendous voice and everything around him quickly disappeared into darkness, as Damon found himself standing in the midst of endless darkness. A new notification flashed in front of them, before that also completely disappeared. You have entered the Venom King trial grounds. All outside interference has been severed. Damon exhaled slowly. Suddenly, his vision was flooded with green mist, and a few seconds later, the mist parted before him to reveal a towering temple, a grander version of the shrine he had just left. But this one wasn't weathered or crumbling. It was grand and powerful. Veins of emerald venom ran through its walls, and a colossal serpent statue coiled around the top like a divine guardian. The structure radiated ancient majesty and unbearable pressure.
Wow, what is this place? Where am I right now? Damon mumbled as he took in the grand sight in front of him. However, the next second he snapped out of it. His face froze in shock as he noticed something else. His body. His body was now completely healed? He immediately tried to pull up his status screen, but nothing like that popped up. It doesn't matter. I don't have to confirm it with the status screen. I can feel it. This overflowing power. Damon clenched his fists, and he could feel the power rolling over his muscles. After his level-ups and his recent blood-drinking spree, not to mention the boosts he had received from absorbing all of the blood essence back in the battlefield, his stats should have completely exploded. This was the first time he was feeling all of it at the same time, the first glimpse of his new and upgraded powerful body. Damon grinned. This was the only thing he was worried about this trial. His weakened state was definitely a handicap for him, even before he started, but it looked like he did not have that problem after all. The good person who set up this trial perfectly took care of that for him. Now he could go all out in this trial without a single worry. The temple gates ahead slowly creaked open on their own, revealing a long corridor lit by green fire. Damon stepped forward, barefoot on the runed stone path. He was only wearing a simple shirt and a pair of pants at the moment. All his items were missing, including weapons. This would have been a huge setback for many, but Damon hadn't yet bothered collecting any items worth keeping with him, so he did not mind it so much. This also meant that he wouldn't be able to top up with health potions and mana potions. It looked like the rules of the trial were set up in such a fashion that the person only relied purely on their personal talent. Fine by me. Damon continued walking towards the temple gate when suddenly the ground started rumbling. Spiders began pouring out of the cracks between the stones, dozens of them, from palm-sized creepers to massive armored arachnids the size of wolves. Their chitons shimmered with a sickly green hue, and venom dripped from their fangs, sizzling where it hit the stone. "I guess I can't just walk up to the temple doors, huh?" Damon mused. "It's fine. My body has been feeling very rusty lately. Let's go, fuckers!" Damon did not touch his mana core and decided to first start with his blood essence to get a base feel of his current power level. But once again, there was a surprise waiting for him. The moment he tried to reach for his blood essence, something deep inside his body reacted. A heartbeat, a pulse. It was a single boom, a deep, thunderous pulse that echoed through his entire being. That wasn't just his heart. No, it was something else. A beat that didn't belong to flesh alone. It resonated from his blood, his bones, even his very soul. The
The moment it thudded through him, he felt his entire body ignite with primal energy. My primordial core! Damon staggered slightly, his eyes widening in shock. The blood inside him surged like a living thing, answering the call before he even consciously directed it. It didn't feel like normal blood essence anymore. It was heavier, more potent and powerful than his blood had been before. The first of the massive spiders lunged toward him, fangs dripping and limbs slicing through the air. Damon didn't even move to dodge. He simply raised his hand and willed the blood essence covering him from head to toe. His entire body was radiating power that he had never even imagined before. If he had had this power when he faced the worm, he would have slaughtered that beast without a single scratch in return. This much power was simply unreal. Damon grinned, fully basking in the unrestrained, intoxicating power. Flaming crimson blood lances erupted from his body, shooting off in multiple directions. Not just a single lance or two, but dozens and dozens of them. Damon was able to freely conjure one for each of the spiders running towards him. Each lance exploded out like a missile of pure hatred, rotating mid-flight as if alive, homing in on a spider and pinning it mid-leap or mid-crawl. Some burst through multiple bodies in one go, reducing venomous flesh to green mist and shattered carapace. The corridor was instantly transformed into a slaughterhouse, a rain of chitin and acidic ichor. Damon slowly exhaled. He stood at the epicenter, arms spread slightly. More lances floated around him now like crimson serpents, flexing, waiting, eager for more prey. His eyes glowed with a manic joy. So this is what I've been missing. This is what my bloodline was meant to be. He absorbed every drop of blood essence in front of him as he felt his aura grow even wilder and stronger. He could feel it. He still hadn't tapped into the power of his core at all. More beasts started appearing in front of him. Snakes, toads, and twisted hybrids slithered, hopped, and crawled into view. Creatures born of venom and nightmare, their eyes glowing with unnatural hunger. Some bore bulging glands pulsating with toxin. Others had malformed limbs, too many fangs, or tails shaped like scorpion stingers. Damon did not flinch. He was fine with whatever came his way. He did not know what level these were, but he did not feel any danger from any of them. His feet continued walking forward through the acidic mist and ichor-drenched stones like a predator on a battlefield made for him. He was going to reach those temple gates today and walk into the trial area to claim everything that was inside. There was nothing going to stop him today from doing that. The fight lasted for about 5 hours when finally the beast horde stopped appearing. Damon stood in the middle of the temple entrance, now transformed into a crimson wasteland. Piles of dissolved chitin, steaming venom, and blackened ichor sizzled on the stone floor around him. The runes beneath his feet pulsed erratically, flickering between venom green and deep blood red, as if the temple itself was struggling to recognize who truly held dominion now. He was covered in blood, but not a single wound marred his skin. His shirt was long since torn, his pants barely hanging on, and yet his posture was still upright, composed, even invigorated. 5 hours, and he hadn't used a single mana skill. He hadn't even touched his core. Just pure, unfiltered blood essence devastation. A part of him was even disappointed that he wasn't pushed even more, forcing him to test other things. But there was still time. After all, he was yet to step inside the temple. Damon rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck as he walked forward into the open gates, finally entering the grand temple. He barely took one step inside when, unexpectedly, the snake statue at the top of the temple moved. A deep grrrrunk echoed through the entire structure, like stone grinding against stone. But it wasn't just the architecture stirring. The massive serpent that had once appeared carved, regal, and unmoving suddenly flexed, scales shimmering with oily emerald light. Its eyes flared open with a poisonous golden hue, and its colossal head slowly uncoiled, gazing down at Damon like a god inspecting an intruder. A tongue like a whip flicked from its fanged mouth. Then the entire serpent descended, its body slithering down the side of the temple, coiling around its columns like a living fortress come alive. Damon stopped. He eyed the snake, just as the snake eyed him. "You bear the scent of ancient blood," a voice hissed, not from the serpent's mouth, but from everywhere at once. It was layered, distorted, venomous, and old. "But do you bear the will?" "I would not be here if I did not," Damon answered, ready for whatever came next. The statue then suddenly disappeared into green mist, and slowly a slender figure took shape within the mist, her face covered with a veil. "My master would not approve of this. His legacy is not meant for the ones who walk the path of blood." Damon was slightly taken aback at the woman's words. However, he did not give up on things just yet. After all, if he was not allowed here, then the gates simply would not have opened for him. "Whether he approves or not, I am here and I will prove that I am worth of his legacy," he firmly answered, eyes locked onto the veiled woman. "Blood or venom, all power is carved through suffering. I've earned my right to stand here." The mist around her swirled, coalescing tighter into a woman cloaked in emerald robes embroidered with serpent runes. Her veil shimmered like thin toxin, obscuring her features, but her aura was undeniable, ancient, regal, and seething with restrained lethality. Her bare feet hovered inches above the ground, each movement causing the air to ripple like oil across water. For a moment, she said nothing. Then she raised a hand. A spectral fang formed above her palm, glowing with a viridian radiance. "You walk with pride, but pride alone does not conquer the poison," she said. "Let me remind you what you are lacking to earn my master's legacy." With a flick of her wrist, the fang shattered, and the air exploded into green flames. The entire temple trembled as thousands of spectral serpents surged from the walls, the floor, even from beneath Damon's feet. Every single one of them transformed into a darker green mist, all shooting towards Damon at the same time. He was completely surrounded on all sides. There was no way for him to retreat or dodge. He had to face it head on. And Damon planned to do just that. A golden barrier appeared around him as he tried to reach his core for the first time. He only barely made a connection to it, but the next instant his body surged with mana. There was mana everywhere. Every cell of his body was filled with energy to the brim, and all of it was his to command. All of the poisonous mist slammed into the golden barrier, instantly shattering it, but it did not matter. He summoned another one, and yet another one. He activated one divine skill after another, and followed it up with one holy skill after another. And they were not simple skills either. These were the rare skills he had stolen from the elite NPCs, each with an amazing synergy with the rest of his skills. Sanctified Bulwark, Luminous Veins, Radiant Flood, Radiant Shield, and Divine Cascade. The list of the skills was endless, and Damon calmly activated one after another in the best order he could somewhat think of. However, even his random stitching together of skills proved fatal for the green mist. The threateningly powerful green mist, which at first seemed like it was capable of swallowing him whole, was slowly and steadily whittled down by the barrage of divine and holy skills. The spectral serpents shrieked as wave after wave of radiant might tore through them. Damon stood in the middle of the maelstrom, every movement precise, every breath in sync with the torrent of power coursing through his newly awakened core. Each time his barrier fell, a new one sprang up. Sanctified bulwark crackled into existence only to be shattered, then reborn, again and again, its golden edges burning with divine fury. Green mist tried to cling to him, to corrupt, dissolve, devour. But luminous veins lit up across his body, turning his blood into a living flame that burned all toxins it touched. Radiant flood erupted from his core in sudden bursts, drowning the chamber in blinding waves of sanctified energy. And divine cascade, that magnificent apex skill, rained down from above like a celestial waterfall, each droplet carving through serpents as if heaven itself had turned against venom. And all of a sudden, the green mist no longer seemed like a huge threat. The veiled woman watched, stunned. The previous arrogance and disdain in her voice had completely disappeared as she watched Damon demolish her attack in such an outlandish way. How was this blood drinker able to use the power of angels and the blessed souls? She simply could not understand this. In all her years of life, she had never come across anything like this, and she had lived for more years than she cared to remember. Her serpents continued to dwindle, and soon all of them were completely eradicated. The temple trembled again. Damon stood unshaken in the epicenter of it all, his aura rising like a storm-swallowed sun. And through it all he smiled, fearless, and utterly alive. "Remind me again," he said, as the last serpent was scorched to ash. "What exactly was I lacking?" Damon knew he could have probably blocked that attack with just his body, but he had a faint suspicion that a mental component was present in that attack, which was why he did not want to take any chances. Also, it shouldn't hurt to show off here a bit. Otherwise, who knew, he might have to fight against this snake woman here. While he was confident against any opponent thrown in front of him at the moment, there were still monstrous beings far above and beyond his power level, at least for the time being. He would be foolish to think that he was at the top of this world with just one single super awesome temporary monocore. A baby dragon was not a true dragon, and he wasn't even a baby primordial yet. Thankfully, his move seemed to have worked well. The veiled woman stared speechlessly, very obviously impressed by his demonstration. After some time, she finally opened her mouth. "Your path is?" "My path is unique. That makes me worthy of claiming your god's inheritance." The veiled woman fell silent. The spectral fang that once radiated judgment now crumbled into harmless motes of light. She floated downward until her bare feet touched the floor for the first time. The temple walls stopped trembling. The oppressive venomous aura eased, replaced by an eerie silence. "You are not the heir my master intended," she said with a tinge of sorrow in her voice. "But you may be the heir fate has chosen." Then the floor beneath Damon lit up with a massive, coiling sigil, and then the temple's main door opened. "Go in, blood drinker. I will not stop you anymore. You have the right to claim the legacy just as anyone else, but it is up to you to survive it." The woman then slowly stepped aside, leaving way for Damon to walk inside. Damon gave her a nod of acknowledgement and then continued to walk forward. He crossed the threshold of the inner sanctum, and the doors behind him slowly shut with a groan, sealing him inside. The inner chamber was nothing like the outer temple. It was darker and much simpler. The walls were made of simple stone, and the entire place was pretty much empty. At the very center of the chamber stood a colossal altar, shaped like a fang-driven throne with serpentine arms, wrapped in vines of crystallized venom. Hovering above it was a single orb, black at the core, but surrounded by shifting layers of green and purple. It radiated an overwhelming aura. Damon walked closer to it to take a look when suddenly a drop of green liquid shot out of the orb right towards him. He instantly tried to block it, but it was of no use. The liquid had already entered his body through his forehead. The next second, the green liquid lit up his veins, spread to all parts of his body, including his heart and his brain. Damon's knees buckled. Agony unlike anything he'd ever experienced ripped through his entire being. His blood began to bubble within his veins, turning sluggish and molten. His vision fractured into hallucinations. He stumbled, arms clutching his chest, as the venom began to invade every corner of his existence. However, soon his bloodline began to do its job. The pain began to gradually lessen. The drop of green liquid that entered his body was already reduced to half, his blood greedily sucking it all in. After an entire minute of agony, Damon was finally able to breathe. He only barely steadied himself when out of nowhere a flood of information rushed to his mind, along with the name of an interesting technique. 9 million poison body refining technique. Poison shall break your body, and poison shall rebuild it. This technique did not refine the body through traditional tempering methods. Instead, it used 9 million unique poisons to train your body through pain and death. Damon now understood what that woman meant by her words. It was not going to be easy to survive this trial and leave this place with the legacy. Normally, it should be impossible for anyone to achieve this unless that person was extremely adept with poison, like that freak poison master outside the shrine waiting for him to come out. However, all of that changed with his ever-evolving body. If anything, no one was more suitable than him to claim this legacy. This was a golden opportunity for him to condition his body to all sorts of poisons, and Damon had no intentions of missing it. Damon closed his eyes and meditated. His breath slowed. The venom still churned inside him, but his body was slowly digesting it and making it his own. As he sank into meditation, his consciousness drifted deep into the marrow of his being. The chamber around him faded, replaced by a boundless inner world, a crimson abyss laced with rivers of green fire. He could see his own veins now, like glowing serpents coiling beneath translucent skin, pulsating with blood and toxin both. When he focused more, the words of the technique resounded in his mind. At 1 million poisons, the heart ceases to beat blood. It becomes a forge of refined venom, pumping liquid death through every vein. At 3 million poisons, the flesh is no longer flesh. Your skin becomes sheathed in invisible scales, woven from spiritual toxins that turn even light aside. At 6 million poisons, awaken the soul fire of the serpent path, ignite poison laws in your core, incinerate karma and shatter mortality. Die and be reborn through venom's wrath. At 9 million poisons, you are no longer man, no longer beast. You are plague incarnate. Where you walk, worlds decay. Where you breathe, empires rot. You are the end of purity and the beginning of nothingness. Damon trembled as the words etched themselves into his very marrow, each syllable digging deeper, like venomous scripture carved into bone. Then, without warning, another drop of the green liquid surged from the orb, striking his forehead like divine punishment. His body seized. The new venom was different, stronger, wilder, less forgiving. His spine arched as if struck by lightning, and a scream tore from his throat, raw and guttural. His blood writhed in rebellion, his nerves flaring with such intensity that even thought was impossible. Flashes of memory, not his own, raced through his mind. 1,000 poisoned cultivators screaming beneath moonless skies. A serpent coiled around a sunken continent. A man laughing as his organs melted, only to rise anew, reborn as something far beyond human. Yet Damon did not fall. Even as his skin blistered with phantom scales and his heart pounded like a war drum of the abyss, his bloodline surged again, a monstrous, defiant tide that swallowed every ounce of torment. His cells ruptured, healed, then ruptured again. The refining had begun. And Damon, even through the haze of suffering, grinned. He could feel it. He was becoming stronger and stronger with every round of refinement. It was pure physical strength, the kind of strength that one acquired after experiencing something that was just short of killing them. It was the kind of strength that couldn't be taught or cultivated through manuals or pills. It was earned, wrenched from the jaws of death itself, hammered into his bones by agony and reforged in venom. Every scream, every cell torn apart and stitched back together was proof that he was ascending into something stronger, perhaps even strong enough to house his bloodline. Time quietly slipped away. Another drop of liquid shot toward him, and then another, and then another. Each drop slammed into his forehead and exploded into his bloodstream, setting off another round of violent spasms. The veiled woman had now walked into the temple's inner chamber and silently standing on the side observing Damon. When his corpse was not expelled out of the temple in the first second, the woman became curious, and in the end, she walked all the way in to see for herself what was going on. And now she did not dare believe what was happening. The sacred orb was slowly draining. The blood drinker was still alive and kicking, and the sacred orb was actually draining. How is this even possible? Across the multiverse, with millions and trillions of exceptional poison masters competing for her master's legacy, how could a simple blood drinker with no background in poison whatsoever casually gobble up her master's legacy? It was simply unfathomable madness, and yet it was happening right in front of her eyes. The veiled woman's breath caught in her throat as she watched Damon endure what should have annihilated even the most gifted of poison cultivators. Every drop from the sacred orb wasn't just ordinary venom, it was divine essence crafted from 1,000,000 poisons, a concentrated inheritance meant to test, torment, and ultimately transform the next chosen successor. Yet this man, this blood drinker, whose path was drenched in blood but not toxin, was absorbing it like water into desert soil. The veiled woman took a step back, her fingers trembling. "This shouldn't be possible," she whispered. Another drop. Damon jerked, snarled, then stilled, his aura stabilizing even faster than before. Soon, about half of the sacred orb was used up. Then, silently, another few hours passed by when another quarter of the sacred orb was used up. In the end, barely a few drops remained in the orb, now almost the whole thing empty. The veiled woman dropped to her knees in shock. Wasn't this a bit too excessive? Was he only going to stop after he completely absorbed the whole damn thing? Her master only intended for someone to absorb 1 or 2 drops before they passed this segment of the test. No one should be able to absorb the whole thing, and yet that was happening right in front of her eyes. At this rate, the blood drinker was truly going to claim her master's inheritance. How could something like this happen? She was even confident that the blood drinker would die in the first few seconds, which was why she decided to send him in. He wanted to try his luck badly, and she decided to let him have it. However, now the impossible was coming to fruition right in front of her eyes. For countless years, exceptional poison masters have come to the trial and sacrificed themselves to her master's altar just for a shot at the legacy. But now it was just going to be claimed by someone random and unknown, someone who doesn't even understand the law of poisons. The veiled woman started panting. It was already too late. She cannot do anything to stop it. She could only watch as the last and final drop from the orb shot forward towards Damon, and his body greedily sucked in that drop as well. Gone. It was all gone. It was completely gone. The bastard had absorbed the whole thing without leaving a single drop behind. The sacred orb, once a blazing beacon of divine venom, now hovered dim and lifeless, like a withered fruit drained of all essence. It cracked softly, spiderweb fractures racing across its smooth surface before it shattered into 1,000 specks of light, vanishing into the air. Damon exhaled. His eyes flashed open, his aura dangerously strong. If one observed closely, one could see faint traces of green in his vein. A series of system notifications popped up in front of him. Ding! You have acquired the 9 million poison body refining technique. Ding! You have successfully completed the first cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. Ding! Stage unlocked. Venom heart. Ding! Your heart no longer pumps blood alone. It now circulates a refined venom blood hybrid. Resistance to poison increased exponentially. Physical regeneration enhanced when exposed to toxins. Ding! Passive effect unlocked. Blood toxin. Ding! Any enemy that draws your blood risks contamination. Bleeding attackers receive minor venom damage over time. Accumulates with each contact. 1 million poisons. Damon turned and smiled at the dumbfounded veiled woman. So the orb here helped me get to the first stage of the 9 million poison body refining technique. That's pretty neat. It did? The woman dumbly nodded. It was not like her master left elaborate instructions for her. He was never that kind of a man. So now my blood has poison in it. Huh, that's a nice little bonus I did not expect. Okay, then what happens now? Is there more to this legacy, or is it just this technique? The woman still speechlessly stared. Countless poison masters would kill for this technique, and yet this ignorant blood drinker dared to ask such a question to her. She raised her hand and sent a green bolt of energy to the wall. The next second, a metallic golem materialized out of thin air. You need to defeat the puppet to pass the next stage of the test. The strength of the puppet will be adjusted according to your level, the woman briefly explained before her figure disappeared. I already defeated a bunch of poison beasts outside the temple. Isn't this the same type of test? Damon frowned, wondering if there was anything more to this golem. The golem itself stood over 10 feet tall, its entire frame forged from dark jade steel and etched with pulsating green runes that glowed with venomous intent. Its arms ended in segmented blades shaped like the fangs of a cobra, venom dripping from them. He did not have any more time to think as the puppet took its first step, the ground beneath its foot hissing as toxic mist hissed from its back. It didn't hesitate. The golem lunged at Damon, the air screeching as its venom blades slashed forward. Damon did not hold back. He wanted to feel for the power of the golem, and it was best to exchange at least one blow with it to find out. He immediately conjured a flaming crimson lance in his hand and thrust forward as the golem charged. The moment the crimson lance met the jade blade, 2 attacks exploded with force. Venomous mist surged outward as fire met poison, lighting up the sanctum in a violent burst of energy. Damon's feet skidded back slightly, the golem's overwhelming strength pressing down like a mountain. But it wasn't enough. He grinned. Strong, but not strong enough. Hearing his words, the veiled woman snorted coldly. What an arrogant blood drinker! He couldn't even face one attack from her master's assistant, and yet he dared to speak such rubbish? The blood drinker might have used some sort of underhanded methods to cheat his way through the first trial, but it would never be possible for someone like him to pass the second one. The veiled woman hissed coldly as she continued to watch the scene in front of her. If one looked behind her veil, it was impossible to miss the chilling, murderous aura in her gaze right at this moment. Damon's focus was only on the puppet as he prepared for the next attack. He had no idea what was special or unique about this puppet, and he did not want to drag the fight unnecessarily, as he did not know what might happen next. Besides, he was extremely impatient to finally try his new and improved mana core. Damon sucked in a big breath and once again reached inward to connect with his mana core. Almost instantly, power exploded in his mana channels and flooded his body. He felt as if he was going to burst if he did not attack the puppet right now. Damon did not think anything and clenched his fists. He then extended his hand forward in a simple punching motion with mana bursting out. The seemingly ordinary punch connected with the puppet. Immediately, the veiled woman's eyes widened in shock. Something was off. She could feel it. Before she could place her finger on it, boom! An intense, blinding explosion rang out, a power that should not belong to a D-ranker. Then something else even more unbelievable happened. The puppet was entirely missing, blasted into pieces. What? She shrieked, unable to contain the shock. How is this possible? How can a single attack from this blood drinker completely devastate the trial golem? Just who the hell was this blood drinker? She could understand him tolerating the poisons with some sort of special physique, but what about the golem? It should have been impossible to even leave a mark on the puppet, let alone defeat the thing. But this guy once again just blew up the whole damn puppet. The veiled woman's hands curled into tight fists, her fingernails piercing her palms beneath her sleeves. Her body trembled from disbelief and rage. This wasn't some simple puppet conjured for theatrics. This was a high-tier artifact forged by her master's own hand, calibrated to push even Heaven's Chosen to their limits. It had poison resistance, adaptive defense matrices, and self-regenerating cores, and yet it was gone. Annihilated. Impossible. Once again, the blood drinker had cleared the trial in an excessive manner. In the center of the room, the dust finally cleared. Damon stood unscathed, his fist lowered, steam rising from his skin, veins glowing faint green as his bloodline hummed with toxic vigor. "That's it," he muttered, tilting his head. "I didn't even use a real technique, just a mana-boosted punch to test the output of my new core." He flexed his fingers, still buzzing with raw power. Wait, is that thing hiding in stealth mode somewhere in the room? He looked around everywhere, even sending some mana bolts to different corners of the sanctum to test his theory out and force the golem to come out of stealth. However, nothing of that sort happened. Damon finally gave up and scratched his head awkwardly. With these damn system notifications going on and off, I have no idea what the hell is happening. Did I pass this trial or not? Hey, are you still here? He then started looking for the snake woman, hoping that at least she would throw some light on the progress. Behind the veil, the woman's eye twitched. Not only had this insolent blood drinker survived the venom baptism, but he'd actually benefited from it. The new core he was speaking of, could it be that his poison baptism had mutated his mana core itself? This was no longer amusing. And he wasn't just some random nobody getting lucky. This man in front of her was a force of nature clawing his way up from the abyss, and her master's legacy, carefully sealed away for the worthy, was being devoured by him piece by piece. She had to stop him, or he would take everything. You still have to pass 2 more trials to claim my master's legacy successfully, she coldly responded, her voice echoing in the temple. Damon turned toward the voice, finally spotting the veiled woman once more. She stood on one of the floating stone platforms above, cloaked in mist and venomous white, though this time she looked a lot less friendly, almost hostile even. 2 more trials? Damon grinned. I'm almost there. He did a fist pump. He was bursting with energy right now, and it made him feel euphoric. The veiled woman's fingers twitched at his response. She clenched her jaw and waved a hand. The temple trembled again, and another passageway opened in the stone, leading downward. From it, a thick green fog poured out, accompanied by an eerie hiss. The next trial will test your soul, she said. The poisons you have swallowed so far have tested only your body. Now let's see if your mind and spirit can endure the legacy's true weight. Many lost their sanity here. Some are still screaming in the darkness below. Damon raised an eyebrow. Spiritual poison. He cracked his neck. That's new. Your arrogance will be your downfall, she hissed. Damon did not bother responding to her. She seemed pissed for no reason, and he chalked it up to her being some sort of monstrous, villainous snake. Besides, his focus was only on the trial. He stepped forward into the mist-filled corridor without hesitation, vanishing into the toxic gloom. Behind him, the veiled woman stood still for a long time before following him down into the same miasmic mist. The deeper Damon ventured, the thicker the fog became, until he could no longer even see his hands in front of him. But what unnerved him wasn't the darkness or the poison, it was the silence. Then, suddenly, a voice that wasn't his own echoed through the mist. "Please help me. Save me." It was a child's voice, small, trembling, familiar. Damon's body went rigid. His eyes flicked around warily, even though the fog was so dense he could barely see his own arm. "What the hell is this?" he muttered, but his heart skipped a beat. "I'm cold, Damon. Why didn't you come sooner?" the voice continued. It was unmistakable, his niece's voice. "Lola?" Damon frowned, pausing for a moment. Then he snarled, "Illusions, cheap tricks." But the growl lacked conviction. His hands trembled slightly. There was no possible reason why his niece should be here. She was probably with Lyra or still locked up. He knew that for a fact, and yet he couldn't bring himself to just let it go. What if it was her? What if this trial had somehow teleported her just to test him? All sorts of theories popped up in his mind. Soon he was not sure of anything. There was a strange unease rising in his heart which made him extremely anxious and nervous. His mind felt muddled and his breathing became uneven. Then through the soupy haze the fog twisted and she appeared. A small girl, standing barefoot on the cold stone, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her dress was tattered, stained, like she'd been running from something. "Why didn't you come for me, Uncle Damon?" she whispered again. Her eyes were hollow, void of light. "I said you'd protect me." Damon staggered back a step, his breath caught in his throat. "This isn't real," he said, as if repeating it could make it true. "You're not real. This is just a poisoned dream." But even as he said it, his heart clenched in agony. Why did everything feel so damn real? What the hell was going on? The girl took a step forward. "I waited. They hurt me, and I waited. You never came." A pair of blood-slick hands reached for him from within the fog. "Uncle, it is hurting so much." Damon was about to break and rush to her when suddenly his instincts stopped him. His primordial senses told him that there was no one there where the little girl was standing. He narrowed his eyes, forcing himself to stillness. There was no one there, no blood, no body, nothing. His veins pulsed green as his poisoned blood surged, burning through the creeping haze of doubt clouding his mind. This wasn't Lola. It was never her. He exhaled slowly, then growled, "You almost had me. Almost." His mind was still in a haze, but he forced himself to think clearly. Right at this moment, a sharp hiss sounded from the fog as a monstrous snake charged at him, baring its fangs. Damon was caught off guard, but he still managed to slap the snake away. However, that was not the only one. One after another snakes started attacking him from the fog. They were coming at him in waves, coming in from all directions. Damon immediately tried to use blood energy, but his mind felt muddled and he couldn't connect properly. He tried using his mana, and once again everything felt wrong. There was a haze in his mind that prevented him from using anything. Fuck it. Damon caught the snake with his bare hand and squeezed the life out of the damn thing. He punched out the next one and bit the one after that. Poison splattered across his face, but Damon didn't even flinch. The taste was foul, acidic, and searing hot, but all it did was make his blood burn brighter. His veins pulsed violently, glowing faint green through his skin, his blood quickly absorbing it. Another snake lunged, and this time Damon caught it midair with his teeth, snapping its spine with a savage twist of his jaw. He spat out the head and stumped the body flat with a sickening crunch, laughing darkly as more serpents hissed around him. His mind was a storm of chaos and pain. "You want madness? I'll show you madness." He ripped through the next wave of snakes with nothing but brute force, fists flying, feet stomping, venom-soaked mist boiling off his skin like steam. No techniques, no weapons, no magic, just raw physical strength. But slowly and steadily his mind was becoming clearer and clearer. The fights were calming him little by little. Soon he managed to snap out of the mental haze and successfully connected with his body and his energy channels. The next second, he sent out a powerful blast of mana in all directions, a dozen serpents exploding into mist and shreds of illusion as the wave of energy surged outward. The shock wave tore through the poisonous fog, clearing a wide radius around Damon, finally giving him space to breathe, to think. His chest rose and fell, blood-streaked and trembling, but his eyes were sharp now, no longer clouded by guilt, confusion, or fear. "Nice try," he spat, "but you're gonna need more than illusions and snakes to break me." The green mist writhed at the edges of the cleared zone, as if angry it had been pushed back. Whispers echoed faintly through the air, countless voices merging into one discordant hum. Damon ignored them. Then from the mist came a new figure. Not a child, not a monster. It was himself, or rather a twisted version, half-rotten, with black veins, hollow eyes, and a cruel grin. "Congratulations," the doppelganger said, voice a perfect match. "You survived the guilt, the illusions, the pain. But now comes the final piece of the soul trial. Can you kill yourself?" Damon didn't flinch. "You're not me," he said coolly. The doppelganger smirked. "I'm everything you've buried, every drop of madness you swallowed, every ounce of power you took without thinking of the cost. You think blood is your strength?" the doppelganger laughed. "It's your corruption." Damon cracked his knuckles, his grin returning. "Why don't you go ahead and shut the hell up?" Damon dashed forward as he conjured a flaming crimson lance. At the same time, the other one did the exact same thing. Two figures, identical in form, in power, in fury, clashed in the center of the poisonous mist like colliding stars. Their lances struck with an ear-splitting crack, a shock wave tearing through the air as fire met fire and blood met blood. The force of their clash rippled outward, splitting the green fog and scorching the stone beneath their feet. Damon spun, ducked a mirrored strike, then thrust his lance low, only for the doppelganger to anticipate it, blocking perfectly. The clone grinned, mimicking his movements down to the twitch of his fingers. It was like fighting someone who knew all his instincts before he could even act on them. "You think you're in control," the doppelganger sneered, lashing out with a blood-slicked palm. "But you've already lost yourself. You are nothing but a puppet now, walking in the path already forged for you by someone else." Damon grunted as he took the hit, skidding backward. The next moment, his body surged with power. He did not talk anymore. Talking was pointless when he could convey everything through his attacks. However, it did not matter. The same power surged through his opponent. Every attack he threw toward the guy came right back at him. It was truly a hopeless situation. There was no possible way he could win. Damon grinned. "Well, you can replicate me from a second ago, but can you replicate the me right now?" A cold determination glinted in Damon's eyes. "No, you can't," he growled, "because you're a shadow, and I evolve." He had been fighting for a while now, and there were several theories in his mind on how to improve himself and take his damage to the next level. If this was not the perfect chance to practice all of that, then what was? Damon suddenly calmed down, and there was no more hurry or rush in his moves. He slowly started with the blood attacks. Blood manipulation, the new technique that he received. He only had barely a chance to use it. Now he had more than enough time to tinker around with it. He used his past life experience and started conjuring one attack after another using blood manipulation. He sent out blood energy blasts in all sorts of forms, and he tried to condense each one with maximum power, as much as he could muster. Then he switched it up with his shadow skills. He conjured his shadow dagger and slashed at the doppelganger with it. He pushed his movement skills and his set of shadow support skills to the extreme, weaving in and out of the shadows. Soon, things started to change. The doppelganger tried to keep up, mimicking his blood whips and shadow steps, but it began to lag, even if only for a breath. That breath was all Damon needed. He vanished into the shadows with stalk, shadow meld, and shadow step. His movement became impossible to predict, and his attacks became erratic. The clone was still reacting to the Damon from a moment ago, not the one slipping between dimensions of darkness right now. "Let's push further," Damon laughed from the shadows. His shadow clone emerged, and the next instant, one other doppelganger sprang up, this time his shadow-cloned version. The gap between the real and fake only became bigger and bigger. "You stopped evolving. I didn't," Damon said, raising his hand. In his hand spun a crimson lance that contained not 4 elements, but 5 elements. Blood, fire, shadow, ice, and lightning pulsed in his hand, creating an attack that befitted the power level and rank of his new core. It whirred and pulsed like a living thing, arcs of lightning crackling across veins of ice, shadow coiling around tongues of flame, all fused by the viscous power of his blood. The air warped around it, space itself bending slightly as if the weapon were distorting reality by its mere presence. The doppelganger tried to mimic the lance, but the elemental harmony was beyond its comprehension. Too many opposing laws, too much instability. The shadow Damon conjured a flickering approximation, but it trembled, unstable, already beginning to unravel. Damon's eyes gleamed like molten rubies. "That's the thing about copies," he said softly. They follow the past. I live in the now. He hurled the lance. This attack is not something that he should be capable of at his level, the veiled woman gasped from the shadows. She immediately strengthened the barrier around the place because it felt as if the attack was capable of blowing away the whole damn temple structure. The doppelganger raised his hands to defend, layers of copied magic rushing up, a fire barrier, a blood wall, a shadow veil, but they shattered on impact like glass struck by a comet. The lance exploded, devouring the space where the clone stood in a cyclone of elemental fury. When the light finally died and the dust settled, nothing remained. No fog, no clone, just Damon, standing alone, scorched and panting, but victorious. He straightened and cracked his neck. 5 elements in harmony, and that's still not my limit. He grinned faintly, the green veins on his arms pulsing gently. Around him, torches lit up, and the entire temple area finally revealed itself. He was now standing in the similar chamber as upstairs, except there weren't any altars here. Instead, there was a small statue of a snake at the center of the chamber. "That's a cute little noodle." Damon let out a long breath, finally starting to feel the strain of the whole thing. "Are you still around? How many more trials are left?" There was no answer to his question. Damon frowned and walked around. He then sensed that there was something off about this chamber. He immediately sat down in front of the snake statue and looked closely. He focused as much as he could, relying on his primordial senses to see what was happening. At first there was nothing. There was nothing odd at all in the whole room. However, a moment later, as he blinked and opened his eyes, all of a sudden an enormous serpentine head appeared right in front of him. Damon froze in shock as he came face to face with a pair of vicious slit-like eyes far more vicious, cunning, and cruel than the worm's eyes that gleamed with terrifying ancient intelligence, and eyes that were peering into him, into his very soul, dissecting him, layer by layer. His heart dropped. This was not good. He scrambled to do something, but a power beyond his understanding grasped him. He was not able to move or breathe or even think as the force assaulted his mind and went through thoughts and events one after another. However, before the snake could get far, a deep rumble echoed from his primordial manicore, and his blood started boiling. The next second, the snake was thrown out of his mind, not even a sliver of its presence left behind. Such strong resistance. Interesting, but not necessary. I am merely curious. I do not mean you any harm. You are my successor, after all. Damon was panting. He could barely focus on what the snake was talking to him. The 2 eyes were still staring down at him with a pressure that completely suppressed him. In front of such a being, even his aura that contained a hint of the primordial bloodline was no use at all. The creature was above it all. Damon did not care. Whatever it was, he wasn't about to go down without a fight. His thoughts abruptly ceased as the snake in front of him all of a sudden opened its huge maw, revealing its many rows of teeth. It then, without hesitation, lunged forward and snapped its jaws close, taking Damon's head right along with it, or at least that's what it felt like. Damon snapped out of it as he realized he was still whole and fine, but it was not over just yet. The next moment, an inexplicable surge of energy welled up within him. It was not mana, no, it wasn't blood energy. In fact, it wasn't anything he was familiar with at all. It was... Damon went into a trance as he felt something tug at his very core. The new energy that invaded his body finally reached the farthest part of himself. A wisp of something fickle came into the spotlight. The energy immediately dove into it.
Almost immediately, the fickle little thing started burning brightly like a fire catching a drop of divine oil, wild, uncontrollable, and alive. Damon's body arched involuntarily as his consciousness was yanked inward. He wasn't in the temple anymore. He stood now in a boundless obsidian void, and at its center floated a translucent serpent, colossal and coiled. "What are you, you little brat?" The snake turned its gaze upon him. "Ha! I paid a heavy price to stand in front of you like this, and you still won't reveal me your secrets? Bah! What a stingy little blood drinker." Damon blinked dumbly, not understanding what was going on. His mind once again felt very hazy. "Don't worry, you will be fine in a minute. You are suddenly flush with soul energy, so your body and mind are taking a moment to adjust. Right, your body. Let me take a look at your core," the snake hissed. The next second, the playful atmosphere instantly changed as the snake froze in shock. You have the blood remnants of ancient chaos. How could this be possible?" Both Damon and the snake continued to stare at each other in silence for what felt like eternity. Finally, the image of the snake disappeared, and instead stood a tall and dark, handsome man with long, flowing hair. His eyes, though, were the same serpentine eyes that shone of evil. Damon had no doubt who this was. "The Venom King," he murmured, as he continued to stare at the man in a daze. There was an aura about the man that made one want to submit with just his mere presence. "Yep, greetings, blood drinker. My name is Sarikar, the Venom King, Serpent Sovereign of the Ninth Abyss. Or, at least, I was." Damon stared, the chaos in his soul slowly settling like ash after a wildfire. Even in this strange realm he could feel the power radiating off the man before him. It was ancient and dangerous. Whatever this entity was, it had lived long enough to forget the meaning of time. "You have something that doesn't belong to this era," Sarikar continued, his gaze sharp. "Something old, raw, incomplete, a shard of before." He exhaled a low whistle. "How have those old thugs still left you alive?" He frowned as he once again became silent. A few minutes later, a grin spread across the man's wild face. "I see. So you have a legendary item with you, or at least part of it." "Mm-hmm. Let me break something to you. This is not going to end well for you. The flimsy protection you have is nothing against those old freaks. They're going to sniff you out sooner or later. You need to be prepared, else it's just death for you, my man." Damon listened patiently. "Do you mean gods?" "Yep, there are loads and loads of them in this vast cosmos. And believe me, most of them do everything they can to prevent another one from joining their ranks. Especially for someone like you, they would go all out even if they catch a whiff of you." Damon's fists clenched. "Then why are you telling me this?" he asked. "What do you get out of it?" Sarikar smirked. "Why, indeed?" He paced slowly, hands behind his back. "Because I see chaos begging to be reborn, and I want all those old fuckers to come join me in the graveyard." He laughed wildly. A sudden pulse throbbed in Damon's chest. Something inside him stirred again. He looked down to find faint markings spreading across his arms, black, vein-like sigils in the shape of coiling serpents. "What are you doing to me?" Damon gritted his teeth as pain flared up. "Giving you a fighting chance," Sarikar said simply. "I do not have much time left to talk to you, but I will say this. Your blood is both a curse and blessing. If you do not tame it soon enough, it will fully corrupt you and erode you completely until nothing of you is left. It all needs is a simple catalyst and it will take over.
You should know this after forming such a powerful core using a drop of the true dragon blood." Damon's eyes widened in realization. So that worm had a drop of the true dragon blood? Sarikar laughed. "Listen to me. When you take your next step, be more careful. Only go for what you can handle. As for the monstrous core that you have already formed, I can help you by temporarily locking a part of it. This way your body, soul, and mind won't be shredded by the damn thing." Just as the man stopped speaking, his slit-like eyes glowed, and for a moment all Damon saw were those eyes before a blinding pain assaulted him. Sarikar laughed. "Listen to me. When you take your next step, be more careful. Only go for what you can handle. As for the monstrous core that you have already formed, I can help you by temporarily locking a part of it. This way your body, soul, and mind won't be shredded by the damn thing." Just as the man stopped speaking, his slit-like eyes glowed, and for a moment all Damon saw were those eyes before a blinding pain assaulted him. His very foundation, the core that anchored his being, was being split, sealed, caged. Sarikar's voice rumbled again, calm and composed. "There we go. Just a temporary limiter. You'll still have access to your power, but not all at once. Think of it as a floodgate. You don't need a tsunami every time you breathe, do you?" The pain receded like a tide, leaving behind a trembling stillness. Damon collapsed to his knees in the void, gasping, soaked in sweat. And yet, he didn't feel weaker. No, it was the opposite. For the first time since forming his monstrous core, he felt contained, balanced. His blood no longer raged uncontrollably. His mana didn't howl like a storm in a bottle. Some sort of runes danced around his primordial mana core, bringing it under his control. "You'll thank me later. I don't know how long it will last, but it should give you enough time to get your soul, body, and mind in order," Sarikar said with a shrug, his image already beginning to dissolve into wisps of toxic mist. "Just don't die before we meet again. And when we do, bring me chaos. Bring me the kind of madness that rewrites fate itself." With that, Sarikar vanished completely, and Damon jolted back to the physical world. He was still kneeling in the temple, and the snake statue was cracked and crumbling beside him. The veiled woman became anxious on seeing the condition of the statue. What happened? How did it crack? She hurriedly dashed forward as Damon gasped and clutched his chest, his breath ragged as if he had just drowned and resurfaced. The snake. It wasn't a statue. He was him. Sarikar. He was inside, or a fragment of him at least. The veiled woman's eyes widened beneath her silken mask. "Impossible. You met my master?" Her gaze darted from Damon to the crumbling stone and then to the faint traces of venomous energy that still shimmered in the air like green auroras. "Master," she silently bowed. Damon shakily stood up, letting out a big breath. In his core, the runes still pulsed gently, savage and foreign, yet oddly comforting. His body somehow felt calmer, no longer on the verge of tearing apart at the seams. It also did not feel as if his power had reduced, probably because he never tapped completely into the potential of his mana core. He closed his eyes again and focused. This time he could feel about 10 runes surrounding his mana core. The first one was already starting to crack. As he probed his core again and again, the first one finally completely cracked and hissed, making a part of his mana core free. Damon instantly felt a small surge in power. At the same time, he could clearly feel a strain in his body. I guess it is only a matter of time before the others collapse as well. He observed the runes for some more time before yanking his consciousness back out again. His body was healed, his soul was healed, and his mind had returned to a calm state. This was not what he had hoped to gain from this trial or this quest, but this was more than enough to give him a fighting chance until he found something solid. "Thank you." He gave a small nod, at nothing in particular. The veiled woman finally looked up at him and gritted her teeth. She then handed over to him a small black ring with a lot of hesitation. "Farewell, blood drinker." With that, she disappeared as well. And Damon found himself all alone in the big temple. For a moment it was as if he could see the Venom King again, but it was just a mirage, and when the image cleared, he was back again in the small shrine back in the quest dungeon. The shrill voice of the old man still continued to echo as he lashed out at the barrier outside the shrine. "Blasphemy! Blasphemy! How dare you step into my God's temple? Get out! You deviant! Get the hell out right now!" Damon smiled. "It's good to be back." He took a deep breath as he once again analyzed his body. His smile widened. "It's really good to be back." The next moment, a flaming crimson lance appeared in his hand as the mana in the air churned wildly. Damon only needed to take a step forward, and he was already outside the shrine, face to face with the chimeric monstrous creature. He smashed the powerful burning crimson lance right into the shocked face of the hideous thing. The lance exploded like a meteor, tearing through the heavens, the crimson flames howling with bloodlust. The monster chimera barely had time to raise a shriek before it was consumed in a storm of elemental bloodfire. The monster writhed as half its body melted away under the devastating blow. Blood, venom, and corrupted mana splattered across the temple walls. It tried to retreat, its limbs scrambling in mindless panic, but Damon was already above it. Shadow wrapped around his legs like wings, launching him upward. In midair, he twisted and hurled a second lance, and the result was terrifying. The entire poison lava lake was burning. Damon landed lightly, his eyes glowing faintly. He raised his hand again, and the mana around him obeyed with frightening speed. His strength was partially sealed, but even this sliver was enough to bend the battlefield. "Die, you idiot. Thanks for bringing me here, by the way." In a single slash, Damon completely split in half the hideous-looking monstrosity using just his right palm with a layer of blood energy coated on it. His blood energy had a slight greenish tinge now, and as soon as it touched the creature's body, it started melting his strong carapace. "How could you possibly have this ability?" The human face shrieked as the last bits of the monster's health vanished completely. "You know how." Damon simply laughed. He did not let go of the precious blood essence of such a unique creature and absorbed every last bit of it. "Ding, you have slain Poison Master Ouroboros. Ding, you have gained experience points. Ding, you have leveled up. Ding, you have leveled up. Ding, bloodline extraction successful. Ding, you have extracted the skill Venom Generation. Ding, you have gained +2 strength attribute. Ding, you have gained +3 poison resistance. Ding, you have gained +5 poison affinity. Ding, you have acquired 25 new types of poison. Ding, you have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique." Damon sucked in a big breath as he stared at the many notifications flashing in front of him. Ouroboros was not a typical boss or an NPC, and it showed in the results. He had gained so much from killing the damned bastard who had tried to trick him and take over his body. This time, the skill he had gained, Venom Generation, was not really that rare or powerful, but it did come at a good time when his blood and body were filled to the brim with poisonous shit. His blood energy had a slight greenish tinge now, and as soon as it touched the creature's body, it started melting his strong carapace. Having gotten this skill, Damon could immediately think of many useful outcomes from just this single skill. But all of that can wait. He stared at the steps of the shrine where a few more things had clattered out of the monstrous body when Ouroboros dropped dead. He started picking them all up. The first was surprisingly 2 worn-out-looking books. Ding, you have acquired Journal of Ouroboros, Volume 2. Ding, you have acquired Journal of Ouroboros, Volume 2. Damon chuckled as he couldn't believe this. Even though the quest had long since disappeared and the whole thing was a scam, the Poison Master had still ended up dropping the original quest items. It looked like he needed to have these in order to issue the quest in the first place. If that was the case, then perhaps there was also. Damon hurriedly searched the numerous things that had dropped from the guy. There were some poison sacks, some weird-looking scales, possibly from snakes, some herbs, some potion bottles, some gold coins, and finally a very ordinary-looking rock. Damon picked it up, his fingers tightening around the stone in anticipation. However, nothing really happened, not even a system notification. Damon frowned. Well, whatever, he had already gained a lot from this trip, so he didn't care too much. He was a little disappointed because he really expected the last reward to also magically turn up, the Philosopher's Stone variant. After all, the quest was issued and the other items turned up. Shouldn't this one also turn up? Damon thought about it for a moment and then looked around. He did not have the heart to leave here just like that without properly searching for it. If the dungeon was reset or some sort of shit, then he might permanently lose the precious item. Damon immediately summoned Elena again and then his shadow clone. Putting both of his underlings to work, he too started combing the place from top to bottom. After a while, Damon paused and looked at the poisonous lake. The damned thing was a major hindrance. If he could somehow get rid of it, then he might be able to search for stuff better. He stared at it for a moment, and he decided to try something. Back in the trial ground, he was able to absorb the poison in that orb, so he should be able to absorb this liquid also, at least some of it. Damon crouched at the edge of the poisonous lake, the greenish-black liquid bubbling like a noxious brew from hell. The fumes alone were enough to make Elena hiss in anger. But Damon didn't move. His eyes narrowed. He stretched out his right hand and lightly touched the churning lake. The surface of the lake immediately started roiling like a stormy sea. The next moment it began to respond as the liquid rose up to engulf his hand completely. Ding! You have gained +1 poison resistance. Ding! You have gained +1 poison resistance. Ding! You have gained 1 new type of poison. Ding! You have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. Ding! You have gained +1 poison resistance. Ding! You have gained +1 poison affinity. Ding! You have acquired 1 new type of poison. Ding! You have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. Ding! You have acquired 1 new type of poison. Ding! You have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. Damon let out a whistle as one after another notifications started rolling in without pause, like a never-ending waterfall of poisonous blessings. His arm glowed faintly green, the venom sinking with his bloodstream. Thick streams of green poison continued to leap from the lake toward him. They spiraled into his outstretched palm, coiling into his bloodstream, burrowing through his muscles and nerves like curious serpents. Time ticked by slowly as he continued to absorb the liquid little by little. After a few minutes, Damon shook his head. This was not going to work out. He needed to speed the shit up. He started removing the clothes and items on his body and quickly became naked. Without any hesitation, he then directly jumped into the roiling, poisonous lake. The moment Damon's body plunged into the lake, the venom reacted violently. The poisonous waters surged like a living entity, rising in tendrils and lashing around him as if trying to consume him whole. But instead of pain or decay, Damon felt something else entirely. Ecstasy. His blood boiled, but not with rage, with power and satisfaction. He might as well have jumped into a pool of medicinal water. The whole thing was like a spa treatment. Several notifications continued to flash in front of him in rapid succession at first and eventually slowed down, but they still kept coming. After the whole weakness, the trial, and everything else that had happened, Damon decided to take it slow and enjoy the relaxation a bit. He closed his eyes and floated around with a small smile on his face. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Elora paced back and forth nervously, her crimson robes fluttering in the stagnant air. Her sharp eyes, usually so calm and cold, now flickered with frustration and unease. Every few seconds she would glance at the entrance of the poisonous ruin, as if expecting it to cough Damon back out. "She's been in there too long. He's very weak at the moment. I should never have come out." Beside her, Calethorn snorted coldly. "Don't make excuses for weakness, and don't be so overly dramatic. He's just another arrogant lord who went in over his head and now can't find his way out." "Shut up!" Elora seethed in anger. "Shut up, you fucking traitor! The only reason I have left you alive until now is so that you can redeem yourself by getting back in there and doing everything you can to protect our lord." The vampire's voluptuous chest rose up and down as she was boiling with anger from top to bottom. Calethorn's jaw clenched, his crimson eyes narrowing to slits. For a moment he looked like he might lash out, but he didn't. Instead, he gave a low, bitter chuckle and turned away, gazing at the dungeon entrance. "You're delusional if you think I give a damn about redemption, and you are a complete lunatic if you think he's still alive. That bastard probably died a long time ago, became insect food, or became a part of that creepy guy. I don't know which will be more entertaining." Calethorn turned towards the dungeon and laughed again. "Scratch that. It would be more amusing if he became a part of that creepy guy. That way, a part of him would still remain alive, and his soul would suffer for all eternity." He howled with maniacal laughter as he kept imagining that scene again and again. Elora didn't flinch. She simply raised one hand and pointed it straight at Calethorn's chest. A ripple of blood magic surged through her fingers, forming into a jagged crimson spear that hovered mid-air, pulsing with lethal intent. "Say one more word, Calethorn," she said, her voice low and sharp as a dagger's edge. "One more fucking word, and I will tear out your tongue, spike it to a wall, and make you eat it with your eyes wide open." Calethorn's laughter died abruptly. His lips curled into a mocking smirk, but he wisely said nothing more. Instead, he backed away with a sarcastic bow, his hands raised. "As you command, High Lady, loyal to a corpse." Elora didn't lower her hand until he was a good distance away. Then, with a shaky breath, she turned once more to the entrance. Her eyes burned with worry, her jaw tight with fear she dared not voice aloud. Then finally she couldn't take it anymore and cooked up a flimsy excuse. "I might be disobeying his direct orders, but I need to go and relay an important message to him, so that trumps his orders." She mumbled something and then once again rushed into the same dungeon, knowing full well that there was life-threatening danger inside. Calethorn scoffed. "What a fool! Why maintain such a loyalty to a rat who only served himself at the end of the day? All nobles are just heinous trash masquerading as someone worth bowing to." He finished with a sneer, his voice filled with disdain. Calethorn's eyes gleamed with dark amusement. He stood there alone now, watching as Elora vanished into the poisonous ruin. The wind howled faintly through the shattered stones of the dungeon's outer rim, but Calethorn remained still, arms folded. "Tch! Let them both rot then," he muttered. "One's a delusional zealot, and the other's just an over-bloated pig. The world would breathe easier without either of them." Yet after a couple of minutes, he let out a sigh and decided to go back in anyway. "Fuck it. I am too damn curious. I need to see that pig's squealing face attached to that freaking creepy thing with my own eyes." With a vicious glint in his eyes, he too dashed back into the dungeon portal. "I'm telling you, he's already fucking dead." Tailthorn laughed loudly as he ran across the many layers of the dungeon, his voice echoing everywhere. His actions were definitely giving away their presence and ruining the only chance they had to take the monster by surprise. But he couldn't give two shits about it. That slut can go ahead and die for all he cares. His vicious laughter rang loudly through the dungeon floors as he finally arrived at the bottommost floor. Right as he arrived, a loud explosion sounded as Allura broke through the rocks blocking the entrance to the last floor. Caelthorn skidded to a halt just as the debris from Allura's spell finished raining down. Dust and poisonous mist billowed outward. His smirk widened as he stepped forward, slow and deliberate, his eyes adjusting to the shifting gloom. "What a dramatic entrance!" he mocked, voice loud enough to carry over the aftermath. "Why so much drama over a dead pig?" But just as Allura stood frozen, he too abruptly stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide open, and his jaw dropped to the ground.
"Long time no see!" Damon casually waved at his two followers as he happily swam around in the poisonous lake, which was more like a pool at this point. A huge portion of the lake was visibly missing. Allura blinked, dumbfounded. Her mouth opened, closed, and then opened again, as if trying to find the right words. "You're alive? And swimming? In that?" she finally blurted out, pointing at the now half-empty lake that still radiated a deadly aura strong enough to melt most beings into goo. Damon grinned and did a lazy backstroke through the viscous, glowing liquid. "Alive, upgraded, and having the time of my life," he said, as the water gently hissed against his skin like a purring beast tamed. "Seriously, you two should try it. Best detox treatment in the multiverse." Caelthorn stared, jaw slack. "What in the blood-dripping hell are you?" he muttered, almost to himself. He hadn't meant it to be a question, but something in Damon's eyes answered anyway, something old, primal, and horrifyingly not human. Damon shrugged, still floating lazily. "You know how it is. Standard vampire stuff. Oh, and thanks for the concern, by the way. I especially appreciated all the kind words you shouted across the dungeon. Really lifted my spirits." Caelthorn swallowed nervously. Damon stopped and poked his right ear with his finger, casually cleaning it out. "This stuff gets everywhere. Oh, right, where was I? You were saying something about me being dead?" Caelthorn took an involuntary step back. "You've got to be shitting me." Damon laughed, but he did not say anything after that. He thought he could somehow gain the trust of this guy, or maybe there was something hidden here, but it looks like he only invited unnecessary trouble for himself. There was no need to complicate things. He could simply return to the blood hall after this and dismiss him. As for Caelthorn attacking him right now, Damon grinned. That was fine too. His body was bursting with power, and he did not mind a worthy opponent to test it out. He smiled, daring the guy to challenge him. But Caelthorn took another step backwards and stood dumbly with his head bowed down, deep in thought. His gaze seemed to be searching for the huge, monstrous creature that had seemingly disappeared from the face of the world. How could something like this simply be defeated, that too by the likes of this guy? Caelthorn did not understand as he watched the scene in a daze, his brain trying to make sense of the situation. While he was staring at Damon, the other party was also staring at Damon, but for very different reasons. Allura gulped as she watched the stark naked body swimming effortlessly in poisonous, deadly pool. Her eyes were wide as she was completely fixated on the lean, muscular body that seemed to have some sort of tattoos on it. She licked her lips as she took in the scene before her. In her eyes, there was nothing more sexy than a vampire who could handle poison so casually. What a handsome man! What a powerful physique! The young vampire lord was only a blood acolyte, and yet he was able to deal with everything so splendidly. What a capable man! Just how powerful would the lord become when he actually evolved to the higher levels? She let out a gasp as the thought crossed her mind. Damon arched a brow as he noticed Allura's stunned gaze lingering a little too long. "Are you all right there?" he asked with a smirk. He was in a good mood, so he teased the woman. "Care to join for a dip?" Allura gulped.
her eyes especially stopping at a particular part that seemed to be engorged from all the nourishment. Damon suddenly felt very naked. The woman's gaze was giving him some serious chills. "All right, that's enough. You're making me feel like a piece of meat. Turn around and face the wall, both of you. Time for some quiet reflection. I need at least an hour or more to be done with stuff here." Damon closed his eyes and tried to relax some more, but he had way too many things on his docket to remain carefree. He first decided to pull up his status screen to check out his current condition. He was extremely curious about his new stats. With the seal and everything, he needed to know just how much his progress and his stats were fucked up. There was only so much time for relaxation. He needed to prepare for what comes next. Damon let out a sigh and pulled up the status screen, rubbing his eyes and hoping things wouldn't be too shitty. Blood God. Class, Primordial Awakening. Class Path Unavailable. Species, Bloodborne. Race, Blood Acolyte. Variant. Bloodline, Fragmented Ancestral Bloodline ? Status effect, Bloodline Instability, 100 days. Soul weapon, Blood Rain. Locked. Titles, Rabbit Killer, Banana Reaper, First Awakener, Brahmoon Slayer, Solo Reaper, Founding Pillar of Blood, Bound by Fire and Blood, Slaughtermaster, Purification Raid Winner, Divine Slayer, Holy Slayer, Heavy Drinker, Draconic Slayer, One-Man Army, Vampiric Lord, Noble, Lord of the Blood Castle, Primordial Mana Core. Level 70. Faction Dark. Health 100,000. Mana 1,000,000. Vitality 1050. Stamina 1500. Strength 1200. Intelligence 1250. Agility 1700. Luck 25. Available stat points 200. Damon let out a long whistle. "Well, damn," he muttered, blinking at the screen, unsure of how something like this could be true. "Well, damn. No wonder I feel like I could punch a hole through a dragon." These stats were completely ridiculous. I knew he had gained a lot from the Purification Raid battle, but what the hell were these numbers? More importantly, what the hell was this ridiculously high mana points? 1,000,000 mana points? I had a total of 1,000,000 mana points? How could this be possible? If my sealed core was so powerful, then what was the capability of my actual core? A slow grin spread across Damon's face. Oh yeah, this would do. This was more than enough for him to get a handle on shit and figure out this whole imbalance situation. Soon another hour passed, and the big lake of churning and roiling poisonous waters was reduced to a mere small pond. Damon was silently lying on the pond, trying his best to get more familiar with his new mana core. Behind him, Elora tried not to peek again. She was failing. The woman shamelessly stole many glances and continued to gulp as her thighs tightly clenched together. Calethorn, meanwhile, had sunk to a seated position by the edge of the pool, arms crossed tightly, his jaw twitching every now and then, like he was biting down on 1,000 curses. He was full-on in depression mode, unable to still digest what had happened. A few more minutes passed by just like this when a new notification rolled in. Ding! Your skill Blood Archives has leveled up. Ding! Your skill Blood Archives has been modified. Ding! You can now store venomous liquids, minimum 50% blood energy content, as part of the Blood Archives and use it to restore your blood energy. Ding! Restoring yourself with venomous blood increases passive resistance to poison-based attacks by 30%. Ding! You have gained a new skill, Venom Surge. Venom Surge. Temporarily infuse stored venom into attacks for bonus damage and debuff effects. Oh, Damon muttered. That's nasty, and I love it. His Blood Archives update was going to be quite useful in the future. With his new mana reserves and his Blood Archives expanding, his energy sources were now almost limitless. Damon made a small fist pump with excitement. Calethorn's face twitched, wondering what the hell was Damon up to now. But Damon completely ignored the guy and continued to suck in every last bit of the poisonous water. Only after not a single drop was left out, he stood up from the spot. The dumbstruck vampire stared at this scene in shock. This bastard absorbed the whole damn thing? How? Why? He could not understand. How can a vampire possess a capability like this? Calethorn did not like it. He had a feeling he had offended someone who should not be offended, and now it was as if a guillotine was hanging on his neck, about to come down at any moment. "Can we leave now?" Calethorn impatiently urged. Damon once again ignored the guy. "I still have some more unfinished business here." He then summoned Alina and his shadow clone, and also put the dirty girl to work who was still acting as if her eyes were glued onto the wall. "All of you comb this place from top to bottom. There is a treasure hiding here, and we need to find it no matter what." The new Damon from this life might be rich and powerful, but the original Damon had always been a scrapper. He had spent many days scraping many places in hopes of finding a rare treasure, and he had even succeeded many times. Naturally, he still retained his keen senses, thick skin, and the shamelessness one required for spending hours to search a seemingly empty spot for hidden treasures. And this place wasn't exactly empty. After the waters were drained completely, several items shimmered at the bottom, weapons and armors that looked to be NPC-tailored, particularly of the holy and divine categories. It looked like the Poison Master had tricked many NPCs and lured them to come here. Most of the stuff would have dissolved in the poison waters, and only a few remained. This only made them all the more incredible. Damon was in a hurry, so he tossed these items inside his spatial ring to check them out later. He then continued with the search. A few more minutes passed by, just like this, when a new notification rolled in. One from Mark and the other from Liray. Damon opened the message from Liray first. "I have successfully extracted your family members. They are all with me now. Rest assured, my love." It was a small and simple message. Damon smiled faintly. Trusting Liray had paid off. He still planned to visit them in person, but that can wait a little. His gaze then drifted off to Mark's message. This one was rather unexpectedly cryptic. "I have something important to show you. Come back to the Blood Hall as soon as possible." Damon frowned. What could be so important? I hope those fuckers didn't mess with my 1-week time limit for coughing up the money. He grimaced. Well, I guess there is no point in rushing now. Damon checked the time, and it was almost close to log-out time. While he could stay inside the game as long as he wanted, Mark and the others would be kicked out. He decided to continue searching until then, and then briefly log out to check on everyone else. Soon another couple of hours flew by, and Damon ended up not finding shit inside the cavern. He finally decided to give up and get out of here. I guess I should log out first. He activated his tattoo and silently disappeared from the cavern space. The next second, he was back in his castle again. Damon immediately heard LaRoche's curious voice in his mind. "How did you manage to fix your soul so fast?" Damon rolled his eyes. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Actually, maybe you would. He suddenly thought of something and started talking to the greedy item spirit with a smile on his face. "Since you are literally begging me for information, I will share this with you. I found a vial of soul healing potion along with some old parchments. They are in the game, and I still cannot freely move items back and forth from the game world. Perhaps if you could help me with that, I can bring the old books to you and you can learn something new about soul healing." LaRoche became silent. "Come on, I know soul-mending potions are extremely rare. You know you want it, and surely someone like you should have some resources to help me bring the things out of the game world. Come on, what do you say?" Damon grinned as he dangled the bait, letting his voice drip with exaggerated innocence. "It's just a harmless little vial and a few musty scrolls, nothing too valuable. I'd be happy to forget all about them, unless someone clever enough convinces me otherwise." LaRoche still remained silent. "All right, then." Damon shrugged and walked out of his room. "Your loss. My soul is feeling particularly strong. The elixir might be a really good one. You might be losing out on something amazing here." LaRocha finally responded, but it was not the answer Damon expected. "You want to barter with me using dusty relics you haven't even verified yet?" He let out a laugh and became silent. Damon narrowed his eyes, but did not say anything. It was worth a try. He was not really counting on it anyways. He also had other things on his mind right now. He quickly hurried out of his room and went out to meet his family. He only barely took a few steps when a little munchkin ran and hugged him tightly. "Uncle, Uncle, you won't believe what happened to us," Lola squealed, her small arms wrapping around Damon's waist. Damon blinked and instinctively scooped her up, holding her as she kicked her feet with glee. Her eyes were sparkling, her cheeks flushed, but there was an edge to her excitement, like someone who had just gotten off a terrifying ride and was still shaking, even while laughing. "What happened?" Damon asked, voice gentler now, as he brushed back a strand of hair from her face. Lola leaned in and whispered, "We were in a dungeon, like a real, actual dungeon. There were chains and spiders and really smelly guards. But then this beautiful elf lady, Auntie Lorraine, showed up and kaboom! She burned the doors off, and then she stabbed a man in the face." She made a stabbing gesture and added sound effects for emphasis. "What did she do now?" Damon chuckled, partly in amusement and partly in relief. He glanced up, his eyes quickly scanning the hallway, only to see the rest of his family stepping into view, one by one. His mother, his father, his brother. They looked tired and disheveled, but alive. "Georgina wanted to rest first," John awkwardly explained, to which Damon only laughed. What else could he expect from his sister-in-law? "It's fine. How are you all doing?" His mom was the first one to answer, as she hugged Damon and started sobbing. "Damon, what would have happened if you were not there? We were all so scared. One second we were fine and just doing quests, and the next second these soldiers came and arrested us in front of everyone." Damon's expression softened as he hugged her back tightly, resting his chin gently atop her head. "You don't have to be scared anymore," he murmured. "You're safe now. I am sorry they targeted you like this." Her mother clung to him for a moment longer before pulling away, wiping her tears and trying to compose herself. His father gave a silent nod of approval, his eyes bloodshot but proud, and Damon returned it with a nod of his own. Everyone was still visibly shaken from the whole experience. Damon could only imagine how terrible it must have been for normal people to be taken in custody by intimidating soldiers and thrown into actual prison cells without even hope of a hearing. This was all because of him. They were targeted because of him. Damon's gaze turned cold for a moment as he clenched his fists tightly, but then he shook it off. This was not the time or place. He let out a sigh and then put a smile on his face. "How about we all put this incident behind us and enjoy a little? Are you guys hungry? Maybe we should have a feast tonight. I feel like celebrating. Also, did you guys check out where we are right now? In the middle of an ocean? Come here, see this." Damon led them through the wide halls of the castle until they reached one of the upper balconies. A cool wind swept past as he pulled open the heavy doors, revealing the breathtaking view outside. Endless waves stretched in every direction, the ocean shimmering like molten sapphire under the first light of the morning sun. The sky above was painted in strokes of gold and crimson, and far on the horizon a flock of seabirds soared through the clouds. The castle was smack dab in the middle of the ocean, floating on the waters magically. Lola gasped and darted to the edge of the balcony. "Whoa! Where are we, Uncle? This is amazing!" Her mother clutched her chest in awe, while her father stared in silence, clearly impressed. Even John whistled low, giving Damon a look of grudging admiration. "You've really built something here." "Huh?" Damon smirked. "I did say I've been busy." Damon then thought of something and his smile became wider. "LaRocha, How about you get out here with a butler outfit? A vampire castle needs a butler, you know. Isn't that part of your contract to serve me?" Silence. Complete and utter silence. But after a couple of minutes, a thin and tall man walked out into the balcony dressed in a dapper suit. He was wearing pitch-black butler uniform with silver trim. His bright green hair was tied back nightly, and a monocle rested over one eye. A white cloth draped over one arm, and he carried a polished silver tray holding a glass of chilled wine. Damon's grin grew impossibly smug. "Now that's what I'm talking about." He knew the guy was purposely dressed like this in an exaggerated fashion just to mock him, but he did not care in the slightest, and only laughed in amusement. LaRoche's expression was as cold and flat as a tombstone. "Enjoy it while you can, parasite," he mumbled, burning with rage inside. "Huh? What is that? Did you say something?" he teased him again.
Damon was quite surprised to see the item spirit actually following through on the role as he poured wine for everyone. The family's mood immediately became better. Only LaRoche was clearly not pleased, as he kept giving Damon death glares every once in a while. "Oh, please," Damon waved him off, taking the wine. "You love this as much as I do. Look at you. You're practically sparkling with elegance. This castle was missing something, and it was clearly you." John blinked at the sight of the butler and leaned over to whisper, "Is that a servant you summoned?" Damon nodded with a grin. "Yes, something like that." LaRoche, without missing a beat, bowed just low enough to appear respectful, though his glare betrayed centuries of pent-up sarcasm. "Shall I begin preparing the feast, master?" "Sure. Can't wait to see your cooking skills." Damon gave the guy a pat on his ass as he turned around, which made the vein on LaRoche's forehead throb. "Actually, wait a second. I have an idea." Damon downed the wine in one big gulp, and then suddenly pulled out his blood wings for everyone to see. A round of awestruck gasps erupted all around as the blood-forged wings unfurled behind him. "These are so cool!" Lola tried to reach for one of the wings, but Damon was already in the air. He abruptly dove straight into the ocean and disappeared. Everyone gasped in shock. "Uncle?" Lola squeaked, darting to the edge of the balcony and peeking down at the waves. "Where'd he go?" Did he just jump?" John stared, jaw slightly open. "Please tell me that was on purpose." LaRoche let out a long-suffering sigh as if personally offended by the dramatic flair. "Of course it was. He does everything like he's trying to audition for a celestial opera." Just as the family was starting to panic, the ocean below began to swirl and bubble. A moment later, a crimson vortex exploded from the surface, and Damon shot back into the air, his wings gleaming with seawater and streaks of blood energy trailing behind them like shooting stars. He soared above the castle in wide loops, grinning like a lunatic, before finally gliding down and landing perfectly on the balcony rail. "Ta-da!" he declared, with both arms stretched dramatically. A bunch of fish clattered onto the floor. Lola clapped like she'd just witnessed the world's greatest circus act. His father blinked rapidly and then nodded once, deadpan. Not bad. His mother, still clutching her chest, muttered something about giving her a heart attack. LaRoche grimaced. "Am I supposed to cook these now?" Damon raised a brow and grinned. "Well, you are the butler, aren't you? And the kitchen is your domain. Show us what you got, master of fish guts." LaRoche looked down at the flopping sea life strewn across the balcony, and his mood dropped even more. He mumbled something about how pigs did not understand greatness, and then begrudgingly collected all the fish with just a wave of his hand. Then he glared back at Damon with the kind of withering glare that could curdle blood. "I am an ancient artifact, forged in the furnace of a dying star, not a line cook at some beach resort." Damon shrugged. "If you don't want to serve me personally, then bring out more waiters and waitresses. I didn't ask you to serve me personally. I mean, even though it is written as such in the contract." "I will prepare the meal," LaRoche said through gritted teeth, and disappeared. "Perfect," Damon clapped. "Make sure it's spicy."
As LaRocha stormed off with the fish trailing in a magical float behind him, Damon turned back to the others. Now we will have a proper celebration. Was that okay? That handsome man did not look so pleased, his mother asked him. Damon's face twitched. Yes, it was. What is everyone doing out here? Kate smiled as he walked into the balcony, looking as gorgeous as always. She was radiant, elegant, and relaxed, with her dark hair cascading over her shoulders and her eyes shimmering with just the faintest touch of red. Mark was right behind her. Did you jump into the sea? Blood wings, Damon replied proudly, spreading them again just a little, flexing. Also, you're welcome for dinner. Kate laughed softly and stepped beside Lola, ruffling her hair. She turned to Damon with a teasing smile. So, what's the occasion? Why the royal show and seafood? Damon's smile softened, and yes. His gaze flicked toward his parents, then to John, then to Kate and Mark. Mostly, just wanted to hang out with you all for a bit. I might be gone a while after this. Kate's smile turned warmer and she nodded, walking over and sitting beside Damon. From deep inside the castle, the unmistakable sound of pots crashing echoed faintly, followed by an enraged shout from LaRocha. Damon burst out laughing, raising his glass toward the kitchen wall. To family, and to our reluctant culinary genius! May he not burn down the castle tonight! Everyone raised their glasses in turn. Even Lola mimicked everyone by raising her glass of juice. LaRocha eventually brought something out, and to everyone's surprise, it tasted quite good. If the fish had more manna, I could have made it better. He scowled and left the place to try his hand in the kitchen once again. The guy was clearly a perfectionist, and had to be the best in everything he did. Good to know, Damon chuckled. The feast continued in full swing as more dishes began to appear, each one more absurdly elegant than the last. One plate came garnished with edible gold flakes. Another had a tiny floating sphere of sauce that burst on the tongue like a manna-infused bubble. LaRocha didn't serve them personally after the first round. He had conjured a series of elegant, emotionless constructs in tuxedos to do that for him, but every now and then a loud clang or a frustrated mutter echoed from the kitchen, just to remind everyone he was still working. Lola happily bounced from lap to lap, giving dramatic reviews of each dish like a tiny, overexcited food critic, most of which made everyone burst into laughter. Eventually, the plates were all cleared out and everyone's stomach and hearts were full. The laughter had quieted into warm smiles and soft chatter as the sky began to shift, casting the balcony in hues of pale lavender and peach. The ocean, calm and endless, mirrored the sky like a painted dream, and the salty breeze carried the faintest scent of the feast that had just passed. Damon leaned against the balcony rail, a wineglass dangling loosely from his fingers, though it had long since been emptied. Beside him, Kate rested her head on his shoulder, eyes half-lidded in a peaceful daze. Mark sat with his legs stretched out, unusually relaxed, while Lola had curled up like a content kitten in their mother's lap, finally tired out. John was scribbling something absent-mindedly on a napkin, and even their father had kicked his shoes off, propping up his feet with a satisfied grunt. As the first golden line of sun peeked over the horizon, Damon exhaled slowly, letting the silence stretch. Now this is the kind of memory I want to keep. Just family, just mourning, just peace. Kate did not say anything, only smiled. She didn't need to. Her fingers gently brushed against his, their hands resting side by side on the marble railing, pinkies barely touching. Kate felt content. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. An innocent little munchkin suddenly popped next to Damon. "Uncle, can we bring Auntie Lyrae here next time? I want to show her this view. I think she will love it." "Auntie Lyrae? Who is that?" Kate laughed and picked up Lola, rubbing her nose with the little one's nose. Lola beamed with happiness. "Oh, you haven't met her, Kate. Auntie Lyrae is the prettiest angel in this whole world." Damon started sweating. "Is that so?" Kate's smile froze just slightly as she looked from Lola to Damon, a single brow rising with the precision of a blade being unsheathed. Her tone remained pleasant, teasing even, but her eyes, those shimmering red-tinted pools, suddenly had the stillness of a frozen lake. The prettiest angel in the whole world, huh? Damon started sweating even more. Lola, bless her oblivious heart, just nodded enthusiastically. "Mm-hmm. She has shiny silver hair and pointy ears and looks very, very pretty." "Yes, you already mentioned that." Kate was very clearly controlling herself, but the little devil was not making it easy. By now Damon was fully drenched in sweat. He had to do something now, otherwise it would be game over. "Kate, listen, you can play with Lola later. We should now go and check on Artemius. The old man really exerted himself to try and heal my injury." "What happened, Damon? I mean, you look better now, so I decided not to bother you with silly questions. But now I'm worried. Your injury was so bad?" Damon laughed awkwardly. He really did need to check on Silvara and the old man and everything that was going on with the Blackpool trial. When his hidden opponent had targeted him, that was also one of the places they had attacked. "Let's walk and talk." Damon started walking towards the part of the castle where the Ice Clan members were staying. Artemius had taken the master room, and Damon knew exactly where he was. They walked over and knocked gently on the door. On the second knock, Silvara quickly opened the door and stared dumbly at Damon for a minute before she snapped back to reality. We should talk outside. Grandfather is still resting." Damon nodded, and they moved over to another room. Silvara sat down on the regal sofa in the room, her hand brushing the beautiful flower pattern on the cushion cover absent-mindedly. "Did Grandfather help you at all?" she quietly asked. Damon smiled. "Of course! Without him, I honestly wouldn't have made a full recovery. Well, almost a full recovery, but he decided to keep that part to himself." Silvara nodded. "I'm glad. Grandfather says he just needs a few more days of rest and that he will be fine, so you don't have to worry about him." "Okay, that's good to know. Let me know if I can help in any way. This time he has truly pushed himself a lot for my sake. I might get my hands on a soul-healing or strengthening type elixir soon, but I cannot guarantee it." Damon explained and sat down opposite her. Kate and Mark sat down as well. "Thank you," Silvara smiled. "We would definitely appreciate all the help that we can get." Damon nodded, and then came to the next important thing. "So, what's happening back in the northern mountains?" "Sorry, I was not able to respond immediately. We had a lot going on at that time." Silvara smiled bitterly. "It's okay. I know you had your hands full. Everyone knows. The whole world is talking about how you became the first city ruler." Damon could only laugh at that. If only it were that simple. The reality is not that glamorous. I haven't become a city anything yet, and all of this is only going to last for another week if I don't take some drastic steps. It is not that simple to bring a dark faction base smack dab in the middle of a light faction territory. The chance of success is almost zero. Kate quietly listened, her fingers laced in her lap, while Mark leaned back, his expression unreadable. "I figured as much," Silvara said. "That's why I didn't reach out immediately either. We were both fighting our own battles. But the situation back in the northern mountains—" She trailed off, then exhaled deeply. "It has become somewhat weird." "Huh? How so? Did they already claim the legacy?" Silvara shook her head. "Nope. The whole group left the place a long time ago. I don't think that they will return either. If I am not wrong, they should be done with that place." That's unexpected. I thought that they would completely monopolize the area." Silvara then explained everything with a bitter smile. Damon, I haven't told you yet, but that place has changed a lot now. Sometime in the past 2 days, almost right after that mysterious group showed up, another beast also showed up in the waters. A beast? Silvara nodded. Well, it could be anything. The truth is that no one has seen this beast properly. It is running wild in the waters, and it attacks anyone who even steps inside the main cavern. No one has even been able to attempt the trial anymore, or use the black pool. The whole place has become useless. Damon became silent as a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Interesting. This is definitely something that I should take a look at. Give me some more time. Once I settled some things, I will come by and see what happened and what type of beast this is. Silvara nodded, clearly relieved. Thank you. If it's you, then I think you will definitely be able to slay it. Damon's mind was already racing. A mysterious beast appearing right after that group arrived? Too much of a coincidence. And if it was strong enough to block access to the black pool entirely, then it wasn't just some random stray. Either one of those people left it behind on purpose, or maybe someone else entirely was involved in this. Damon reached across the table and gave her hand a light squeeze. Once I deal with this city and its ticking clock, I'll come find you. If I can't solve it with strength, I'll figure something else out. One way or another, we're going to get that pool back for you. Silvara smiled. She then excused herself, wanting to stay by her grandfather's side, leaving Mark, Kate, and Damon alone. I can't believe those bastards did so much just to target you, Mark sighed with annoyance. What were they thinking? That you would just quit playing the game? Damon smirked. They wanted to show what they can do and how they can touch everything I care about with no effort at all. They wanted to show me that they had absolute control over the game and my life. They wanted me to understand that no matter how powerful I am, I will always just be a small pawn in their game. Both Mark and Kate became silent. They subconsciously shuddered a little as they could feel a powerful aura coming from Damon at the moment. It lasted only for a second, but it was unmistakable. It made both their hearts beat rapidly, and it made them want to prostrate themselves to him. It was a weird feeling. Thankfully, Damon's mood lifted almost immediately. Don't worry about it. They showed me their hands. I'm showing mine soon enough. In fact, tomorrow something explosive is going to happen. Wait for it. This entire week is going to be extremely entertaining. Damon grinned with a mysterious twinkle in his eyes. Mark and Kate did not know what he was talking about, but it looked like everything would be revealed tomorrow. Then Damon suddenly remembered something. Mark, by the way, what did you want to talk to me about? Right. Mark immediately became serious. We were clearing out random quests in the Blood Hall quest board, and a new S-rank quest popped up. Thankfully, we were there at the moment, and we were able to cinch it. Or maybe it showed up because I completed an A-rank quest and submitted it. Damon nodded. That was probably it. Anyway, continue. What quest are you talking about? I tried to remember some notable quests from my last life, but nothing in particular stood out. The couple of S-rank quests I remembered were about upgrading one's status to nobility, which all of them already had, so repetition of that quest was not possible. What could this new quest be? Damon was thinking deeply when Mark answered him. It's a quest for opening a portal to some place called the Bloodlands. Damon froze. His mind went blank and then spun into overdrive. The Bloodlands? He repeated slowly. Are you sure that's what it said? Mark nodded. Yeah, I double-checked it before accepting. The quest is called Welcome to the Bloodlands. The objective is vague. It only says, perform the rite of descent and awaken the slumbering gate to the Bloodlands. Only those with true blood may enter. That's it.
Mark knew that the quest was important because of its S rank, but now, after seeing Damon's expression, he couldn't help but become curious about this whole thing. Damon leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath, his expression unreadable, though 100 flickers of memory, power, and warning bells echoed in his head. The Bloodlands, the holy grail for all the Dark Faction players. Dude, you just got the quest opener for going to the Dark Faction territory. It's a major class quest, and the reward is most definitely a freaking legendary item. Damon finally spelled it out loud. Mark blinked. Wait, what? Damon grinned now, all unreadable caution gone and replaced with a kind of excitement that made blood sing. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, his eyes glowing bright crimson. You have no idea what you stumbled onto, do you? This isn't just some S-rank quest. This is the gateway to the Bloodlands. That place isn't just a zone, it's a whole new territory meant exclusively for the Dark Faction. In his last life, this portal only opened after 6 months, and by that time, many people had even switched from the Dark Faction to the Light Faction just because Dark Faction players were always hunted and their opportunities were limited when compared to the Light Faction players. But the opening up of this portal was a game changer. Now, the Dark Faction also had a base and a home and a lot more juicy power-up opportunities. With the Blood Hall Wars about to happen, this was the perfect time for this portal to open. This would make everything a lot easier. If they could enter the Bloodlands and grab a few low-hanging fruits, their progress would be cemented. Not to mention, Damon needed a soul cultivation technique suited for him. The Bloodlands would be the perfect place to search for something like this. There would be a whole new set of NPCs, quest lines, and dungeons. The best part was that if they played their cards right, only they would know the location of the portal, at least for the first few weeks. This would be more than enough to get more resources and equate their standing with the Super 10 guilds. Mark stared at Damon, stunned into silence. Wait, this big? You're saying this could change the entire game for us? Yep, Damon nodded. It could change everything for the entire Dark Faction. The Bloodlands aren't just some random high-level hunting zone. They're the foundation of the Dark Faction's real power, their history, their hidden mechanics, and their legacies. Mark nodded, his gaze serious. I will go do the preparations for the quest immediately and open the portal. He knew how much Damon was struggling right now, and if this single quest could be a game changer, then he wanted to do everything right and use this opportunity to help Damon amass as much power as possible and stand by his side. Damon smiled and patted his friend. You don't have to rush so much. I still need some time to make some preparations. There are 2 things I want to do before we step into the Bloodlands. The Bloodlands aren't so simple. The entire place is a very high-level territory. Do you know why they are called Bloodlands? Mark shook his head. Vampire origin? No, it's not just for vampires. All sorts of races reside there. Rather, it's called Bloodlands because there is always a constant struggle in the area. There's war and bloodshed everywhere, and the very land is steeped with blood. Literally, the soil is red, the rivers are red, even the sky has a tint of crimson when the sun sets. That place is like a living battlefield, shaped by centuries of conflict between Dark Faction races, vampires, wraiths, necrokin, demons, and more. And those are just the locals. If we step in too early, we might just get torn apart. I suggest we all try to step into C rank before entering the place. Take the next couple of days to power level and find some more evolution stones, preferably some for me as well. I think I would need like 10 high-grade stones. What? You need 10? Kate gasped. Damon bitterly smiled. Such is life, he shrugged. Can you guys help me out? If you asked Varnix, he should give you both some sort of lead. Try it and let me know. If nothing works out, I will think of something. Both Mark and Kate nodded. The 3 of them continued chatting for a bit before everyone went back to their own rooms to rest for a while. Damon looked around his room many times to make sure no one was hiding in it to give him a jump scare.
He then locked the main doors before collapsing on his bed for some time. He ended up sleeping for 4 good hours before he woke up again and immediately returned to the game. There was a lot that needed to be done, and he did not want to miss his time advantage. The others would only be able to log in after some time, but he could log in any time he wanted, and it looks like it still held true. When Damon logged in again, he saw that both Elora and Kael'thorn were still busy searching the place. Damon raised a brow curiously. Elora searching for him was okay, but the other guy was also being a little too keen. Damon went into stealth and sneaked up right behind Kael'thorn before shouting loudly in his ears, "Are you hoping to find something good and pocket it when I am not looking?" Kael'thorn let out a startled growl, almost tripping over a loose stone as he spun around, hand flying to the hilt of his sword. "Bloody hells! You—" He paused when he saw Damon grinning mischievously, arms folded with an amused expression. "I was checking for traps," Kael'thorn said flatly, trying to recover his dignity. "Wouldn't want you walking into something dangerous." Damon snorted. "Sure, and I totally believe you after all of that backstabbing." Elora walked over with a smirk. "Don't worry, my lord, I kept an eye on him the entire time. He did find a ring a while back, but I confiscated it immediately." "Oh, show me." Damon became curious. Unfortunately, the ring Elora handed over was just another NPC item. Not really the best one when it came to stats, but it was of a high level nonetheless. "Well, I guess something is better than nothing." Kael'thorn grumbled something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like tyranny. But he didn't push the matter. Instead, he crossed his arms and leaned against a cracked pillar, eyes sweeping the surroundings with practiced calm. "There is nothing left in this dump. You have already picked clean every little thing. Unless there's some hidden mechanism or sealed vault nearby, we might be wasting our time." Damon would be lying if he said he did not agree with the bastard. There really seemed to be nothing in the place. "All right, let's just leave," he mumbled and started to walk when he suddenly noticed a weird crack on the wall. Damon paused. His well-honed scraping senses were tingling. He walked closer to take a look. Both Elora and Kael'thorn looked curiously. They watched and watched as Damon casually took out a unique rock from the crack. Just a small piece of rock that did not look like it was anything special, but the moment Damon took it, a system notification popped up in front of him. "Ding ding! You have obtained a Philosopher's Stone variant." "I knew it!" Damon grinned. He immediately checked out the stats of the small rock. Philosopher's Stone variant. Grade. Relic. Type. Alchemy Catalyst. Description. A failed attempt at creating a heaven-defying artifact. This variant of the Philosopher's Stone can enhance alchemy by 300% for one reaction. Damon first looked at the 300% and became very excited, but the next second he saw the limitation that it could only be used one time. "It's still good, I guess," he shrugged and tossed it inside before finally leaving the place. There was a lot he needed to do, and there was no point hanging around here any longer. He walked out of the dungeon, and Elora and Kael'thorn followed him. "Where to next, my lord?" Elora became ready to draw the teleportation circle. "No need, we will be heading straight back to the Blood Hall. I'm assuming Riven is already back there as well?" Elora answered with disdain at the mention of the idiot's name. As soon as he became conscious, he ran out of the dungeon. He must have gone there. I sighed. It's fine, let him be. Damon then activated the brand new teleportation skill he had thanks to his new status as the Blood Hall's Lord. The next second, he appeared inside the main chamber of the Blood Hall, right along with Elora and Kael'thorn. "You both can do whatever you want. I have some personal stuff to take care of." Dismissing the two of them, Damon then walked over to Vornix. "I need to use the training room. Can you prepare a 120 time dilation room for me?" "My lord, might I suggest lowering the time dilation? A 120 time dilation would be too high for someone of your evolution stage." He chose his words carefully. "It's fine," he chuckled. "Usually the main concern when using time dilation is the mental strength. One needed to be able to handle the extended period of time inside the time dilation training room, but Damon already knew he could handle this much. In fact, he was pretty sure he could handle more. Unfortunately, this is the limit of what was available in the blood hall, so he couldn't ask for more." Varnix bowed his head reluctantly. "As you command, my lord, I shall make the arrangements." Within minutes, Damon stepped into the training room. As the door sealed behind him with a low hiss and the ruins on the floor began to glow, the atmosphere changed. Time around him slowed to a crawl. He had just stepped into a pocket of hyperspeed training. 20 hours in here would be equivalent to a single hour on the outside. Varnix had set up the array for the next 6 hours, which meant Damon would be continuously spending 120 hours in this place in isolation. The mana concentration was also cranked up to the highest caliber. This made the environment extremely stimulating. It was also impossible to exit the place before the set time ran out. Unless one was prepared for it, there is a high chance that one could die from sheer mental exhaustion. Damon closed his eyes for a second, breathing in the thick, mana-infused air. The blood hall had spared no effort in enhancing this chamber. The walls pulsed with runes designed to isolate external interference. Rows of crystal obelisks silently floated around the edges, maintaining spatial integrity. There was a training puppet at the far end of the room, which had the ability to absorb attacks even from a B-rank expert and display results. It was really the perfect place to train. Blood Hall was not really special in this aspect. Most of the class halls had such places where players could train. Normally, it costs an arm and a leg, but Damon was able to use it freely considering his current status, a small bonus. Damon quickly focused and pulled up his status screen, mainly his list of skills. Immediately, he felt dizzy. So many skills, so many different elements. He stared at the skill panel, eyes scanning through dozens of names and effects across multiple categories: bloodline, vampiric, elemental, weapon mastery, mage, general, shadow, and crafting. The screen felt more like a grimoire than a stat sheet, and Damon couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. "All right," he muttered. "Time to sort this mess out." He started organizing the skills into different build cores. One for shadow burst damage, one for vampiric sustain, one for elemental fusion magic, one for raw physical brutality, and so on. He slowly and patiently made a first list of all possibilities and combinations. Naturally, he did not plan to achieve everything in a single setting. This was going to be a work in progress, but he at least wanted to get started with it before once again engaging with any opponent. Leveling up and powering up could only help so much. Ultimately, if a player did not know how to use his arsenal of skills properly, he was bound to fail. Damon was well aware of it. All his playful and goofy demeanor completely disappeared as he became serious and sat down and analyzed all the skills he had gathered down to the last one. He spent the first few hours simply reading, not meditating, not training, just reading through every single skill. He jotted mental notes, cross-referenced internal cooldowns, activation costs, hidden synergy effects, and more. With how diverse his abilities were, everything was super messy. Heck, this was the first time he was seeing many of the skills for the first time, especially the ones he had obtained in the Purification raid. "Holy shit!" Damon gasped, as he realized just how many of the holy and divine skills he had stolen. He had Holy Breath to resurrect someone, Holy Blessing to buff, Holy Judgment to smite enemies, and Holy Grace to heal. These were just the basic skills. Now there were a lot more hidden boosting skills he had stolen, which were the actual game changers. There was the Sacrament of Wrath, which made all the healing skills temporarily turn into Searing Radiance, dealing holy damage instead of healing. More importantly, this was a domain skill and was not just limited to him. If Damon used a skill like this appropriately, he could create widespread chaos on the battlefield, no doubt. Soon, the first 10 hours slipped by, and Damon was still examining many skills, slowly going through one after another. But this was his limit, so he decided to switch things up with some practicing. Damon started with the skills he was most unfamiliar with, the holy and divine skills. He repeatedly cast Holy Heal and Holy Blessing on the puppet to get a feel for things. At the same time, he took note of what passive skills were getting activated when to catch things he might have missed before. The training was pretty much boring and monotonous, but Damon loved doing this kind of thing. In his last life, unlike his current bloodline, skill proficiency was all he had to improve himself. This was nothing new for him. He went all out and dove right into the hard part of the training. Time once again slipped by, and at the end of 50 hours, Damon unexpectedly received a system notification.
Ding! You have combined the skills Holy Grace, active, Renewed Blessing, passive, Blessing Spire, active, and Blessing of Vital Light, passive, to create a new skill, Radiant Wellspring. Radiant Wellspring, active, rank A, element, holy. Description: summons a sanctified well of radiant energy at a targeted location for 15 seconds. Allies within range regenerate health rapidly and receive 30% reduced damage from all sources. Undead or unholy beings caught within the radius suffer continuous holy damage and reduced healing effects. Activates minor cleansing on each healing pulse. Cooldown 90 seconds. Damon was pleasantly surprised at this new development. He had been tinkering around with these 4 skills for the past several hours, considering the high synergy between them, but he didn't think that he would actually be able to combine them together into an A-rank skill at that. This wasn't just a spell anymore, it was battlefield control, a hybrid AoE heal plus AoE damage zone with utility tacked on. The kind of skill that, in the hands of a paladin or high-tier cleric, would have become the centerpiece of any raid group. But now, it was his. A vampire wielding radiant holy wells like they were just another tool in his overflowing arsenal. Grinning, Damon immediately cast the skill on the puppet area. The effect was instant. A circle of brilliant white-gold light bloomed beneath his feet, threads of radiant mist swirling upward like reverse rain. He could feel its purifying pulse seep into his bones and nourishing him. Damon's crimson eyes narrowed as the puppet within the radius began to steam and spark, its mana-reactive alloys reacting violently to the searing holy damage. The runes beneath it flickered, struggling to stabilize the readings. And all around him, the radiance danced, gentle to allies, merciless to enemies. Beautiful, Damon nodded. But he was not satisfied with just this alone. He still had several more hours left, and he wanted to work on few other skill combinations he had in mind. If he was able to combine these lesser skills into a high-rank skill, then there was so much more he could do. Damon continued practicing his skills once again. Since he was on a roll with holy skills, he decided to continue with that. He opened his skill menu again and scanned for the next cluster. One caught his eye immediately. Sanctified Barrier, a minor auto-shield for allies. Seraph's Light, a passive that slightly increased shield durability and reflected a fraction of damage. Aegis Pulse, a short burst of divine energy that could interrupt projectiles and cleanse one debuff. Holy Anchor, a rarely used ability that rooted the caster in place to boost defenses massively for 5 seconds. Blessing of the Vigilant, a passive that increased resistance to crowd control effects for all nearby allies. Shield of Light, a weak but persistent aura that applied a small damage-absorbing barrier every 10 seconds to allies within range. Damon raised an eyebrow. Not flashy on their own, but together? A shield, a reactive trait, a burst interrupt, a defense boost, an anti-CC passive, and a steady regenerating aura. If he could get them to meld right? His lips curled into a grin. "Let's make this one a fortress," he muttered, and began cycling through the skills slowly, learning and understanding each one of them. He cast them again and again, adjusting intervals, overlapping durations, watching how they interacted within the training room's mana-dense air.
The puppet, now outfitted with damage protocols, launched magical projectiles and simulated attacks. Shields flickered, pulses flared, and cleansing effects shimmered through the air in defensive waves. And then, just as he synchronized the final cast, a golden pulse surged outward from his core. Ding! You have combined the skills Sanctified Barrier, Seraph's Light, Aegis Pulse, Holy Anchor, Blessing of the Vigilant, and Shield of Light to create a new skill, Bastion of the Condemned. Bastion of the Condemned, active, rank A+, element, Holy. Description: erects a divine bulwark around the caster or designated ally for 10 seconds, creating a zone of radiant protection. Allies inside the zone receive a gradually scaling shield up to 300% of their max HP. All forms of crowd control are reduced by 50% and stuns are shortened by 70%. Melee attackers are periodically repelled by light bursts. Ranged projectiles are slowed and lose 30% damage on impact. Reflects 10% of absorbed damage as radiant backlash to attackers. Undead or unholy creatures take holy damage and suffer aura suppression. Cooldown 150 seconds. What the fuck is this skill? Damon stared at the ridiculously powerful skill that had popped out. This was completely insane. He was essentially building divine bastions in the middle of enemy territory, sanctuaries that could devastate the unholy while uplifting his own side. He quickly checked if he could still cast the simple shield skill, and he could. Not that he would be using it anytime soon. Even with the 2-minute cooldown, this skill was pretty powerful, and he could always supplement it with other defensive skills. After all, holy skills were not the only skills in his arsenal. He quickly wanted to try it out. He immediately cast the skill on himself. With a hum like a bell being struck underwater, a dome of radiant hexagonal light rose around him, flickering slightly with golden waves. Every pulse of the barrier shuddered the air. The moment the puppet fired a low-powered magic bolt, the dome intercepted it mid-flight, disintegrating it with a gentle burst of particles. And then something unexpected happened. Ding! You have unlocked a new skill boost. Ding! While Bastion of the Condemned and Radiant Wellspring are active within 15 meters of each other, both zones can enhance each other. Healing is increased by 25%. Shields absorb an additional 15% damage. Fear, silence, and confusion effects are negated inside the area. Undead and unholy regeneration is halted entirely. Damon read the notification and he couldn't believe it. Casting both the skills together would bring a devastating effect on his opponents. He exhaled slowly. This was completely broken. Bastion of the Condemned and Radiant Wellspring. Damon checked out his progress again. Along with his 4 elements-packed Crimson Lance, these 3 would currently be the strongest skills in his arsenal. It was almost ironic that, despite being an unholy being himself, his skills ultimately condemned his people. But it did not matter. This will work out well when I pay a visit to the Bloodlands, Damon grinned. Bloodlands were full of the unholy and the undead, and these 2 would be perfect when he had to face a large number of enemies. He could already picture it. Stepping into the corrupted grave fields of the Bloodlands, where necrotic fog hung like curtains over desecrated ruins, and ghoulish armies clawed their way out of crimson soil. And in the center of it all, him, a vampire glowing with sanctified light, tearing through the legions of the damned not with shadow or death magic, but with radiance, holy energy so pure it seared the air itself. I'm going to stain the Bloodlands with holy fire. Damon clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The Super 10 had shown him what they were capable of, and now he was slowly gearing up to show them what he was capable of. Oh, that reminds me. It's almost time, isn't it? Damon sat down quietly as the last couple of minutes he had left in the training zone quickly passed by. It was login time for everyone again, and today there was a good show waiting for him. As the final seconds of the time dilation room ticked away, Damon calmed himself and prepared for what was about to come next. The moment the seal broke and the temporal chamber began to unwind, Damon's surroundings shifted. Light shimmered, the distortion collapsing inward, and in a heartbeat he was back inside a normal chamber inside the blood hall. He was disoriented for a minute or so, but he quickly regained his composure. Damon stretched his hands and legs and then walked out of the chamber to the main hall. His 3 followers were already there, waiting for him. Elora was busy chatting with Varnix, and the 2 of them were staring daggers at Calethorn. Obviously, she was recounting everything that had happened to the old vampire. Riven was sheepish and nervous and started sweating as soon as he saw Damon walking. Calethorn just stood blankly without any expression on his face. He knew his time outside the prison was coming to an end, and this time he had nothing to show for it. Despite his overwhelming prowess and taking plenty of shots, he couldn't even land a scratch on the new lord. That did not sit well with him. Damon was going to deal with him today, but not yet. He had bigger things going on today. He wanted to watch the spectacle unfold first. He sat down comfortably on the throne that belonged to the Lord of the Blood Hall and opened up the auction system interface and the world chat system interface. As soon as the interfaces loaded, they lit up with motion, flickering with bids, bursts of chatter, and aggressive speculation. The auction house had entered its frenzy window, and the world chat was exploding. Lines upon lines of scrolling text flew by as players across Earth Online scrambled to weigh in on the biggest drama of the hour. The Valamire City auction house had actually displayed a legendary item on the bulletin board. The auction house employees had also gone above and beyond to promote the auction. In many cities across various kingdoms, loud announcements were made. Trumpets blared in-game, magical screens hovered in public squares, and gold-inked flyers were distributed by NPC heralds. Even those who didn't care about auctions were now paying attention, because the item in question wasn't just any item. It was a legendary item. Legendary items were almost non-existent within the game world. One had to go to the ends of the world in order to obtain a legendary item. There were no quests leading to them, no treasure chests dropping them. They were as rare as virgin women in a brothel. News of the appearance of a legendary item spread like wildfire. This made even the NPCs excited about the auction, not to mention the players. A single legendary item could change the fate of entire guilds, so every single player in the game was glued to the auction house notification. The players were discussing it fervently everywhere. What? A legendary item? No way! This has to be the first one since launch, right? A legendary item? Are we sure this isn't some April Fool's patch event? No joke. I just checked the listing myself. It's real. Anyone know what it is? I'm offering a huge bounty for any info. DM me. We don't care what it turns out to be. The Obsidian Star Guild is ready to throw mountains of gold at it. Obsidian what? Never heard of you. This is clearly going to be a showdown between the real titans. If you're not ready to burn through a few million gold, don't even show up. $1 million? My guild's entire treasury couldn't cover it if we sold our souls and our mounts. Sell your souls to whom? The Blood God? Maybe he'll loan you a couple of coppers out of pity. The Blood God better not show up for this. If he gets his hands on a legendary item, I swear I'm uninstalling. Fool, what Blood God are you talking about? The top guild, Battle Crusaders, would be the one taking the item home. Blood God is the current city lord of Naira City. Who else has achieved something like this in the game so far? He is definitely going to win this bid. Retard, are you sucking his cock or what? Shut the fuck up. Blood God is just a fucking nobody who ran into a bunch of piles of lucky shit. He is nothing big. Oh, I sense jealousy here. You can all shut up. The final Guardians will be the one taking the win this time. The chat channels across Earth Online were in an uproar. Players were frantically speculating about the mysterious legendary item, digging through guild contacts, trade forums, and even in-game fortune tellers hoping for a hint. Even prominent guild leaders were blindsided by the announcement. Messages and commands flew across private channels as they tried to confirm the details and prepare their bids. The news didn't just stay within one kingdom or region. It spread like wildfire across international borders. From the Empire players in the east to Dominion guilds in the west, everyone was watching the Valamire City auction house. Global players jumped into the chat room, proudly declaring they'd be joining the bidding war. Those who couldn't attend in person began hiring local mercenaries to represent them and arranging courier runs to claim the item afterward. And all of this before the auction had even officially begun. Streamers swarmed Valamire City. Content creators set up around the marble steps of the auction house, cameras rolling, commentary flowing. Some were there for the auction itself. Others were waiting for a fight to break out. As time passed, the plaza filled up. More and more players arrived, some just to watch, some hoping to snipe bids, and some dreaming of a miracle. The auction house itself sat in a prominent place in the city. Moreover, the city had also increased the security detail, even recruiting from the neighboring cities for the occasion. Even with the crush of players shoulder to shoulder, order held. Players flooded into the city with an unstoppable momentum. The city gates never stopped swinging open, letting in wave after wave of players and NPCs. All sorts of important NPC figures started popping out. The teleportation circle at the heart of the city pulsed with intense magical energy, running at maximum output as players jumped in from all corners of the game world. Within moments, the entire town was overflowing with activity. The streets were packed wall to wall, and the area surrounding the Valamire City auction house became so densely crowded that even walking a few steps forward was a challenge. Everyone watching the scene unfold knew the truth, even if no one said it aloud. This wasn't just a bidding event. This was the first massive server-wide spectacle in the game, a moment destined to be carved into the annals of the game forever. Half an hour later, Damon arrived alone at the auction house entrance. It looked like the auction house had undergone some last-minute upgrades thanks to his deeds. The previously modest auction house now looked grand and spectacular. This was the work of some high-level mage, no doubt. Its size was also increased considerably. It could now house thousands of people comfortably. However, the problem was that there were more than 1,000 who wanted to barge their way inside. Despite each ticket being sold at a whopping 1,000 gold coin, waves of players crowded the gates outside the grand halls of the Valamire City auction house, desperately trying to get their hands on an entry pass. But those golden tickets? They were already in the possession of the elite, high-ranking guild leaders, top-tier PvP champions, or players backed by real-world corporate sponsors. None of them had any intention of parting with their access. Before long, the black market within the game system store reflected the madness. Entry passes were selling for as much as 50,000 real-world dollars, and those were for the worst seats, far from the stage, with terrible angles and minimal comfort. As for VIP access, completely out of reach. Those seats were already locked down by the powerhouses of the gaming world, people with too much influence, too much money, or both. Damon walked over to the VIP arena calmly. The auction house had already sent him a ticket and also a special robe that made his figure obscure and his identity anonymous. Unless one had a SSS rank skill that specifically allowed them to see through masks, it would literally be impossible for anyone to guess his identity. This was a service offered to the person who put the item for sale, and the robe would be active until the person leaves the auction house and a good hour after that, thereby giving them plenty of opportunity to get out of the area safely. Damon picked an empty seat and sat down. He had come 3 hours early, and it looked like it was still not enough. Almost the whole section had beat him to it. Several heads turned his way as he picked a seat inside a private booth and sat down. From the looks of it, everyone seemed to be aware that he was the person who put the item for sale, or at least someone like him who wore the special robe. But they couldn't do anything about it. Unless one had permission, they wouldn't be able to enter someone else's booth. This prevented anyone curious from knocking on his doorstep. In reality, he did not even have to appear in the auction house in order for everything to go down. He could simply observe it online, but Damon did not want to miss the good part. The hidden forces were finally going to come out of their hiding places. It would be a shame if he missed the show. Time passed quickly, and soon the auction officially began. The lights dimmed slightly, and a hush fell over the crowd. Every gaze locked on the center stage. Everyone was here for one reason, the first ever legendary item in the game's history, and the time was finally here. Whoever bought the item would become the focus of the entire gaming world, their name echoing across guild halls, streams, and headlines, their power shooting to the stars. In fact, some attendees didn't even care if the item was strong. The publicity alone was worth its weight in gold. Influence, fame, clout, all bundled into one mythical object, the first legendary item to be revealed in the game. From the back of the stage, a beautiful woman stepped forward. She wore a fitted white dress that hugged her form, exuding elegance and calm authority. Her arrival drew gasps and whistles from the crowd. Her beauty was almost ethereal, her presence commanding the room effortlessly. Across dozens of live streams, bullet screens exploded. "Damn, who is she? That's the auction host? I don't even care about the items anymore, I'm here for her. 10 out of 10 design, NPC or real model. If this is the vibe from the host, the legendary item better be divine." The woman gave a graceful nod and spoke in a voice as clear and smooth as flowing water. "Welcome, honored guests," she said, her tone polite yet brimming with charisma. "Let the Valamire City auction officially commence. I am Davina, your host for the day." A ripple of excitement ran through the hall. "Please, bring out the first item." An elegant assistant walked onto the stage, holding a polished black case. She placed it atop the pedestal, unlocked the latch, and opened it slowly. Inside gleamed a huge broadsword, dark steel edged with a faint green shimmer. Davina turned toward the crowd. "Our first item today is a finely crafted rare-grade sword, usable by players level 50 and above. It boasts extraordinary stats and has interesting enchanted skills." Immediately, a low murmur rolled through the audience. Assassin and mage mains leaned back, uninterested. Sword-focused warriors, on the other hand, leaned forward in their seats, eyes narrowing with curiosity. A few in the VIP section even tapped messages into their interfaces. Meanwhile, the sword itself sat under the glow of mana-powered lights, the green shimmer dancing like mist trapped in steel. It wasn't a game-changer, but it was rare enough to warrant serious attention. "Starting bid, 40 gold coins," Davina declared, raising a single delicate hand. A chime echoed as the bidding began. 45, someone in the back shouted. 50, came another voice from the left balcony. 65, a heavy spender in the mid-row raised a crystalline token. 80, a VIP player murmured. Damon watched with mild amusement from his seat in the shadows. No one was bidding seriously at the moment. This sword, while flashy, was just an appetizer. The legendary item was still under wraps, and everyone was waiting for it. The bids on the broadsword eventually crested just above 140 gold coins. A burly warrior type from the Frosthammer Guild secured it with a satisfied grunt and a raised fist. Davina offered a polite smile as the weapon was carried away. "Congratulations to bidder 73. Let us proceed to the next item." But across the hall, the murmurs grew louder. "When will they reveal the legendary item? I bet they'll drag it out until the last 10 minutes. Does anyone know what it is yet? Someone said it glows, like literally glows even in the dark." Damon chuckled under his breath, enjoying more than he should. Let them guess, he thought. The chaos hadn't even started yet. He adjusted his posture and leaned back comfortably, eyes fixed on the stage. The next item was brought forward, another mid-tier piece, a magic ring with minor stat boosts and an aura of frost. But no one cared. The ring ended up selling for 150 gold coins. The hostess Davina continued bringing out one item after another, and with each item, the impatience of the audience only grew. Thankfully, all the items brought out were top-tier items, at least rare grade in quality, so they were not a complete time waste. Combined with Davina's persuasive words, the sales were picking up quite good. The upcoming item is the second to last in today's lineup, Davina announced, her voice drawing renewed attention. She gestured subtly toward a small ornate box displayed on a pedestal. Crafted by a reclusive alchemist whose name remains unknown, this potion is so rare and valuable that my words won't do it justice. Instead, I invite you all to see for yourselves. Immediately, the focus in the hall shifted. Stream chats lit up with rapid-fire commentary. Is this thing legit or is she just hyping it up? Come on, it's the second to last before the legendary item. There's no way it's trash. Exactly. The auction's been building up. This one's gotta be at least epic tier. I'm backing that. This potion has to be something serious. Yeah, that dude's right. Now I really want to know what it is. Davina could feel the anticipation brewing in the crowd. She allowed it to simmer for a beat longer before continuing. Now, this item is a single-use consumable, and per the seller's request, bidding will start at 100,000 gold coins. The entire room froze. Even the digital chat feed went quiet for a second. Not a single message rolled across the screen. Then came the flood. Are you kidding me? Did I mishear that? 100,000 gold coins for a one-time use item? This better be made from the tears of a divine beast. Someone really thinks we're all rich idiots. Spending that much on a throwaway item is just burning money. The mood inside the Valamire City auction house grew tense. Some players in the hall looked visibly irritated. The most vocal critics were members of the Dark Knights Guild. One of them, Heaven Conqueror, shouted loudly, "What kind of scam is this? You think we've got time for this nonsense? Bring out the legendary already." Other guildmates joined in, jeering. "Name the seller. Let us see who dares pull this stunt. We'll make sure they regret it." The Dark Knights Guild had a notorious reputation in Earth Online. They were rumored to be backed by shady real-world interests. Most players avoided crossing paths with them. Davina met their outrage with a neutral smile, her professionalism unshaken. Only the briefest flicker of contempt crossed her eyes before vanishing beneath her practiced mask. "I'm afraid seller identities remain confidential as per Valamire City auction house policy," she said evenly. Heaven Conqueror scoffed. "Tah! Only a sucker would bite." He remained seated, clearly frustrated. Were it not for the powerful players present, he might have attempted to storm the stage. All around the venue, murmurs of disapproval filled the air. Most attendees scoffed at the price tag. Some sneered at the small wooden box like it was an insult. Others simply turned away, waiting for the final item. In their minds, only the final legendary item truly mattered. Nothing else, especially a stupid one-time consumable, was worth their attention. Meanwhile, nestled comfortably in the velvet-draped shadows of the VIP section, Damon leaned back in his chair, a sly grin tugging at the corners of his lips. His crimson eyes glimmered beneath the anonymity-enchanting hood as he watched the madness unfold before him. Of course he was smiling. It was because this item was also his handiwork. What no one in the Valamire City auction house or the entire Earth Online server knew was the true origin of the so-called top-tier potion. There was no alchemy master behind it, no ancient temple, just Damon killing time with a bored expression and a venom-based racial skill that he'd recently acquired. Venom generation. Damon had spent 3 idle hours generating poison in the most hilarious, most disgusting way possible, by spitting into 10 vials. That's right, the liquid inside that glowing bottle being hailed as a top-tier alchemy potion? 100% pure Damon-grade venom spit. He might have packaged the item as if it were produced by some top-grade alchemist, but the true content of the item was actually his spit. He hadn't even expected the auction house to bite, but once they did, he wrapped it in a neat lie about a mysterious alchemist, gave it a shiny name, and sat back to enjoy the chaos. As for whether it was overpriced, hell no, it was not overpriced. In fact, Damon thought it was a damn bargain. His venom wasn't some low-tier paralytic sludge. This was apex-level poison, potent enough to melt dungeon bosses into goo. His spit should be one of the most deadly poisons currently available in the game. On the stage, Davina raised her hand again. Before you make any final judgments, allow me to show you the item firsthand. With careful hands, she opened the box. The crowd gasped. Inside sat a luminous glass vial, its contents swirling with a greenish-purple glow. Vial heart draught, epic tier, origin unknown. When applied, a single drop can instantly exterminate any creature up to level 150, including elite bosses and named monsters. It is not classified as a potion or poison and is immune to purification, resistance, or dispel effects. As soon as the details of the item were displayed, the crowd instantly quieted. Almost everyone suddenly vanished from existence. What? What is this? Wait, hold up. Did a player actually submit that? Holy crap! All the players who had come here to hope to get their hands on the legendary item suddenly shifted forward in their seats. How could they sit still after knowing what this elixir can do? It wasn't a legendary item, but the sheer potency of it was enough to steal the spotlight from anything else on the docket, even the so-called final legendary prize. Gasps turned into frantic whispers. Whispers turned into outright arguments. Players began scanning their auction interfaces, double-checking their bank balances, and cursing their guildmates for not pooling money sooner. The room, moments ago so dismissive and unimpressed, had transformed into a pressure cooker of greed and ambition. I could wipe an entire dungeon with this. Forget that! Use it in a PvP war. Imagine nuking an entire enemy squad with just poison. Bro, that thing would make me a god in the game. All the world bosses would become my bitches. In the VIP section, Damon leaned back in his chair, amused as chaos bloomed like wildfire. He didn't even need to stoke the flames. His little bottle of death did all the work. He nearly snorted when someone in the crowd screamed, "I'll pay 200,000 gold coins right now, just shut up and sell it." More voices piled on, offers overlapping in a frenzy. Bids jumped in increments of hundreds of thousands. Alliances were forged and broken in real time. The entire auction house was one wrong word away from a PvP brawl. Damon sat quietly watching the world burn over 10 vials of his spit. "Best investment I've ever made," he murmured under his breath. He was short on money, so he had to squeeze out every gold coin he could from the masses. Meanwhile, the bids on his spit were going crazy. Heaven Conqueror from the Dark Knights, who had just now badmouthed the auction house for scamming, shamelessly bid 250,000 gold coins. Ha ha! Didn't this guy just call anyone who buys it an idiot, and now he's bidding like crazy? This Heaven Conqueror guy is hilarious. Dude's got no shame at all. I'm telling you, if I ever think about joining a guild, Dark Knights Guild is off the list. Way too embarrassing to be associated with that bunch. But the guild and the player could not care less. A lot more than their reputation was on the line, so they continued to bid with frenzy. Damon recognized many familiar names in the mix. Daddy Brutal announced a bid for 350,000 gold coins. Even Bertram participated and brought the price up to a whopping 500,000 gold coins. At this moment, someone from the VIP seats finally made a move. 1 million gold coins. A wave of disbelief swept through the Valamir City auction house like a crack of thunder. Every head turned, eyes wide. Who the hell just jumped the bid straight from 500,000 to a clean 1 million? That wasn't a raise, it was a declaration. Heaven Conqueror couldn't take it anymore. He spun around, fuming, his voice thundering across the hall. Who the hell dares to challenge Dark Knight Guild? Are you tired of living? But just as he was about to unleash a barrage of curses, his eyes landed on the bidder. And then, silence. Every insult he had lined up died in his throat, his face turning pale. The rest of the audience, curious as ever, followed his line of sight. Then someone up front, sharp-eyed and breathless, shouted in disbelief. "Wait a second! That's Jigarion, the actual guild master of Battle Crusaders!" "No way! He showed up himself!" The room buzzed with fresh tension. No one had expected one of the most influential figures in the game to appear, much less to make a bold play like that. Battle Crusaders were currently hailed as the top guild in the game, and their guild leader himself had shown up for the auction. The crowd went livid. Ooh, now things are getting interesting. Gagarian is the type who never leaves empty-handed. If he's made a move, good luck outbidding him. I wouldn't be so sure. Everyone in this hall's got deep pockets and big egos. Someone might still throw down. Either way, that guy from Dark Knight's Guild is done for. He just barked at a lion thinking it was a stray mutt. Look at his face! Man sweating bullets. Bet he's replaying that outburst in his head on loop. Serves him right.
Inside the private booth, Damon's eyes widened. The big shots were finally starting to make a move. Until now, even though the items were good, it was not enough to bring out the real players of the game. But now the first one had revealed himself. Damon knew about him very well. In fact, everyone from his last life knew him very well. The Battle Crusaders were one of the top guilds in the game. If the super guilds did not exist, then they might have even been the best guild in the game. And the guild master of such a guild had personally come over to make a bid for the legendary item. To be honest, Damon had a high opinion of the guy, and genuinely did not want him to fall into the trap he had laid. Thankfully, almost immediately, subsequent bids started pouring out. The moment Jagarion's voice echoed through the hall, it was as if a switch had been flipped. Dozens of players, guild representatives, and hidden powerhouses who had stayed silent until now suddenly sprang to life. The number on the bid display started climbing in rapid bursts, each increase more aggressive than the last. 1.1 million, 1.3 million, 1.5 million. The crowd erupted in murmurs as the number passed the psychological threshold. Many players who had mocked the potion earlier now looked shaken, some even biting their nails as they realized what they'd dismissed might have just become the most valuable item of the year. Damon saw many familiar figures making aggressive bids. Azure Serpent's Guild, Black Onyx Guild, Blood Wraith and his sister Phoenix, Bertram, and even Daddy Brutal. Daddy Brutal confidently bid for 2 million, which made Damon very surprised. It looked like the guy had a lot to give. In the future, if they meet again, he needed to make sure to thoroughly plunder all of that wealth. Finally, another big shot raised the bid further high. Titans of the New World, a top-tier guild, made a bid for 5 million. The guild leader was none other than Thalor, the infamous strategist known across the server for bankrupting 2 rival guilds in a single night using nothing but auction mind games. When his calm, almost lazy voice echoed from one of the highest private booths,
5 million. A fresh wave of tension rippled through the auction house like a blade cutting through silk. Even Damon, watching through narrowed eyes, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So, the Titans are joining the fray too, huh? Now this is getting interesting. The audience was stunned into silence. 5 million was a number that most couldn't even fathom in a game, even with real money cross-transaction systems in place. But what shocked Damon even more was that Thalor wasn't bidding for show. The man genuinely seemed to want the vial. And considering his guild's deep pockets and thirst for monopolizing game-breaking assets, they probably intended to dissect it, reverse engineer it, and monetize it. Damon's fingers drummed against the armrest. Too bad they don't know the truth. There's no formula, no hidden alchemy recipe, no divine blueprint to uncover. He grinned. It's just spit, boys. Really, really toxic spit. And yet here they were, elites, strategists, and legendary players fighting tooth and nail over a glorified Luigi. Damon chuckled silently, enjoying the show. These were the figures he at once revered. He used to be a big fanboy for many of them in his last life, admiring how cool they looked and how much strength and power they possessed. But now, everything had changed. The bids continued to rise steadily and soon reached 10 million gold coins, mainly thanks to Bloodwraith and Phoenix, and also Daddy Brutal. At this point, many had backed away as 10 million gold coins were a staggering amount. While a toxic elixir capable of one-shotting even level 150 bosses was a big thing, there were still many drawbacks. The boss could potentially have its own methods to fight back. Someone actually had to land a hit or break the skin for the attack to work. There could be magic barriers which completely blocked it. The uncertainty was a bit too high. Besides, there was still the main item that was yet to come out, the legendary item. No one wanted to deplete their funds before the big-ticket item. Bloodwraith still held the title for the wealthiest player on the leaderboards, which discouraged many from fighting with him. Of course, not all received the memo. Daddy Brutal seemed to be bidding extremely aggressively, making Phoenix's beautiful face frown in clear annoyance. Every time she raised her paddle, he immediately countered with an obnoxiously large jump in value. 11 million, Phoenix gritted her teeth and refused to back down. 12.5, Daddy Brutal shouted right after, practically standing on his chair. I'll go bankrupt before letting you take this, sweetheart. Phoenix's face remained indifferent, but if one paid more attention to her eyes, they could clearly see that she was burning with rage. Daddy Brutal, on the other hand, seemed to be completely enjoying the show. Wow, I did not know golden dragons were so powerful. Daddy Brutal seems to be a real hidden dragon in the game. Many started to sing praises of the guy and his guild, and he was only more and more spurred on by it all. In the blink of an eye, the bid reached 10 million gold coins. Daddy Brutal was about to open his mouth again when suddenly a voice rang out, smooth and sharp. 15 million. Everyone turned. It wasn't Bloodwraith or Phoenix. It wasn't Daddy Brutal. It was someone entirely different. A shadowed figure stood at the edge of the second-tier booth, cloaked in soft black robes embroidered with golden thread. Damon only needed a moment to recognize the guy and the familiar figure standing next to him. Magica. The people who had targeted him were finally here. A sharp gleam flickered in Damon's eyes as soon as he saw them. So, they had shown up after all. Unlike the flashy top guilds in the VIP booth, this group had silently remained in the second-tier booth, completely low profile. If one did not know them personally like Damon, then they would easily mistake these guys for nobodies, probably second-tier guilds who had pooled their money to make the bid. But Damon knew better. The Sacred Marksman was missing, but these two had personally come to the auction. Coincidentally, there were 3 more figures standing along with them. To his surprise, Damon did not recognize them at all. But the way they were standing and their posture made it clear that they were all part of the same group. Moreover, one of them was a demon race player. Damon racked his brain, but to his knowledge, the Canadian Super Guild was only a human super guild. There were 4 dark faction guilds among the Super 10 and 1 elven guild, but the Canadian one was definitely a human guild as far as he knew. So why was there a demon standing beside them like it was nothing? Damon narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable. This wasn't just unexpected, it was unprecedented. The Northern Frontier Guild, the Canadian Super Guild, had always been rigid about race alignment. Their doctrine revolved around maintaining a pure-blood human faction. They were vocal advocates for human supremacy in Earth Online, and that belief had given them both allies and enemies in equal measure. But this, were they collaborating with someone else, or did all the Super 10 guilds have branches-out players in all the races? It was probably the later. The demon player wasn't hiding either. His avatar stood tall and proud, with curling obsidian horns and a dark cloak etched in crimson runes. He wasn't just any demon, he was high-ranking, possibly even one of the rare Abyss-born classes. It looked like the mutated worm was not the only big card they had in their pockets. Damon carefully observed the group as the entire place became somewhat quiet. Back on the stage, Davina hesitated as the bidding stalled once again. The silence was thick, everyone waiting to see what would happen next. Phoenix had stopped bidding, Daddy Brutal looked caught between pride and frustration. Even Bloodwraith hadn't responded to the 15 million bid. After a few minutes of silence, Davina called the number 3 times, and finally the auction of the item came to an end. Sold for 15 million gold coins. The finality of Davina's voice echoed through the grand auction house, and just like that, the room exhaled all at once. Murmurs rose like a wave as players whispered among themselves. Inside his booth, Damon leaned back with a relaxed smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Enjoy the spet," he muttered under his breath. He did not plan for this exactly to happen, but it looked like fate was a mean little bitch. Damon naturally was never planning to hand over something so valuable even if it was traded for money. He had always planned for a special surprise for whoever wins the bid for his spit. It was just poetic justice that these guys had taken the bait. "Well then," Damon murmured as he watched the potion being handed over with great ceremony. "Looks like the real game has finally started." The commotion and chaos quickly died down, and all the eyes quickly darted back to the stage and the beautiful woman standing on top of it. The miraculous poison elixir was also quickly forgotten as the main event started. Davina cleared her throat and announced the final item for the auction, the legendary item.
"With great pleasure," Davina said, her voice practically a purr. "We now unveil the final treasure of tonight's auction, a relic that defies classification, an item not just of destruction, but of destiny." She pulled back the cover, and with a low hum, a heavy black wood chest materialized beside her, bound in layered runes and metal latches that pulsed faintly with dark energy, and naturally it had the trademark legendary glow around it, which did not leave any doubts as to what grade the treasure chest could be. A legendary treasure chest! Davina finished her introduction with a flourish, her hand sweeping toward the chest like a magician about to perform her final trick. Sealed in the ancient vaults until recently, this chest can only be opened by the one who wins the bid. What lies within? That remains a mystery even to us. Everyone became silent, with their eyes locked on to the treasure chest. The entire auditorium was pin-drop silent. The treasure chest was made of jet-black wood streaked with mana veins, 6 rotating sigil locks that looked more like seals than any real mechanism,
A legendary treasure chest was far rarer than even a named item. It was loot wrapped in RNG madness, a Pandora's box that could contain anything from forgotten artifacts to broken tier skills, or even something world-breaking. It could even contain more than one legendary item. If there was anything game-breaking and fate-altering, this was it. In the VIP seat, Gregorian's eyes widened in shock as the stone-faced man who was typically indifferent to the most seductive beauties started panting slightly. An entire treasure chest. I need to get this. It was not just him. Many others had similar expressions on their faces. Phoenix clenched the sides of her chair so tightly that her knuckles were white. Even Bloodwraith, who was usually a calm and casual person, looked seriously at the treasure chest with greed visible in his eyes. We need to get it no matter what. Daddy Brutal had already stood up halfway, one foot on his chair, the other on the table. Even his earlier bravado had been replaced with a rare solemnity. "Boys," he whispered into his guild chat, "prepare the reserves. I don't care if we have to mortgage the guild hall. We're getting that chest." Meanwhile, all sorts of rumors were flying around among the crowd. Some speculated that it was a top-tier weapon. Some speculated that it was a mythic-class skill scroll. And some speculated that it was a dragon egg that could be bound as a pet. Slowly, the speculations were becoming more and more exaggerated. Damon casually leaned back in his chair, fingers laced behind his head. His gaze was fixated on the hidden group in the crowd, the group that had targeted him. The top-tier guild leaders were fine, but his real target was someone else. Soon, Davina raised her voice once more. "We begin," she purred, "at 1,000,000 gold coins." 2,000,000, came the first shout almost before she'd finished speaking. All eyes turned toward the titans of the new world. Thalor sat motionless, one leg crossed over the other, but his attendant had raised the paddle before anyone else could blink. His expression was unreadable, as always, but Damon could tell that the strategist had already calculated the maximum bid every guild could afford tonight, and he had every intention of pushing them there. 3,000,000! Phoenix followed right after, her voice slicing through the rising noise like a blade. Her earlier frustration with Daddy Brutal was gone. Now she was laser-focused, eyes sharp and cold. Bloodwraith didn't say anything, but a casual glance exchanged between the siblings said enough. This was war. 4.5, Daddy Brutal bellowed, standing fully now. His guild chat was in chaos, but he didn't care. "No way I'm missing out! That baby's mine!" 6,000,000, a calm male voice responded from the second-tier booth. Damon's gaze darkened as the cloaked figure from earlier lifted his hand lazily. Gagarian finally joined in. 8,000,000! His tone was deep and controlled, but even he couldn't hide the edge of hunger. Battle Crusaders are not leaving without that chest. And then, for a second, there was silence. 8,000,000, already. No one even blinked. The entire hall was like a battlefield with invisible weapons drawn. Everyone waited for the next shot. Damon smiled. This was his favorite part. Behind the glamour, behind the names and prestige, it was always about power. How much are you willing to risk? How far will you go? He whispered, "Let's see who will take the bait." 20,000,000! The voice that rang out this time was neither shrill nor booming. It was a soft, polite voice. The room collectively tensed. Heads snapped toward the third-tier booths. Yes, third tier, a place where only mid-level guilds in hopeful upstarts usually sat. But now the spotlight had shifted. A single figure stood up, his avatar cloaked in an outfit so bland in system default that it looked like a joke. No nameplate floated over his head, no guild badge, just a simple, unassuming silhouette, as if a newbie who had just joined the game today morning had decided to speak. Whispers spread like wildfire. "Who is this guy? I have never heard of him or seen him. Wait, did he just outbid Gigarian and Thalor from the third-tier seats? Davina, to her credit, only hesitated for a heartbeat. 20 million gold coins, she repeated slowly, her sultry voice filling the huge space. Thalor's lips twitched slightly. Phoenix narrowed her eyes. Daddy Brutal blinked in genuine confusion. And Gigarian didn't say anything at all. He simply leaned back and stared at the mysterious bidder like he was studying a new boss mechanic. Damon watched them all. The hunters had just realized they weren't the apex predators in the room anymore. His gaze finally shifted to the one who had placed the bid and was currently under the spotlight. The next moment, Damon abruptly stood up.